Chapter 106 Reuniting the Sakura Club Killer's Eye. Time quickly passed, and the ghostly blue Cadillac entered the range of the 5 snipers. The target is here, that kid is dead for sure. Well, where's the car? 5 snipers focus, all locked in the field of vision of the ghost blue light shadow, ready to a shot to the head. However, when they lock again, the Cadillac has appeared in the 7 or 8 meters away, the speed of their lives only to see. Damn, the speed of the car is too fast to lock on. Bastard! The 5 of them cursed in unison, preparing to predict the target's trajectory to force a shot, but the success rate would be greatly reduced this way. Eyes narrowed slightly, predicted the position and then decisively shot, also just in the nick of time about to pull the trigger. Thumb. A series of 5 adult thumb-thin steel brazier, long enough to have more than a meter with a horrible force, instantly penetrated the heart of 5 snipers, directly to the 5 people, the hard nail to the wall. Steel brazier did not enter the wall more than 30 centimeters. How? Possible. 5 snipers feel the stinging pain in the heart, lowered their eyes to look at the dying before they saw a steel brazier accurately stabbed in their heart. Gurgling blood along the steel brazier flowed down to the ground, and not far in front of them, quietly leaning against the railing of the helicopter, is their sniper rifle. No! The rich unwillingness in this time filled the heart. Each of them is the silver medal killer of the Sakura Club, of which the most forward can be ranked into the top 20, even if the weakest are silver 36. They can't accept their own death in such a humiliating way, and even the enemy who killed them don't even know who is. Only even if they are not willing. Ultimately, with the collapse of consciousness, head a crooked soft on the wall, snapping hot blood is still dripping down the brazier, the rich smell of blood and spread out, just like the field turned into a hell of Shura. Poof. Then, a black aura with a strange speed did not enter the sniper's body. Enough small half did not enter the wall, that is a shape like a token-like thing, divided into positive and negative. The front is a hideous exception. People look at the chills of the hell of the Rakshasa pattern, the reverse side of the 3 cold words Rakshasa order. And this token is not simple, is Yi Xian from the system mall exchange of the existence of extraterrestrial meteorite, hard even if 10,000 degrees of high temperature do not want to melt it. The reason for this move, in order to play a deterrent role, these means attributed to a nebulous unknown existence. This can be the crowd's line of sight from his body to avoid some of the trouble in the future. A Rakshasa order has 1 point of daddy value, 5 is 5 points of daddy value, and in the highest ranked silver 20 snipers on the wall next to the wall, the god level 1 magnet wrote a string of scarlet letters on the wall: offend my Rakshasa, although far will be put to death. Although the words were broken, the meaning was obvious. Of course, as for what effect this next scene would have, that was not his concern. Unsurprisingly, for a long time to come the Sakura Club would be plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Why can't we hear the gunshots yet? Strange. Sprinting after another wave of killers, 5 cars, and the Sakura Club members' eyebrows slightly knit to look at the front of the ghost blue car is still speeding. According to reason, has entered the 5 silver killer adults' shooting range, but why not hear a gunshot? Can't help but, the many bronze medal killers who came after them vaguely have an extremely bad feeling. After resolving the 5 snipers, the death of the 5 vehicle killers then came close, and dealing with the remaining killers was even simpler. The god-level universal magnetism ability was used to turn the metal of the wheels of the 5 cars into liquid and then penetrate into the tires before turning them into the sharp state of nails. As for the consequences, it was already obvious that this was undoubtedly an invitation for the 5 cars traveling at high speeds to enter the gates of hell. Boom! One of the tires of one of the high-speed speeding cars suddenly burst open. The direction was instantly unbalanced. What? Not good, jump out of the car. The voice has just fallen. Before there is time to have action, directly a car had hit the stone pier railing next to the car, issued a horrible roaring sound, the fuel tank rupture, friction splash, sparks lead to the fuel tank. The next moment of shocking thunder explosion, the car exploded on the spot. As for the car and the 2 members of the Sakura Club, directly by the violent sound of the explosion blew into 2 dry corpses. No coincidence, the other 4 cars also happened similar things, accompanied by the sound of the explosion of the soul to the west. At this point, the first wave of Sakura Club members who assassinated Yi Xian were all dead without exception. A few minutes later, a figure brushes appeared in the location of silver 20. When came to the field, silver 20 face miserable white, black and blue. Around the body of the blood has been drained, the ground gathered a pool of blood, and silver 20 was certainly a steel brazier inserted in the wall. Suddenly Sato Ichigo eyes fell on the order of the Rakshasa as well as the scarlet letters of the wall above. Whoever offends my Rakshasa will be executed even though they are far away. Terrifying killing intent permeated around his body. Everything here was already obvious. This was the work of a force called Rakshasa. Good. Very good. Rakshasa order, Rakshasa. Killing my Sakura Club silver killer, no matter what force you are dead. Dodging away, Sato Ichigo once again appeared at the location of the other 4 snipers. All of them could not be contacted. Sato Ichigo's face was gloomy and ironic to the extreme. This time by his team of the Sakura Club's many killers, in addition to him, all fell. This matter, if the president knows, will definitely peel a layer of his skin. Rakshasa Order, Rakshasa. Ha! Holding a Rakshasa Order in his hand, with his strength he was unable to damage it in the slightest. The hardness was much greater than he had imagined. Surprisingly unable to damage it? Sato Ichigo, who slightly frowned, then skillfully took out a silenced pistol, and hit the Rakshasa Order with a bang. Boom of a gun accurately hit on top of the Rakshasa Order, however. What surprised him was that the Rakshasa Order remained unharmed. What? At this moment, Sato Ichigo was not calm. The token alone is so extraordinary. With the toes think also know this first hurt of the Rakshasa power is how strong. Suddenly, looking to reach out to the dark night around the Sato Ichigo circumference hit a shiver. If so, that. The Silver 5 Big People sighed. This matter must be notified to the Silver 5 Big People. Be sure to let him be careful. However, now is not the time to call. First leave this place for good. That Rakshasa Order were the forces of the coming people. I am afraid that only the Silver 5 Big People can deal with. Thinking of this, with a heart full of fear, Sato Ichigo flashed away from the field and disappeared far away, because here he could not feel the slightest security. About a few minutes later. On the top floor of the Kennedy Hotel, a certain dark place. Hey, 13. What did you say? Gingo Kawagi Ichiro, who had received the call from Silver 13, had a sulk flashing between his eyes. Everyone is completely wiped out except for you. Baka, are you guys rice bowls? Rakshasa Order, okay, I got it. Then hanging up the phone, Kawagi Ichiro's face was unpleasant. The 7 or 8 Sakura Club silver assassins around him were all shaken. Kawagi-kun, that punk 13 is all gone? Kawagi Ichiro's side of the Silver 12 eyebrows slightly frowned, although he and Sato Ichigo only have a ranking difference, but in the Sakura Club's status is very different. After all, from Silver 1 to Silver 12, the 12 of them are known as the Sakura 12 Silver. The strength of the 12 then ranked after the 12 killers is not a star and a half point stronger. Rakshasa Order. I'd like to see what kind of cow devil that left behind the Rakshasa Order is, daring to so blatantly kill my Sakura Club silver medalist, looking for death. Kawagi Ichiro's eyes were filled with harsh colors. Obviously he didn't listen to Silver 13's words at all. At this moment, he never knew what kind of terrifying existence was behind the Rakshasa Order, not to mention that he was a small Silver 5. Even the Sakura Club's gold medalist killer in front of Yishian was only a molehill's existence. Chapter 107, Reuniting the Sakura Club Killers 2. Action. Kawagi Ichiro's voice fell. 7 or 8 silver medal assassins left in groups of 2, and continued to carry out the assassination plan in accordance with the second set of plans that had been agreed upon beforehand. The reason why they paid so much attention was all because this time, the employer's handwriting was very large, enough to use $30 million to buy the head of that target Yishian. Otherwise, the Sakura Club would not have such a large action. Just half a minute after Kawagi Ichiro and the others left, a figure appeared in the field with a brush, the speed of the ghost as if it were a ghost. This person is called the Devil Luo, is the Cherry Blossom Society ranked the top 3 kill list existence, died in his hands of the silver medal killer not less than the number of hands, the bronze medal killer more countless. The cause of this matter to start from 8 years ago. 8 years ago the Sakura Society is in full bloom, at that time with the assassin family where Malo has a conflict of interest. The Sakura Society in a fit of rage sent a number of gold medal assassins as well as dozens of silver medal assassins to visit Malo's family. That night is the magic Luo where the families end, the whole family up and down 564 miles, all dead without a single survivor, only the original outside of the magic Luo spared. But even so, since then the Sakura Club on the magic Luo launched a 2-year-long hunt, the magic Luo a number of times with the danger of life, this time to come, undoubtedly for the family to avenge the loss of the people. The reason why he took the name of Moloch, intended to become a devil to pull the Sakura Club into hell. Sakura Club, die. Eyes blossomed cold aura, flash under the disappearance from the original place, as if never appeared in general, the field in a few moments to return to silence, empty. Who? Not long ago, the 2 Sakura Club silver assassins full of vigilance, but before they return to their senses, snorting 2 knife flashes, the next moment, the 2 men's neck is soaring a string of blood flowers, poof of blood from between the spray is very eye-catching. Before dying, the 2 silver medal killers to see the person who came, eyes suddenly wide, it's you. Eyes suddenly opened, obviously recognized the identity of the person coming, not someone else, it is their Cherry Blossom Society dream want to kill the magic Luo. Just they did not expect the devil Luo nowadays strength so strong. A photo, although there is a sneak attack component in, but can kill them already explains a lot of things. The two of them a silver 28 a silver 35, although not compared to the silver 13, even less than the silver 5 big people, but also far from the bronze medal killer as well as the back of the silver medal killer comparable. That Moloch was able to easily kill them, which means that this person's strength was definitely at the level of their Sakura 12 silver. Snapped. Blood slipped from the dagger in Moloch's hand and splashed on the ground in a pool of blood. At this time the two silver medal killers of the Sakura Club who were still alive and kicking a few moments ago had already been turned into two ice-cold corpses. Don't worry. Soon there will be your companions to find you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Eyes flashed viciously, no longer stayed and flashed towards another direction to attack and kill. An assassination battle thus started. At this time, already in the Kennedy Hotel ate a late-night snack Yi Xian family, Mohanchua with Two Little Guy back to the presidential suite to sleep. After all, today Two Little Guy can be really exhausted. As for Yi Xian, God's perspective will be the magic luo as well as Kawamoto Ichiro's action as far as the eye can see, interested in exchanging a character information card. As for the role of the object is not someone else's, obviously precisely the magic luo. The Devil Luo, male, 28 years old, the Cherry Blossom Society bounty hunting list third, bounty value of $8 million, with the Cherry Blossom Society for the life and death of the enemy. 8 years ago, the Cherry Blossom Society to destroy his whole family, even more to chase and kill him for more than 2 years, the highest record kill the Cherry Blossom Society silver 18. Demon Luo detailed information flooded into the field of vision. Yi Xian is also some understanding. No wonder that the Demon Luo to the Cherry Blossom Society of people out so ruthless, the original body backed by the heavenly hatred. Yi Xian combed between the grudges of the Devil Luo and the Sakura Club. Here the Devil Luo has been transformed into a god of death, harvesting the life of one and another Sakura Club silver medal killer. Every kill a person, the hatred of his heart will slightly weaken half a silk. 3 people, 4 people, 5 people. One life after another dribbled in blood, and by the time Kawamoto Ichiro and Silver 12 reacted, they were no longer able to contact their companions. Kawamoto-kun, the situation is not good. Silver 12, who couldn't contact the others, had an unprecedentedly grave expression. Could it be the power where that Rakshasa order is located? Hearing Silver 12's words, Kawamoto Ichiro fell silent, but before he could finish, a snorting air-breaking sound came towards Silver 12's neck. 12, be careful. Kawamoto Ichiro was the first to voice out a reminder, while Silver 12 herculeanly also sensed the incoming stab, backhanding a dagger towards the attack to meet it. Ding! The sound of metal clashing spread, and Silver 12 staggered back a few steps, while the opposite figure also appeared in the field. Moloch! It's you! Kawamoto Ichiro and Silver 12 were the first to recognize the person who came. How could the person who could become the third on their Sakura Club's hunt list not catch their attention? And most importantly, as long as they killed this guy they would have a bonus of $8 million. Silver 5, Silver 12. It seems like this mission is important to you guys. Moloch, who came to the field, obviously also did not expect the Sakura Club to send the two Sakura 12 silvers, Silver 5 and Silver 12, to come. This kid's strength has increased quite a bit. To avoid a long night's sleep, Battle Jedi. Slightly relieved breath, Kawamoto Ichiro eyes flashing vicious did not hesitate, direct decisive shot. Good. Just a strike, holding a dagger Silver 12 this time right hand are slightly numb, the other party strength is not under their own, even if not as good as their own is not too different. Sakura Club, take life. Even if the face of two Sakura 12 silver, the Devil Luo still no fear, directly opened the full force of the battle with a life-threatening posture toward the opposite two people pounced on, so the posture of the two people to see the heart of the heart jumping, crazy and not scary. Scary as the crazy strength is very strong, the strength of the strong is not scary, the most frightening is the strongest lunatic in you play life. Kill. Drumming loudly, the Devil Luo surrounded by lingering all the murderous chi, eyes even more red, like a hellish Shura towards Kawamoto Ichiro and Silver 12 killed over. Looking for death. Kawamoto Ichiro Silver 12 two people face gloomy, eyes between the killing aura surging, then the field as the blade flying, blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, Sato Ichigo came to the field with quick steps, just in time to see the three people fighting in the field. What? Moloch! Sato Ichigo was first stunned, then his eyes flashed with fiery heat. Moloch suffered death. Stunned for a moment, directly shot. On the one hand he wants to make up for his mistakes, on the other hand $8 million honestly he also wants to get a piece of the pie. Death. Silver 12 at a certain moment, eyes flashed viciously, a dagger found a break and stabbed straight to the heart of the retreating Devil Luo. Three people clamped down, the Devil Luo eyes are determined, even if it is death, he also want to pull a cushion. With my Cherry Blossom Society as the enemy, don't know how to die thing, next life wipe bright eyes to be a person. Cold snort, silver 12 corners of the mouth has been flooded with the arc of the morose triumph, but at this time the clanking of the metal sound from the silver 12 dagger tip came, and when the field and the line of people to see the ghostly appearance of the silhouette in the field, full of disbelief in the eyes, and this time out of the hands of no one else as precisely Yi Xian. Chapter 108: The Annihilation of the Sakura Club Killers 3. Unexpectedly, the image of blood gushing did not appear. Instead, two slender fingers accurately clamped the sharp blade of the silver 12. The empty hand catching the white blade. That's right, this is what Yi Xian staged here, only that the person holding the white blade is not an ordinary person, but one of the Sakura Club's Sakura 12 Silver. This scene, if the outside world knows, I don't know what kind of uproar will be set off. The existence of one of the Sakura 12 Silver, to be caught by someone else with a white blade in his empty hand, undoubtedly this is his great shame. Impossible. Silver 12 eyes filled with full of disbelief. Everything that happened here obviously made him hard to accept. His attack was actually blocked by a brat, accurately speaking is the target they want to assassinate this time, with two fingers easily clamped. The strength has already illustrated the strength of this person's strength is strong, we must know, even Kawaguchi Ichiro can't do so. This kid. Kawagi Ichiro's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the field at their target this time. Intelligence shows that their target this time the strongest is only the level of ordinary silver assassin, but now that guy can easily catch the silver 12's white blade with his empty hand, it seems that their intelligence and the actual situation is too much difference. Unpleasant feeling can't help but rise from Kawagi Ichiro's heart. Can it be that the Rakshasa order that wiped out the entire silver 13 line was related to this person? This thought came to mind. Kawagi Ichiro's heart couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, then this matter could be troublesome. Previously, he did not pay attention to it. That is because he did not think that the Rakshasa order of the person how strong. Now it seems, if the target of their assassination this time is the Rakshasa order holders or related to the person, then this so-called Rakshasa forces will be their Sakura Club's heart of the big trouble. Thumb. Kawagi Ichiro thought between, Yi Xian cannot have that free time. Two fingers slightly force, collapse of the sound of the blade collapsed, and then into a sharp arc of light instantly cut through the silver 12's neck, fountain of fresh blood pouring. You. No. How could you possibly kill me? By the time Silver 12 felt the sharp pain in his neck, his consciousness had already begun to collapse. The fear of death was added to his body. Silver 12 was incomparably regretful, regretting that he did not dissuade Kawamoto Aikiru from temporarily retreating. That way he would not have died, but there was no medicine for regret in the world at all. Flop. The cold body lay on the ground. There was a pool of blood underneath it. The dull sound was like a giant hammer hitting Silver Xii's heart. What did he see? Silver 12, their Sakura Club's Sakura 12 Silver. Although it was the weakest of them, it was definitely much stronger than him, but it was that kind of existence, in the hands of that guy in front of him, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Terrifying. That bastard was too terrifying. Kawagi Ichiro saw Silver 12 being killed in front of him. All that surfaced on his face was a grimace, and a morose arc emerged from the corners of his mouth, looking for death. Kid, no matter if you are related to the Rakshasa order or not, if you dare to kill my Sakura 12 Silver, you will die. Brush. Kawagi Ichiro's voice fell. The Sakura 12 Silver's 5th ranked strength was fully opened, instantly disappeared from its original position, reappeared already not 50 centimeters away from Yi Xian. Be careful. The Devil Luosi Silver 5 shot, face suddenly changed. The bottom of the foot a wipe will be shot. However, he knew that already too late. Can only voice reminder. Die, no one who offends my Sakura Club can live. Bright aura flashed, a katana as if splitting the night, head on toward Yi Xian split down. This move if hit, will definitely be split into two. In the next moment, the katana didn't enter the center of the eyebrow, and then all the way down. Moloch's face was shocked, damn it. Although he didn't know who that Yi Xian was, but the enemy of an enemy is a friend, as long as it was the Sakura Club's enemy that was his Mo Luo's friend. Kawagi Ichiro's katana slashed, but his face did not have the slightest joy, because the expected image of blood flying did not appear. Instead, the slash looked like hit the air. Not good. This is a residual shadow. Kawagi Ichiro immediately realized something. His face turned slightly white, and with the fastest speed, he was about to leave his position. However, it was obviously too late. Boom sound, fierce domineering palm through the katana, and then accurately printed in Kawagi Ichiro heart. Dull sound came out, accompanied by its heart was hard to burst. Eyes suddenly burst open. The heart's sharp pain makes her eyes blood red. Poof, directly a mouthful of red blood spray, and then splashed on the ground, incomparably blinding, eye-catching. What? The other side of the Silver 13 let out a voice that is close to being that what? A pair of eyes staring at the field did not move away for a moment. How can? How is it possible? Silver 5 big people even. Being completely abused, Completely not that guy's opponent, damn it, that's the silver 5 big people Good. The other side of the Devil Luo is also full of surprise. Incredible, look at the field, that guy, even the Sakura Society's silver 5 can be killed, and is still a hit. Its strength is not far beyond the silver 5, for fear of silver killers and everyone to do this, even if the silver 1 cannot do it, for fear of being able to kill the silver 5 so easily only rarely show up the Sakura Society's gold medal killer. Escape. No hesitation, silver 13 at this moment where there is half a bit of resistance mind, directly figure a flash with the fastest speed towards the distance swept away. However, it was a golden aura faster than him, instantly was not into his brow, brain consciousness sharply reduced. No. Baka, Yi Xian, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Silver 13 screams just fell, brain consciousness completely dissipated, flopping sound from the air smashed down to the ground issued a dull sound. Bizarre means to look at the field of magic. Luo Gudu cannot help but swallowed a mouth of saliva. Good. Strong. Demon Luo cannot help but sigh. In this time, the sound of ZZZZ came out, then Demon Luo searching eyes to see Kawaguchi Ichiro and Silver 12 two people's corpses, with a visible speed was corroded, and then into a shovelful of flying ash bones, a burst of bone-chilling cold wind blowing, Demon Luo around the body shivered, the scene to see him creepy, this guy is the devil. Chapter 109, A Fingered Defeat Devil Luo. Corpse without bones. The original living 3 people, before and after less than a minute will be the field appeared in the guy between the hands killed, even the bone slag are not left, directly into a shovelful of flying ash. Ruthless. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. Under the Divine Control Sky ability, a cold wind came, 3 shovelfuls of flying ash dispersed with the wind and disappeared in the field, and even the smell of blood was blown away a lot. Suddenly, Moloch had a jolt. Because a gaze will lock him, and the owner of this gaze is not someone else's than the wave of hands to destroy the Sakura Club 3 silver assassins of the guy. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't die before the vengeance of exterminating his family was avenged. Can't help but grip the dagger in his right hand, so only then have a bit of confidence, and secretly play the spirit of 12, although this person killed 3 people of the Sakura Club, but it does not mean that he does not have the heart of the extermination. However, in the Devil Luo full of guard between, flat voice came out, Devil Luo, male, 28 years old, the Cherry Blossom Society bounty kill list 3rd, bounty value of $8 million. Highest battle record kills Sakura Club silver 18. Who are you? Listening to Yi Xian as if he was counting his own information, Moloch's mind was shaken, although this is not a secret, but the people who know it are absolutely not many, except for the Sakura Club's silver killer, the only people who know about him are only a handful of people. Following this, he looked deeply at Moloch, who was full of vigilance. Work for me, I'll help you take revenge. Hearing Yi Xian's words, it was obvious that Demon Luo froze for a moment, not being able to react to the meaning of Yi Xian's words for a while. What did you say? Work for you and help me take revenge? Do you know what you're saying? Moloch looked like he had heard the biggest joke in the world, clearly not believing Yi Xian's grandstanding, following which he said in a cold voice, I admit that your strength is good, but asking me to work for you, do you know who my enemy is? Sakura Shrine, that's the biggest assassination organization in Fusan. Moloch coldly looked at the opposite side of the guy younger than him. This kid is really not a normal arrogance, his own goal is to overthrow the Sakura Society, but also to help himself to revenge, tease. Really? Seeing Demon Luo's disbelieving look, Yi Xian wasn't surprised. Since you don't believe me, then you use your full strength to attack me. Facts speak louder than words. I'm standing still, as long as you make me move half a point, you can leave on your own. A flat voice resounded in Mo Luo's ears, his brows furrowed slightly, leave on your own? Are you sure? This wave of maneuvering made Mo Luo a bit unintelligible, but what he could be sure of was that the guy in front of him really wanted to pull himself together, but of course that wasn't a reason he could agree to. Of course. Looking deeply at Demon Law, he reminded, there's only one chance, so I suggest you use your full strength. Don't worry. Without you saying it, I will be so. With a cold snort, the Devil Luo brushed his figure to disappear in place, reappearing again. He already had a dagger stabbing straight towards Yi Xian's heart. The speed of the dagger was not weaker than even Silver 5. Want me to work for you? I'd like to see where you get the strength. Demon Luo eyes will have their way, eyes full of ridicule, not move half a point, this can be too crazy. Electricity and stone sparks, the Devil Luo attack in an instant. In less than 10 centimeters away from Yi Xian, as if the hand of the heavens through the void appeared in front of the dagger that Moloch stabbed, followed by the index finger just like this towards the sharp tip of the knife to meet up. What? This brat. Demon Luo was also taken aback by Yi Xian's action, it couldn't be that arrogant fellow was going to block his strike with one finger. A feeling of humiliation surged from his heart. Such arrogance, then don't blame me for not being polite. Devil Luo's eyes blossomed with a vicious aura, although the two of them did not have any grudges, but this act of near contempt undoubtedly infuriated him, and the speed of his attack was once again 1 point faster. The speed of the fast, dagger tip with slender index finger collision, but the expected finger crushing scene did not appear, but the Devil Luo felt as if stabbed in the hard alloy steel above. Ha! Not good. Lightly eek, not waiting for the Devil Luo further thinking, the torrent of huge force through the dagger came, clang, with the metal sound spread, the Devil Luo feet staggered body shape backward 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Stabilizing his steps, the Devil Luo's line of sight once again looked at the opposite side of Yi Xian's eyes all changed. How is it possible? He saw what? That guy even. With a finger to defeat him, and still holding a dagger under the state of full force. This scene was tantamount to a thunderclap falling on his mind. The impact was absolutely unprecedented. Are you kidding me? Prior to this, he could not have imagined in any way that a person would be able to defeat him with just a single finger. Even the Sakura Club's gold medalist killer couldn't do it, even though he didn't know how strong the Sakura Club's gold medalist killer was. This guy, is he really human? Thoughtfulness. A finger will be able to defeat him. The person, if he is to help himself to revenge that Sakura Club has become no longer so terrible, at least. The strength of this guy in front of him is the Sakura Club gold medal killer level, and there is a great possibility that it is still above the gold medal killer. Think through the joints, the Devil Luo's heart finally put down the insistence, because he understands that only according to his own strength, can kill the Cherry Blossom Society's silver assassin. Silver one has already topped the sky, as for the gold medal assassin, even if after 3 or 5 years are difficult to counteract. Good. You win. Between thoughts, the Devil Luo eyes firmly made a choice. As long as you can help me to take revenge, in the future my Devil Luo, this life at your disposal. Oh? Is this agreeable? I thought you were going to continue to struggle for a few moves. Seeing Devil Luo's expression, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Demon Luo. Ahem. The person who can defeat me with one finger, I have never seen, although I am somewhat conceited, but I am not a fool. Did not hide, directly truthful out loud, and Yi Xian heard this, did not say anything. Apparently the Devil Luo is a very smart person. In the future, you will be happy for today's decision. Other I dare not guarantee. In the future, if you fight with the Sakura Club, I will help you with all my strength. Thank you. Demon Luo did not have extra words, directly out of the voice of thanks, everything in the unspoken. If Yi Xian in the future to help him destroy the Cherry Blossom Society, that will be his Demon Luo eternal benefactor, and at this moment he does not know as the near future, the Cherry Blossom Society and the Yi Xian destroyed under the means of destruction annihilation. Effective immediately, you are the heavenly king of my Rakshasa temple, although nowadays there are only you and I in the entire Rakshasa temple. Thinking about the enemies he might encounter in the future, Yi Xian was ready to sow another seed, and that seed was the Rakshasa Hall. Perhaps there would be an unexpected harvest in the near future. Rakshasa Hall? Between the Devil Luo's suspicion, a black aura landed in his hand, seeking eyes to see that there was an additional piece of hideous Rakshasa token in his hand. But this was no longer a Rakshasa token, but rather, it was engraved with the ancient characters of Devil Luo Heavenly King, and on the other side, just like the Rakshasa token, there was a hideous hellish Rakshasa. Devil Luo Heavenly King, this. Looking at the token in his hand, the Devil Luo eyebrows slightly knit, face color wrought up. It is difficult to not. The Hall Master had already known that he would submit? Chapter 110. The Little Goblin. Why don't you play a game with your husband? How? Demon Luo see the Hall Master. Stunned for a moment, thought one, kneeling, Magic Luo is not stupid, although I do not know what this Heavenly King order represents, but from the title is certainly not low. Moreover, now that he was the first to join the Rakshasa temple, it also meant that in the near future he would be the most senior person, and would definitely be the most trusted person by the temple master. Moloch will surely live up to the cultivation of the Hall Master. We are all our own people in the future, get up. Seeing Mo Luo's grateful appearance, Yi Xian of course knew what he was thinking, but didn't say anything more. Yes, Hall Master. Respectfully rising, and at this time Yi Xian had 5 more test tubes in his hands, each of which had amber-colored liquid within, and this was no other than the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew that had been diluted by Yi Xian. This is the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew that is extremely beneficial to the body. Take one every day, after 5 days, although I don't know how much you've gained, but it's enough to defend yourself after encountering those people just now. After instructing a few words, he flashed away from the same spot. Moloch respectfully sends off the Hall Master. Hands clasped his fists, respectfully bending over, and what he held in his hands was clearly the 5 doses of the diluted version of the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, given to him by the Hall Master. Although he did not know how effective this potion was, what the mysterious Hall Master had given him must be extraordinary. Until Yi Xian disappeared from the field of vision, Moloch only then retracted his gaze. Attention fell on the symbol of his identity, Moloch Heavenly King token, carefully examined. The texture of the ancient, but also exudes a mysterious atmosphere, especially the hideous hell Rakshasa pattern like to inhale the human soul into the general. However, soon the devil Luo has also found this token is not right, as before the Sato Ichigo general, the force added under the actually did not have the slightest damage. This token can't help the devil Luo began to increase the hand force, 10%, 30%, 50%. Soon the force came to 10%. The strange thing is, the token still did not have the slightest damage, even a trace. To be so sturdy, what kind of material is this? Frowning tightly, the scene where the palace lord had just defeated him with a single finger played like a movie in front of his eyes. What kind of person was Lord Hallmaster? Between thoughts, the devil Luo once again looked at the direction in which the Hallmaster disappeared. So powerful and mysterious Hallmaster, follow this kind of existence, in the future, maybe he himself can take revenge. The devil Luo's mind Yi Xian of course will not know. At this moment he has already used the purification card to get rid of the body negative emotions. After all, he will not let the slightest bad emotions affect their own women and daughters. To the hotel presidential suite, the 2 little ones have already slept. After all, this day is very excited, really exhausted. Mu Hanxue had just finished showering, wearing translucent fascinating ice silk pajamas. Undoubtedly this scene is countless boys' dream want to get the treatment, but at the moment all cheap someone. Looking at the picturesque beauty of the good people, the face of the world, the perfect plump body, the corner of the mouth cannot help but bend up so that countless young girls for the fascination of the arc, stretching out a big hand to take over the unbearable surplus, a grasp of the slender waist, feel very good. That feeling only can be for the unspeakable. Understand the people naturally understand, do not understand the people all their lives cannot understand the beauty of it. You dead guy, still know to come back Don't need to see, just from overflowing the smell between the nose as well as the touch of the big hand, Mu Hanxue knows that the big pig's hooves came back, and just came back with the usual tightly ring around their waist, which is more than that, and then the 2 big hands precisely hold their own headlights, and what's worse is that she hasn't worn a bar. Deliciously wonderful. What, little cold snow wants your family man? Holding the headlights tightly, sticking to the beautiful person in front of him, sniffing the good smell, the whole person said that he was not able to say that he was soothed. You go away. Feeling Yi Xian full of magnetic voice, pretty face Ting's halo red up as if the evening sun. Every time that guy like this, she can't help but suffer some tossing, although that kind of feeling 100 dry and not tired of it, but it's really super hard to say. Hey, small cold snow do not want your family man. Mu Hanxue. Thinking about your big head, I'm telling you that Tong Tong and Meng Meng have just gone to sleep. Viciously glared at Yi Xian, that big pig's hoof's mind, how could she not know? It's nothing more than craving for her body. It's fine, the 2 little ones will be very familiar. Said on the start of the operation of the upper and lower hands, of course, and this has been exchanged between the absolute sound cover, will be Tong Tong and Meng Meng sleeping in the side of the cage, can be said to be 2 people all night battle. 2 little guys cannot hear a sound. Of course, the premise is that the absolute sound cover has always existed. When Mu Hanxue came back to her senses, her clothes were already numbly taken off by that big pig's hooves, but her daughter was in the side bedroom. How could she be willing to be in the living room, which if her daughter saw it, would definitely become a stain on her life? Go to the room. Hard-headed Mu Hanxue, white teeth lightly popped out a word, wine sticky sweet and slightly shy voice, listening to Yi Xian from head to toe a jolt. His wife is really a little demon. If not, there are 2 little ones in the side bedroom. Absolutely can't wait to be in the living room. Will be in the arms of the good people on the ground. Revitalize the husband's program. Not much time to hold a naked beauty pushed open the master bedroom room, and then the door will be closed. Into the eyes of the dim lights, red eye-catching love roses decorated in the bedding. Around the side of the more rose petals, the atmosphere is just right, especially in this light romantic atmosphere. The embrace of the good people and the beautiful small cold snow's beautiful face extraordinarily fascinating. Let a person cannot help but want to eat on a mouthful, that is, Yi Xian is. The eyes of the light, especially down the picturesque scenery. And at this moment the good people, scarlet with a small face tightly closed large eyes, a look of letting Jun's eye, obviously already know what is going to happen next. They are going to be bullied by that big pig's hooves again, is it? Fingertips from the arms of the good people white as jade brain flicked, followed by beautiful eyes, cheeks, nose, lips, neck. Around the headlights after a little, and then all the way down. Just when Mu Hanxue was shy to the extreme, the devil's big hand stopped, a magnetic magic voice resounded on the edge of the earlobe, even the breath could be felt clearly. Little demon, how about playing a game with your husband? Chapter 111, A Single Stroke, Only for Men. Game? Mu Hanxue, who had a haloed face in the room, glared at Yi Xian. You big bastard, what are you holding back again? For the big pig's hooves in front of her, Mu Hanxue is too clear. If he does not hold back his bad ways of bullying himself, killing her, do not believe. Bullying? See the beauty of the world this time, but a naked beauty, have some flavor, which if known by the outside world absolutely caused a 28-level earthquake. Where to start? Accurately speaking, husband this is, and wife warming feelings. Said here, followed by the eyes aimed at the beauty full of beauty. How, our family little goblin afraid? Afraid? Just kidding, when has this young lady ever been afraid? Pissed off, this young lady will surely squeeze you into dryness tonight. Big words. Mu Hanxue read pretty face, grunted and said, that appearance obviously under the leadership of Yi Xian completely blackened into the pit. This if it was before, how could she say these words? Yo, look at our family little goblin can. It seems that hubby is still not enough for you to implement the family law. Looking up and down at the front and back of the beautiful people, proud posture. In that case, that tonight will be destined to be a sleepless night of war. Humph, the big deal is that I and you a big pig's hooves, jade and stone. Today in the girlfriend's concert suite to bomb nearly confession song, say a little not moved that is false, including the big bastard to come before she washed white, wearing translucent pajamas or some plans, because she has been ready to be that big soul bully. Of course, in fact, her heart is not repulsive, and even some like to be bullied by that big bastard this way. Ahem. Jade and stone, you little goblin still really dare to say, believe it or not, hubby will destroy you now. Che, just like you, this young lady can exterminate 3, no, 5. Yi Xian. Listening to the words of the pretty beauty, this little goblin is really getting more and more unscrupulous. It seems like it's time to give her some color. A tiger that doesn't give off power really thinks he's a sick cat. Very good. Then can we start? Looking deeply at Mu Hanxue, this niece was afraid that she didn't know what was waiting for her next. Listen up. What about the name of this game? It's very simple and grounded. It's called rock, paper, scissors on the tip of the tongue. After a pause in his voice, the corner of his mouth curved up into an undetectable arc of playfulness. The preparatory position for the game is a normal kiss, because the two are closed, so let's hum out rock, paper, scissors together later. Rock is to shut up, C is to stick your tongue out, and cloth is to gently open your mouth. Mu Hanxue? Hearing the words of the big pig's hooves, Mu Hanxue's beautiful eyes glared round, her pretty face reddened to the point of redness. You shameless. Before even starting the game, Mu Hanxue's head had already surfaced a scene. It was simply unbearable. How could that bastard think of such an asshole game? How could this be? What? This doesn't dare to play? Seeing the blushing appearance of the beauty, Yi Xian joyfully laughed, poking fun at his own wife, which was his usual favorite thing to do. What, conquering the world, pushing across the 8 wastelands, where there is with his wife to discuss the true meaning of life, to be real. Bastard, you. Who dare not play? Come on. Tightly biting the shell teeth, ready to bite that bastard severely later, so bully yourself really good. Oh, then I count 1, 2, 3, we say a game at the same time to start. Laughing at a small goblin that might start biting at any time, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Xiao Yang can't rule you. 1, 2, 3. As the voice fell, Mu Hanxue, who had long been waiting, directly voiced out, cloth. Scissors. Mu Hanxue wanted to bite that guy hard, so said the cloth related to the open mouth, and Yi Xian held the mindset of poking fun at his own wife to say the most shameless, sticking out his tongue. The single knife straight into fong for men's nature. Then, the room appeared charming scene, romantic atmosphere under the French long kiss appeared. The room also fell into silence. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Enough to last 5 or 6 minutes. Mu Hanxue struggled to push that big pig's hooves away. At first she was ready to bite that bastard's tongue off, but nay, that big pig's hoofs attack was too fierce, and she was simply too late to defend, let alone attack. You bastard. Her small face suffocated red. Mu Hanxue had the heart to kill that guy at the moment. Instead of teaching that guy a lesson, she was taken advantage of by him. He, boo. Intentionally, then once again pounced towards Mu Hanxue. You. I'm not coming. Well. Not yet waiting for Mu Hanxue to finish, in the gaze of her wide-eyed beauty, Ju lips were blocked. Looking at the big bastard who pounced on himself, Mu Hanxue knew that the next to be tortured again. Water to the canal, another wave of French long kisses under the heating. Quietly the room resounded in the wonderful music, from the master bedroom has been spread to the living room, and then filled in the presidential suite of every space, of course, in addition to the too little one by the absolute sound cover cage of the second bedroom except. This night was destined to be sleepless. A quarter of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. 5/4 of an hour. The sound-drenching battle subsided, embracing the bones of the good person warmly wonderful, stayed just retreated from the true meaning of life's hedonism. One hand wrapped around the good people, headlights in hand, the other hand looking through the cell phone short video. The atmosphere is quiet and beautiful. Muhanchu is so quietly leaning in the arms of the big pig's hooves, lazy, and he watched a short video. This is a very common thing, in her opinion is incomparable fulfillment and happiness. The flavor of love decay, at this moment since the room overflowed. Soon, a video attracted Muhanchu's attention, only to see the screen is in a restaurant card seat. Probably the scene is a blind date scene. A look with 9 points of big wave beauty, although then Muhanchu is to be a lot smaller, but as a girl is already enough to be proud. And on the opposite side of the big wave beauty is a fashionably dressed second generation. In addition to this there is a young loser who doesn't look very reliable. Obviously the girl in this scene is a blind date 2 objects at a time. Pa! The second generation youth on the screen glanced at the rival loser with contempt, not putting it in his eyes at all, and directly placed a bunch of car keys on the table, showing off his wealth in a stark manner. This is my 10 supercars. In addition, my family has 5 villas, and a company with a market value of more than $1 billion. As long as you do my girlfriend, supercars casually drive, villas I send you a set, the future company also has a share of you. Second generation youth ambition, face overflowing with all the dejected in superiority. The girl listened to the second generation youth's conditions are obviously very interested, but still looked to the other side of the calm self-centered loser youth. Hey, buddy. Take out whatever you have, don't say I won't give you a chance. The second generation youth mockingly voiced out. The meaning of watching jokes between his eyes was full. In the face of the second generation youth's foolishness, the loser youth did not have half a point of embarrassment, did not even pay attention to the second generation youth, but from the dishes on the table picked up a piece of leaf as well as 7 fish spines, and put the 7 fish spines on the top of the leaf. The second generation youth saw this scene was full of confusion. Beauty, this is my sincerity. Cocky youth looked up and down at the girl, the eyes of the blaze between the eyes is not the slightest bit hidden, and see the cocky youth in front of a leaf and 7 fish spikes, pretty face cannot help but the halo red incomparable. Eventually the big wave of beauty, pretty face full of happiness on the arm of the loser youth, the two rose toward the restaurant outside to go, leaving the empty second generation of youth in the wind messy. Big pig's hooves, see this is the real love. White eyes Yi Xian, Muhanchu Aaron voice said, once upon a time she has not long for love, only in the end cheap this big asshole. Love? Hearing his own wife's words, Yi Xian speechless a smile, God trampled on love this is completely set, a leaf 7 fish spines, really did not think that so low means of flirting with girls can also be successful. Cut, line you, cannot say people. Muhanchu not happy white eyes big pig hoof, and Yi Xian thud not done Muhanchu a clean brain, I line not you do not know it, against the sky you. Chapter 112 Little Hanchua, why don't we also try how about this 1 leaf 7 thorns? Pfft, no seriousness. The absolute generation of beauty winks like silk white eyes of his own man, this guy 3 or 2 sentences without a proper form, do not know what sins created in his previous life, this life is stalled on such a man. Little goblin, do you know what that loser youth operation means, just longing for love here? Seeing the tossed bad beauty's ignorant appearance in his arms, Yi Xian faintly laughed. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Muhanyu then looked towards a vegetable leaf that was still on the tabletop in the video as well as the 7 fish spines on it. What do you mean, isn't it because of love? Seeing Yi Xian's calm and relaxed demeanor, Muhanyu couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion well up in her heart. Bullshit love. Glancing at the screen, then pontificating to debunk speaking about the setup, a vegetable leaf and 7 fish spines, together is a leaf knight 7 spines times, can't you find something? When he spoke, Yi Xian intentionally increased his tone on the words leaf and thorn. Listening to Muhanchu, he first froze, and then his face flushed red abnormally. 1 leaf and 7 thorns actually means this. The 7 thorns of a leaf actually means this. I can't help but think of one scene after another, a leaf 7 thorns that youth really dare to pose, not afraid of being squeezed into a dry corpse. Do not say a leaf 7 thorns is a leaf 5 times, or even 4 times she cannot stand some, it is difficult to imagine a leaf 7 thorns how heartless. Little cold snow, how about we also try this 1 leaf 7 thorns? Favoringly stroking the hair that felt excellent to the touch, he said with interest. Muhanchu 1 leaf 7 thorns, you're going to get me killed. viciously glared at the big pig's hooves beside her. Just once let her be so tired, where can she still resist so many times? Your husband can't afford to give up. Big hand along the hair to the unbearable surplus, a grip touch, excellent waist, full of magnetic voice, get dead, your husband have to be more sad. Of course, there is Yi Xian in, death is impossible, this life is impossible to get dead. Joking? Yi Xian is a man with a system, as long as the peach blossom immortal brew is in place, not to mention the 7 thorns of a leaf, it is a leaf 10 times, 15 times, or even 20 times is not a problem. However, the premise is that Yi Xian's rations are sufficient, or else he will laugh if he is really squeezed dry, and it is estimated that he will become the most miserable person in this world. However, that second-generation youth isn't without a chance to win. Looking at the screen, that the second-generation youth confused look did not sell the story. If that youth will put a fishbone on the top of a small spoon, so guaranteed that the girl to make a very different answer. A fishbone? A small spoon? A splinter and a spoon, what the hell? Is a tablespoon that something, just? That's way too little, not to mention that the big piggies was 5 or 6 times more than that. Of course, if this was heard by the other cute girls, they would definitely die of envy. 5 or 6 times more, that must be extra special happiness. A fishbone on top of a small spoon, what does that mean? After thinking about it for a little while, Mu Hanyua's beautiful eyes turned to Yi Xian. Obviously she was incredibly eager to know, what exactly is the meaning of that one fish splinter and a small spoon? It was even more powerful than 1 leaf and 7 thorns. It wasn't just her, it was estimated that other people would also have the same doubts when they heard this. Want to know? Seeing the curious baby look of the beautiful person in his arms, it was very beautiful, especially the pair of eagerly awaiting hopeful eyes, as well as the flickering pink face. Come, kiss your husband. Mu Hanxue, you. Love to say no, hum. Listening to that big pig's hooves taking advantage of herself again in a positive way, Mu Hanxue hummed fiercely and whitened that guy, only the more so the more she was curious about the meaning of that prick of a tablespoon. That's how people are, always curious about the unknown. Yi Xian didn't say anything more, he just quietly smiled and looked at his own wife. He ate this little goblin to death, everything was under his control. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Silent atmosphere lasted for more than 10 seconds of time. Finally curiosity drove under the Mu Hanyue, bit her silver teeth, blowing a 10,000 reluctant kiss in that big pig's hoof face, beautiful eyes filled with nothing but dislike or dislike. Now can say it. After saying that it's not too much, cackling and biting her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes aimed at a certain stupid place. If you can't tell a reason, see, this young lady won't bite you to death. For Mu Hanyue's appearance, Yi Xian faintly smiled. Our little goblin sheds off. Poof. What can't I give up? Undoubtedly, close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black. Under Yi Xian's subtle influence, our heroine, Mu Hanxue, gradually went farther and farther away on the path of blackening at an extremely visible speed. There's a saying that behind every woman who blackens there's an enlightenment star who points the way. Undeniably, Yi Xian was the man in Mu Hanyue's life who assumed the role of an enlightened star. Actually, this is similar to the previous 1 leaf, 7 spines, except that the vegetable leaf is replaced with a small spoon, and a fish spine is placed on top of a spoon, which means 1 spine times and 1 small spoon times. With the previous experience, Mu Hanyue understood the mystery after hearing Yi Xian's words, and her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly widened. A prick in a small spoon. The impact as well as the image of this wave was 1 point more than before. Not having a similar experience was fine. What was bad was that Mu Hanxue's endurance was more than 1 TSP since her body was transformed by the peach blossom immortal brew. The most important thing is that big pig's hooves really do it, and also swam with ease. At a certain moment, not knowing what came to mind, Mu Hanxue's pretty face rose up in a reddish hue, and under the atmosphere of the lights, this moment of Mu Hanxue was exceptionally beautiful. However, as the man with the system plus the master of the paragraph player Yi Xian, how could it end there? In the middle of Mu Hanxue's doubtful life, the unscrupulous tart voice came out once again. Of course, if the strength of 1 small spoon is not enough, then you can put a fishbone on top of 2 small spoons, 3, 4, or even more small spoons. Pft, cough cough. Big soul, you're going to die. Listening to the words of the big pig's hoof, Mu Hanyue's pretty face was on fire. Also 2, 3, 4. Is this big pig's hoof going to stab for 2, 3, or even 4, 5 or 6 hours at a time? If that's the case, she really doesn't dare to imagine what kind of picture it would be. Asshole. That big soul. One shouldn't have asked him that. Too bad, too bad, too bad. What to do? So what, to strangle him? Chapter 113, Big Pig Feet, this miss bites you to death. In the room. A naked Muhanchua, that gnashing of teeth appearance, almost will be in front of the big pig's hooves bite to death. That big soul fade and led her to that guy's shamelessness has a new cognition. That guy, what is the meaning of, said to her to listen to it, what a leaf 7 thorns, what a thorn a small spoon, even worse still 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, but also let her not let live. You a big bad egg, see this lady not kill you. The heart is like a deer colliding with the Muhanchua, the face is hot to raise the unbearable surplus of a hold of the slender hand is going to hit towards the big pig's hooves. However, a flip was erected by Yi Xian's right hand forefinger against the lips, erected a finger to stop the small cold snow. The playwright on the body of Yi Xian's solemn appearance was actually Muhanchua to bluffed. What's wrong? Not paying the slightest bit of attention to the headlights being crushed into a round cake, it was obvious that she had long gotten used to this scene. Instead, this feeling of fullness made her feel very safe and comfortable. I have something very serious to tell you. Superb acting breakingly, originally to struggle Muhanchua is also a heartbeat, the color is also solemn a lot, you say. This matter concerns the feelings between us, especially important. This matter is. Pause to come a little voice, completely attracted the attention of the pressed little goblin. Long night long, why don't we try the operation of one stab for 2 hours first? Muhanchua, you bastard. Don't even think about it. Cold snort, was deceived feelings of Muhanchua heart that called a gas. She just really thought that bastard has something important. Together he again a mind to think of bullying her. That big soul, in the future is to believe that there are ghosts in the world, but also cannot believe that his mouth. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. Between the words, skillful operation unfolds, the smoke-free battlefield draws the curtain. In addition to that, Yi Xian even more unscrupulous use of the peach blossom immortal brewing, and enough 2 drops, with a superb god-level universal magnetic ability attached to the top of that, although it is 2 hours, but he is not satisfied with this. Big pig's hooves, this lady bites you to death. Muhanchua, who was infuriated, didn't know where to get the strength, directly rolled over and got up. That gesture had the meaning of revitalizing his wife. In addition, the room and the battle iterative at the same time, Yi Xian to with the divine level control of the sky ability, so that the air sprinkled in up the pattering rain, in the room vaguely able to hear. The reason why, that is because Yi Xian feel in the battle with this kind of sound, has a different flavor. The next day, the sunrise. Muhanchua only then opened the lazy hazy sleep eyes, beautiful eyes blinking open, into the eye is certainly last night tossing endless sky, although she does not know how long tossing, but can be sure than ever before any time to long, and a thought of yesterday that guy do not know the output of how many times, the face just cannot help but swooning red. That bastard is a bottomless pit. You? Looking at me for what? Being stared at by that badass guy. Muhanchua's head involuntarily surfaced last night's scene. Shy people, if there is a crack in the ground here and there she will definitely not hesitate to drill in. Hee, of course it is to see my home beautiful body times great wife. Surveying the unobstructed view, Yi Xian scat and lamented. He didn't know how many lifetimes of good fortune he had repaired. This life let him meet such a superb wife. That's for sure. Of course this young lady is the most beautiful woman under the sky. Listening to the big pig's hooves compliments, Muhanchua grunted and said without the slightest bit of modesty, after all, there isn't any woman who doesn't like other people to praise her for being beautiful, especially if this person is the most important man in her life. That's right, don't even look at whose woman it is. Seeing Muhanchua's arrogance like a fighting peacock, followed by a deeper meaning, and especially capable. That still need to say, this lady of course capable. You. Rascal. Halfway through her words Muhanchua realized that something was wrong, especially the bad smile at the corner of that big pig's hoof's mouth, obviously bullying her again. Her pretty face swooned and she was frantic inside. You big bastard, come over here, I promise not to beat the shit out of you. The furious Muhanchua didn't care about the beautiful scenery floating. The butterflies danced towards that big pig's hoof that was bullying her, ready to teach him a hard lesson, or else a hard bite to vent out would also be good. However, where she is Yi Xian's opponent, fooling around for 5 or 6 minutes is not a certain unscrupulous guy inviting the red face. From the beginning, this is destined to be an unfair struggle. When the two came out, the two little ones were holding the remote control and looking at the TV in the living room. The reason why they know that Papa Mama hasn't come out yet is because they have more important things to talk about. Grandma said Papa Mama is going to give them a younger brother in the future. Of course, if Muhanchua knew what the two daughters were thinking at the moment, she didn't know if she would hang the two little ones up and beat them. The hotel staff, a girl with 9 points in appearance, white skin, and beautiful temperament is also good. Pushing the food cart with 3 then her appearance is slightly inferior, but also has nearly 9 points and the value of the girl came to the room, will be prepared by the hotel breakfast carefully put good on the table. Several beautiful girls, without traces of Yixin, threw winks with the perfect avoidance of Mu Hanshue's line of sight. Their meaning is very obvious. In front of such a powerful gold master, they even hitched a little relationship with this life, or eating and drinking no worries. The most important reason is that the gold master is also so handsome. Completely with their hearts, Prince Charming is nothing different. Honestly, even if this handsome irresponsible, to a walk encounter, even if they can pay for it. However, when they saw the living room wearing Yixin's shirt, Mu Hanshue, the impulsive mood, as if by -15 degrees of cold water hit the head, instantly pulled back to reality. They know that there is this kind of beautiful face of the woman in, they have no chance. Sir, ma'am, this is the breakfast that our hotel has carefully prepared for our customers. I wish you a pleasant meal. That face value of more than 9 points of the girl, sweet voice came very good. No doubt in this aspect of the hotel has put a lot of effort. This girl's salary irony is not low. After sending breakfast, leave the room, carefully close the door. After all, can afford to live in this kind of house, non-rich or noble. Completely not they, a small wage earner can offend. Wow, a lot of good food, finally can eat. Long ago small belly grumbling protests Tong Tong and Meng Meng, chirping around the table, enjoying a delicious breakfast, although not even half as good as the poop cooking, but now they are really super hungry. Eat for a while, the little belly is not as hungry as before, the two little ones only then will focus on mama body. Cannot help but open wide flashing big eyes. Mama seems to have become beautiful again. Aha, it seems that the poop is bullying mama again. Every time the poop has bullied mama, mama has become prettier. Mu Hanshue. Go, what are you talking nonsense about? Hurry up and eat. Glared at the two little guys, and then complained about Yixin. Obviously in her opinion it must be that this guy is teaching them indiscriminately. Originally as well, POA must have bullied Mama Butterfly. Chattering until the end of breakfast, the two little ones only ended the topic of POA bullying Mama. Breakfast ended, the two little ones were playing in the living room. Mu Hanshue grudgingly glared hard at Yixin. Big pig's hooves, it's all your fault, made you so hard yesterday. Blame me? I'm not taking the blame for this. Aimed at Mu Hanshue, his mind floated last night's Mumu, couldn't help but blazing eyes once again looked up and down the more charismatic beauty. I remember yesterday you were not like this. Originally I intend to end with a stab for 2 hours, but you don't let quite, now blame me. You still say that? Listening to the words of that big soul, Mu Hanshue, pretty face rolling hot, cannot wait to immediately out of the big pig's hooves to strangle. The guy with 1,000 knives cannot say less, say a sentence. Originally as well. To be honest, you yesterday really unusually different it, if every day to come once, that must be especially happy. Ignoring Mu Hanshue's murderous gaze, he lamented to himself about last night's performance of little Hanshue. You, shut up. Clenching her silver teeth, Mu Hanshue's face was red to the back of her ears. She got up early in the morning and found out from Big Piggy that last night they had actually tossed and turned for more than 3 hours. Chapter 114. A guy who got lucky, also dare to clamor in my China. The living room was playing the two little ones, heard Mama frantic hysterical voice, the two gazes searching eyes looked over, the corner of the mouth cannot help but reveal the arc of happiness, they super like to see Mama by the poop this bullying it. However, the two little ones will never know what kind of inhuman ordeal their mama went through last night. Sir, ma'am, take care, welcome to come back next time. Kennedy Hotel lobby on the first floor, the two beautiful skin white front desk ladies sweet voice out, like a mountain stream of fresh water to make people comfortable physically and mentally. I have to say that high specification hotels to give people the experience is not ordinary. Leaving the Kennedy Hotel, driving toward the Imperial Airport, ready to take the plane back to the Magic City. Tap on the car radio channel, it is clearly the broadcast frequency of the Imperial Capital Music Radio. The sweet and nice voice came out from the stereo. Good morning everyone, it is now 8:30 in the morning. The Imperial Capital Music Radio accompanies you through every day, a new day, a new beginning. The following song of musical talent Yixin's Where's Daddy Going? Is sent to all the parents and children. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Ha! Hearing the voice of the music radio station's announcer, Mu Hanshue was stunned. Where's Daddy going? Wouldn't that be Dadby, do you know how to sing, little star? No, I don't. Then the voices of the two little ones and that big pig's hooves came to his ears, and it was obvious that this song was the one that had been sung by the vagrant singers near the Port of Love restaurant in Laurel Tree Village earlier. Hee hee, Popa Popa, this is the song we sang, yay. The first song was sung by us, so happy. The two little ones were chattering, happiness and fulfillment welling up on their little faces. Also in the car driving between, full of sweet spoiled voice dazzle and open. There's a cool guy in my house. 3 heads, 6 arms, invulnerability. He's got a little bit of a thick palm. Held me and learned to walk. Listening to the long-lost song, The corners of Mu Hanyua's mouth also couldn't help but raise in a stunningly beautiful arc. About a quarter of an hour's time, a handsome drift steadily parked in the airport open-air parking space. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, he saw a wave of conflict occurring at the entrance of the airport from a long distance away. Hee hee, there's a lot of people over there in poop. Aha, must be super funda. Not afraid of the big two little guys pulled their poop toward the airport entrances surging over, leaving Mu Hanyua alone slightly stunned, looking at the back of a big two small three people aggrieved, clucked and biting the silver teeth, that bastard really will be the love of the two little guys all snatched away, too hateful. Just at this time, the airport entrance a blonde blue-eyed foreign youth, faces full of condescending disdain to look at the opposite side of the several people. Not I say, the so-called great Chinese martial arts a mess, stay in your China for more than a few months, I can fight or not, completely with the sick man undoubtedly. The voice of the youth is obviously not small, this person named Evan, the Imperial City International Mixed Martial Arts Competition champion, countless domestic masters are all defeated by Evan. Evan is not only a 6th degree black belt in karate, but also a 4th degree black belt in taekwondo and a 3rd degree black belt in judo, and is also the next president of the Mi National Martial Arts Association. Of course these are not the most important thing is that this person's age is only 25 years old, is young and strong, if the future to let it become the president of the Mi National Martial Arts Association, with his attitude towards China, definitely not a good thing. You fart. Opposite one of the 15 or 16-year-old teenager, full of anger staring straight at the opposite side of that Evan, if the eyes can kill Evan has long been dead I don't know how many times. This teenager is the current president of the Martial Arts Association Taiji sect Master Yang Honyu's youngest disciple Feng Qian, beside him are the companions of various factions. The youthful Feng Qian had always been proud of being a member of the Martial Arts Association, where could he see Evan being so denigrating? Senior Feng. That person is the champion of this year's mixed martial arts competition, don't easily offend. Not good. The elite disciples of each faction a few people have not yet finished, beside the figure of Feng Qian has already disappeared, only to see the bottom of Feng Qian's feet a wipe of a Taiji footwork came to the field. Humiliate my Chinese martial arts, Taiji door Feng Qian please teach. The red face of Feng Qian regal eyes staring at Evan, since childhood as an orphan, he has been with the master, that is, Taiji sect master Yang Hongyu living in the Martial Arts Association, has long been the Martial Arts Association as their own home, and his ambition is the Taiji sect as well as China's martial arts fame all over the world, all the people who degrade China's martial arts are his Feng Qian's enemies. The first time he said this, Feng Qian said, I don't know what to do. Feng Qian's words immediately attracted the attention of all parties. This teenager is quite familiar. Hey, can he not look familiar? Didn't you listen to his own introduction? Feng Qian of Taiji sect is the young genius of Taiji sect. No, it is said that although this Feng Qian is only 15 or 16 years old, his strength is ranked at least in the top 3 in the younger generation of Taiji sect. The future Taiji sect master, or even the existence of the next president of my Chinese Martial Arts Association is likely to become the next president of my country. This is estimated to be a big deal, that Evan is also not simple, the same as rumored to have been internally designated as the president of the Mi Wushu Association. This is the future of the younger generation's matchup going to happen today? Chattering sound from all sides of the hot discussion, and the captain of the team of Rice Karate Black Belt 8th paragraph, Jiu-Jitsu Black Belt 7th paragraph of Valmont, is also one of the vice president of the Rice Wushu Association. This time he led the team on the one hand is to destroy the prestige of the Chinese martial arts, and secondly, is to let the Evan make a name for himself. Feng Qian? He is probably the future president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, a bit interesting. Seeing the person who came, Valmont recognized his identity at the first time, after all, the future of the martial arts of the two sides of Rice in China, so he couldn't help but pay attention to it. Thinking about this, the corner of Valmont's mouth revealed a fox-like sinister and cunning arc. Evan, since Taiji sect's young genius invited to fight, there is no reason not to take it. Make sure to accompany Taiji sect's young genius to have a good sparring session, do not point to the end. Understood, President Valmont. It is said that snakes and rats, warmongs meaning Evan immediately understand, originally this time to China is to make a name for himself, this time the appearance of the small genius of the Taiji sect Feng Qian, undoubtedly is the best choice to maximize his fame, and he is also very clear, warmong chairman of the point to the end, in fact, is to the greatest strength will be that Feng Qian defeated, even to nullify him. As long as no one is killed, with their embassy's ability, they can completely press this matter. A time against Feng Qian's plot quietly unfolded. Once again, the line of sight to the opposite side of the Fengqian, Evan's mouth curved up with a touch of arc. The future hope of the Chinese martial arts world, if you can defeat this kid or even destroyed, then undoubtedly will be able to for this trip to China, drew a successful conclusion. However, at the moment Evan no matter how do not know what is waiting for him to what is the end of the unprecedented. Fengqian genius, beat that rice country kid, let him know my great China is not good bully. That's right, a guy who got lucky, also dare to clamor in my China. Don't know the depth of the surrounding airport pedestrians, are all have spit. Several airport security to see this scene, pondered for a moment also did not come forward. After all, both sides they cannot afford to offend, can only let the situation develop, and at this moment, just Tong Tong and Meng Meng pulled their omnipotent poop came to the entrance of the airport. Around the chattering sound of Yixian was stunned, and then the eyes looked to the field, will be the name of the Evans. The genius of the Rice Country Martial Arts Association mouth corner of the vicious arc of bad smile, and Evan, and indistinctly do not know that his little mind and Yixian eyes have nothing to hide. Chapter 115 Poop is so powerful, beat all those bad guys. Watch the move. Came close to Fengqian and Evan's sparring has begun, fists and palms intersected with each other in a flash collision issued a dull sound, a move under Fengqian retreated 5 or 6 steps and Evan only half a step back. Seeing this scene, each faction's companion hurriedly called to report the matter here to the Martial Arts Association. Under this move already explains everything, Fengqian is definitely not that Evan's opponent. A genius from Taiji sect, is this the strength? With a move to repel Fengqian, Evan's vanity was bursting. She glanced at Fengqian with contempt and didn't babble anymore as she wanted to defeat the brat in front of her as fast as she could. If that's all there is to it, then defeat. Brush sound, Evan's voice fell figure has already disappeared from the original place, and then a roundhouse kick towards Fengqian's head. Obviously this move has been planned for a long time, want to use the domineering moves to defeat him, so that he will be famous for the expansion of the scheme to the maximum. Thinking about this, Evan's eyes flashed a ray of cruelty, and the speed of his legs suddenly increased by several points again. What? Not good, quick flash. Master Feng, be careful. The companions of each faction saw Evan suddenly difficult to put a vicious move, heart secretly bad rush out to remind. Obviously this move if it goes down, light will be seriously injured, heavy will be in fear of their lives or possible. They never thought that the opposite that Evan so ruthless. Ah, poop that brother is in danger. Those people foreigners are too bad. The two little ones saw that their brother on the stage was in danger and chirped, POA let's save that brother okay, those big bad guys are too bad. Bad enough indeed. Yixian obviously didn't have much good feelings for the Miguiyin either, perhaps it was the perception from his previous life that was at work. Bad. The many people around the airport, this time is also the road eyes straight staring at the field, of course they do not want to see Fengqian failed, after all, that blonde blue-eyed rice boy is too hateful. Boom. Expected Fengqian was Evan a kick flying scene did not happen, but in the electric stone sparks, a figure appeared in front of Fengqian's body, explored as if through the space of the hand of the heavens, as the claws of the dragon general precise grasp Evan kicked to the right foot ankle. That's right, Yixian chose to take action. On the one hand, his daughter's request he will not refuse, on the other hand, the penmanship of young people eating face is really very difficult to see. Then gently grip, click crisp bone cracking sound from the field swung up, then miserable from that scream is from Evan's mouth, sudden right foot ankle bone crack. How can he withstand it? What? Evan's companion was confused on the spot, completely unable to react to what just happened. When that guy appeared, they actually did not have a trace of awareness. Yes, handsome brother is saved. Poop is awesome, go for it. Between the silence that filled the scene, the two little ones' cheering voices rang out in a complimentary manner. Evan's chest was depressed and short of breath at this time, and with a poof, a mouthful of humongous red blood spurted out. Come on Poopy, knock those bad guys down. Ow. Evan, who had screamed miserably, the pain that pierced through the limit came from his wrist, instantly causing him to scream miserably once again, a small face all grimacing in pain. And this is still Yixian only used a trace of force of the situation. If it is to increase the power of a point, it is estimated that Evan's hand is not as simple as cracking the bones, directly by Yixian grip into the possibility of flesh and mud have. Hiss. Misty grass? Who is this dude? All good bullish hands. That this year's mixed martial arts competition youth group champion was actually grabbed with one hand to break his ankle. This. Really fake, this must be how powerful. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they were all abuzz. Fengqian's several companions, at this moment, were also shocked looking at the field, their eyes staring straight at the field, not moving away for a moment. Obviously the impact of this scene on them was too big. Bastard, you seek death. A body of glory, with countless halo of ebon eyes red, face as much as was hideous and resentment crawling all over, teeth and claws toward the opposite side of that hateful guy pounced up, resentment of the gaze of can kill, at this moment Yi Xian has long been torn into pieces. I'll waste you. Evan's only thought at the moment was to make the kid in front of him pay the price in blood. However, before he could get close, he only saw Yi Xian's figure flash, and in the next moment, he directly pushed Evan away with a palm. The entire person transformed into a black aura, instantly appearing 5 or 6 meters away, and crashed into the large pillar at the entrance of the airport, and puffed a mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out, and both his knees flopped down on the ground just in time to give a knee in the direction of Yi Xian and Feng Qian. Taiji step, Taiji palm, this. Feng Qian, who was closest to Yi Xian, the whole person's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost. How could it be? Is the Taiji palm method with the footwork even so powerful? The reason why Feng Qian is so, that is because this kind of effect even his master Taiji palm master Yang Hongyu cannot do. You. Pooh. Impossible. Before falling unconscious, Evan stared with wide eyes full of disbelief, unable to accept. He couldn't accept such a huge failure as well as a gap in strength. Hiss. Crap, this dude is so raw, directly knocking people out 5 or 6 meters away, born with God's power. My Chinese martial arts is so profound, is it not something that you and other curmudgeons can defame? The aura of a generation of masters instantly shrouded the entire airport entrance. Feng Qian's impact was the most violent, his heart's worship and admiration soared. Evan. You, asshole. Together, cripple him. Evan's many companions, seeing Evan being dry-humped in 2 moves, the anger in their hearts soared, and they attacked towards Yi Xian with a holler, without a hint of hesitation. I'm not sure if you're kidding. If that brat didn't pay the price today, all of them would have no face to see the domestic association crowd. Oh, group attack. Seeing the siege of about a dozen people, Yi Xian's face did not have the slightest panic. Today, I will let you see what is called Chinese martial arts. The figure flashed, then Yi Xian disappeared in the same place. This time, since he went out, he would teach them how to behave by the way. Thumb. Floating steps appeared, the next moment directly just fierce palms slapped to the side of the face of a companion of Evan, snapping clear sound, as if 1,000 pounds of giant palms slapped down the surface of a calm lake, and then that person was transformed into a stream of light flew to a few meters away, and was directly smoked by a palm flying out. This is powerful Vajra palm. The Shaolin lay disciple who came with Feng Qian stared at the field in shock and confusion, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? He wasn't wrong. What that person in the field was using at the moment was the Shaolin centuries-old lost skill, the powerful Vajra palm. It's just that. What he is using is actually Taiji footwork, this. Thinking of this, that Shaolin lay disciple was even more full of dumbfounded horror. Their Shaolin and Taiji sects boxing and footwork paths are very different, and can even be said to be completely contradictory, but under the use of this person in front of me, it is so smooth and natural, without any stagnation. Undoubtedly, the scene here completely broke their inherent cognition. Powerful Vajra palm with Taiji footwork, this operation. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, including Feng Qian, several elite children of various sects were all confused. What did they see? How did that guy do it? Boom 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 boom. Palms flying, under each palm there is a person was drawn out, 3 people, 5 people, 10 people. In less than a minute's time, more than 10 people were lying on the ground, and the only one standing in the field was the vice president of the Mi Wushu Association, Valmont. Looking at the ground full of members of the association, Valmont eyelids wildly jumped more than, you asshole. The scene here, it wasn't that Valmont hadn't thought of stepping in, but underweighing the situation he realized that he was most likely not an opponent to the other party, and although it was possible for him to win, it was highly unlikely. He couldn't afford to take that risk. To be honest, if not for you denigrating my Chinese martial arts, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to make me fight. Valmont, you put. Anger and fire, the end of the warmong almost lungs were exploded, even let him out of the chance. According to a bastard is too crazy. Under the indignation, directly be angry spit out 3 liters of blood, face white as snow, the whole person's complexion is shriveled up quite a lot. Unbridled. What kind of person dares to openly strike against a person from my Rice Martial Arts Association? Just when Valmont had the heart to strangle Yi Xian, an angry shout came out, and then a figure surrounded the field with a group of people, and in an instant, the field was surrounded tightly. Chapter 116 Poop, you don't know it yet, right? Grandpa Long is super powerful. Imperial Capital Airport. Loaded guns, heavily armed, the sound of guns being loaded rang out endlessly, and then aimed at the field. There were more than 30 people, the target was extremely clear, and it was precisely Yi Xian who had fucked over all of their compatriots. Embassy chief, it is this kid, he must be brought to justice, otherwise what is the prestige of our country? Seeing Phil arrive, Valmont immediately came to the bottom. This matter, if not handled well, will definitely produce international disputes. At that time, the impact on China will be immeasurable. Obviously, Phil and his entourage were called by Valmont. Ha! Hearing Valmont's words, Phil's eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Xian, looking up and down at this young kid in his early 20s. You're the one who injured me. Ding bell. Before Phil finished his words, a ringtone came from his body, and Phil, who had wanted to hang up, saw the caller ID Long Shuai, and his pupils shrank. Joking? This phone he did not dare not answer. This person is in charge of the existence of the War Department of the imperial capital of China, is a full of ruthless people. When the last embassy of their country, is because of this person spoke out of turn, was directly expelled from China, and never set foot in China, once found on the ground to kill. It is also because of this that Phil was able to sit on the seat of the Chinese embassy chief several years ago, otherwise how could it be his turn? What happened that night was still fresh in his mind, so he didn't dare to offend the god of death in the least over the years, for fear of stepping into the dust of the previous embassy chief if he didn't pay attention. Hey, Long Shuai. What? Hearing Long Wanli's words from the opposite side, Phil was surprised as he looked towards Yi Xian in the field, a wave of cool air rushing straight up his spine from the soles of his feet. Yes, well, I understand. Promise I won't harm him in the slightest. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, at this moment, Phil's heart then set off monstrous waves. How could this guy even let the Dragon Marshal personally call him this? Think carefully. Phil at this time thought of the process just Valmont said to himself, so young will have this kind of terrible strength, that the power behind it can be imagined. Embassy Elder, I think we should immediately arrest him and... Shut up. Before Vaman could finish, he was directly rebuked by Phil, and even more so, he glared at him with a fierce warning. Valmont saw Phil so solemn, also was chided dumbfounded. He is not stupid, just that call. Thinking about it, Vaman had a bad feeling. Seeing Valmont did not speak again, Phil coldly grunted, mad, this asshole almost let himself be ruined. Immediately, changed his face as if looking at Yi Xian. Oh, Mr. Yi Xian is sorry, it's Evan and the others who were unreasonable in the first place, here I'll make amends to you on their behalf. Airport security. Numerous passengers. Misty grass? This is... What the hell? In the crowd's dumbfounded look, Phil waved his hand and let his loaded men send Evan and his party of more than 10 people to the hospital, and then hoofed it out of the field. Jokingly, this is a place of wrongdoing he did not want to stay for a moment. Until Yi Xian line into the airport, the crowd of onlookers remained frozen in place, the mind over and over again floating in the scene just now. That dude in the end, what people, surprisingly, let the Hall of Rice embassy chief afraid to that kind of dog. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. It lasted for nearly 10 seconds before an ear-piercing scream filled every corner of the airport. Ah. I know. He is in Yi Xian, that yesterday at the Frost Child Goddess concert, that goddess song Yi Xian. Frost Goddess concert? God Yi Xian? Just now that embassy chief seems to call that dude Yi Xian. Could it be that? Crap. It was only at this moment that the crowd came back to their senses, that the person who had just dangled the mixed martial arts champion of the year, Evan, was actually the singing genius, Yi Xian. No wonder. Motherfucker, no wonder he looked so familiar at the first glance. It turns out that she is Yi Xian. Feng Qian, Yi Xian? That guy is still a singer? Just, how could, the strength of a singer? Ahem, even more powerful than his master. Taiji Fist, Taiji Steps, and Shaolin's lost power Vajra Palm. This person's strength is definitely the most powerful one he has ever seen. If he can worship him as a teacher, then in the future, his achievements will definitely be far beyond today. Thought of at this moment, looking at the already entered the airport Yi Xian, Master Slow, wait for me. Companions of all factions. Feng Qian's senior brother, this is too. Cough cough, betraying the division. On the other hand, into the airport Mu Hanshua ruthlessly white eyes Yi Xian, this is good. And out of the limelight, 3 days not out of the limelight you can go up to the house. He, Puppa did a good job, wahahaha. Mama, was the phone call just answered by that bad guy from Grandpa Long? The two little ones chattered, while Yi Xian, who was listening, was slightly stunned. Grandpa Long? Giggle, yeah Puppa, you don't know it yet, Grandpa Long is super powerful. All the soldiers in the imperial capital have to listen to him. Yi Xian. Little Han Shui, the Grandpa Long in their mouths wouldn't be. The Dragon Marshal in that embassy chief's mouth. Thinking of some sort of possibility, Yi Xian nodded his head and guessed. Mu Hanyue blinked Yi Xian and proudly, you guessed correctly. The Long Shuai in that embassy chief's mouth is Uncle Long. You may not believe me when I say it, he is the highest head of the imperial capital's war department, and is also the chief marshal of Huaxia. His status is only under the 5 elders. Put. Crap, Huaxia. War Department Chief Marshal. Spare Yi Xian, who had some preparation. When he heard Mu Hanyue's words, he couldn't help but burst out in foul language. This news was really a bit shocking. Oof, look at your unseen appearance. Seeing the big pig's hooves' rare surprise, Mu Hanyue humming dejectedly, as counting the family's treasure to Yi Xian, slightly revealing his side of the elders. So to you, my father, Shangwan Hongtian's father, and Uncle Long, the 3 of them are brothers who worshipped over the life. My dad is the oldest, Uncle Shangwan is the 2nd oldest, and Uncle Long is the 3rd oldest. Only in recent years, due to their identities all being rather special, they seldom meet up, but they have always cared for each other. Good guy. Listening to his own wife's words, Yi Xian scat out. To be able to become a life brothers with the Chinese War Department, the Mu family and Shangwan family's family lineage can be imagined. It is simply a miracle that Laozi can survive from 3 years ago to now. To know, 3 years ago, if Mu Hanyue's father knew that he had taken his precious daughter's one blood, he was afraid that 10,000 lives would not be enough for him to die. What? Isn't it that you're feeling pressurized? If it was before, Mu Hanyue categorically would not say this, but with the contact she found that this big pig's hoof is even more mysterious than she thought. Of course, saying this is just to let him have a thought preparation. The pressure is fine, it's just that I didn't expect to sleep with such a great potential 3 years ago. Thinking back to 3 years ago, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Pfft, potential, you a big head of ghosts, not a positive line, hum. Petite hummed, fiercely glared at that big pig's hooves, their own worry about his stress is blindly worrying. This time also do not forget to take advantage of him, hateful big bastards. It should be made to know that from the beginning of the dragon uncle and the attention of him, scared to death of that big soul. Chapter 117, beat him down, and Poop will tell you ghost stories. Rice Embassy, en route. Embassy Elder, you just that is. Until leaving the airport for a long time, seeing Phil for a slight sigh of relief, Valmont this only out of the blue asked, intuition tells him that the person called Yi Xian is very uncomplicated, or else will not let their embassy chief so react. There's no need to ask anything, and I won't say anything because I don't want to seek death. As expected, Phil didn't answer Vamon's question positively, because some things were not for people like Vamon to know. He paused his voice and felt the need to remind the vice president of this domestic martial arts association. I can only remind you that Yi Xian is not something you can offend. The person behind him is nothing more than an insignificant small role, even if I am. When I came here before the previous embassy chief because of the daughter of the forces behind the protection of Yi Xian is not good, directly expelled from the border of Huaxia, and never to enter Huaxia, and strictly ordered that once he is in the territory of Huaxia, he will never enter Huaxia, but he will never enter Huaxia, so he will never enter Huaxia. And it is strictly ordered that once the last Kazan embassy chief is found in Chinese territory, he will be killed on the spot. Vamon. Master Embassy, what are you saying, that Yi Xian? The power behind him is so big. Vamon was not a fool. Phil's words had already explained a lot of things. In short, it was one sentence: if he continued to target Yi Xian, he was afraid that in the end, he wouldn't even know how to die. What he didn't know was that what Phil said was only a part of the secret information of that year. The Kazan embassy chief was expelled from the country. Of course, the domestic parliament was furious. However, in the face of the Chinese general marshal, they even condemned it without the slightest effect, and under the circumstances of necessity, this was in order to preserve the international image and block this news. Over the years, Phil only knew that the dragon marshal rarely showed up, and the person he wanted to protect, no one could move. Moreover, no one dared to move. You think so? Coldly glancing at Valmont, be honest, in the future in Huaxia, I can still want to live for a few more years. While Phil was implicitly revealing the secret information, on the other side, Yang Hongyu, the Taiji sect master of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, as well as the sect masters of the various sects, also came to the field. Greetings to the president, all sect masters. The elites of the various sects along with Feng Qian bowed and saluted at the sight of Yang Hongyu and the sect masters. HM. As the current president of the Huaxia Martial Arts Association, Yang Hongyu nodded his head and gave a his eyes swept over the field, his eyebrows slightly condensed and flashed with worry. Where is Feng Qian? The elites of each faction, President, rest assured, Feng Chang brother, he is fine. Half an hour ago that the Rice Country of the Year mixed martial arts champion learned Evan, to my Chinese martial arts outbursts, Feng Chang brother angry. Then a few people are chattering, eyebrows flying, colorful dance, very excited. Will Yi Xian strong hanging beat Evan line of things set out. However, when they heard that Yi Xian had beaten Evan and his party with the out-of-body Taiji fist, Taiji steps, and Shaolin's lost power Vajrapalm, the sect leaders were all astonished with their eyes welling up. By the way, President, all the sect masters, I've recorded the video here. One of the Kongdong sect's elites took out his cell phone and skillfully clicked on the video, and then played the scene where Yi Xian had just been possessed as if he was a god of war. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It was only after seeing Feng Qian shouting after him for master that the video stopped. Yang Hongyu stared at the video in amazement, while the sect heads breathed a deep sigh of relief. That little guy's stance is not simple. No, a conservative estimate of the number one person in the Martial Arts Association is probably not its opponent. What kind of person is this kid, to be able to perfectly fuse the Taiji footwork with the long-lost power Vajrapalm? The sect masters lamented, especially Shaolin Abbot Jishuan, Amatba Buddha, if this son can be under my Shaolin's tutelage, in the future, my Shaolin will surely flourish under his leadership. The sect masters. Yang Hongyu smiled slightly when he heard Jishuan's voice. Worshipping under Shaolin's door is a lie, then Jishuan is afraid that he is thinking of their long-lost Shaolin skill, the great forest Vajrapalm. If it is possible, let this little guy be the president of our Martial Arts Association in the future. What do you all think? Yang Hongyu's wise eyes stared at Yi Xian in the screen. His intuition told him that that little guy was far from as simple as what they saw. Oh? The heads of the various sects all lit up. That young man at such a young age has such a high strength. If he waited for a few more years, even they would not be able to compete. In this way, the disadvantage of their Huaxia Martial Arts Association would be completely reversed. Amatba Buddha, I see this can be. Shaolin Abbot Jishuan put his hands together and said in a serious manner, of course the biggest reason was that in this way, their Shaolin lineage's specialty, the powerful Vajrapalm, would once again regain its former glory. Right in between Yang Hongyu and Jishuan and the others' discussion, the Imperial Capital VIP waiting room. Puff. Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. A youth hurriedly entered the VIP waiting room, without saying a word, directly kneeling on both knees, that kneeling, traveling clouds and flowing water smoothly and naturally, as well as that address, completely without a trace of stagnation. Mu Hanshue. Yeah, Pupa, it's that big brother. He, is big brother going to worship Papa as his master? Tong Tong and Meng Meng saw big brother kneeling down as if he was paying homage to Papa. Their little faces overflowed with arrogance and pride, and their admiration for Papa soared even higher. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 366 Milk Daddy value from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 366 Milk Daddy value from Meng Meng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 366 Milk Daddy value from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host to obtain from Meng Meng's Milk Daddy value plus 366. High-quality Milk Daddy value harvest. Yi Xian faintly smiled, for Feng Qian's worship is obviously not very cold. After all, compared to the Shangwan Hongtian, in front of the kid can be more than a star and a half point worse. Unable to help but while Yi Xian's sight aimed at the two smiling little guys, a thought surged in his mind. Feng Qian right. Looking deeply at Feng Qian, it's not impossible to want to worship me as a teacher. There are still 10 minutes before the plane takes off. As long as you don't fall at the hands of Tong Tong and Meng Meng within 10 minutes, I will accept you as my disciple. Feng Qian. Tong Tong and Meng Meng, is it? Feng Qian was first stunned, then his eyesight looked at the two little ones, obviously realizing something. Cough, this. Not good. I think you should be worried about yourself. The corners of his mouth curved into a taboo arc, then he looked at the two little ones. Tong Tongs are more able. Let Papa see if you have been lazy these days. Knock him down. POA will tell you guys ghost stories. Oh. Yi Xian, who was following the good advice, was too clear about the soft underbelly of the two little ones. As expected, when they heard that POA was going to tell them ghost stories, their eyes were flooded with a bright aura. Really deh. He, great, that big brother, hurry up and come, we'll beat you down. The two little guys are full of energy and eager to try. In the Feng Qian dumbfounded look and the fist rubbing, the appearance of milk fierce. However, it is not known that this scene has just been in the monitoring room, has been waiting for a long time. Yang Hongyu as well as the sect masters to see in the eyes, but the next scene really let them open the skeptical mode of life. Chapter 118 Papa, that big brother is so resistant to beating. Waiting VIP room. Feng Qian saw the two little guys' big words appearance, the bottom of the heart gritted his teeth, hardened his heart in madness with the two little munchkins to move. If this matter spreads out, he is afraid to find a crack in the ground. However, in order to be able to worship the master in front of him, this is all worth it. Two little sisters, sorry. Feng Qian is like a tiger entering a sheep's flock towards the two little ones. The force is well mastered. However, the two little ones will not be polite. After all, they want to defeat this big brother and then listen to the ghost stories told by the poop. Boom! Before Feng Qian reacted, he saw two identical little guys, dry and sharp little pink fists directly smashed in Feng Qian's abdomen. Originally not much care, Feng Qian directly into a crayfish bowed body, was two little guys smashed out, 2 or 3 meters away. Yang Hongyu, the sect masters. Wizards, these two little guys are so strong. Yang Hongyu's eyes blossomed with essence. His focus was not at all on his abused disciple. This Taiji palm technique makes it completely comparable to a 7 or 8-year-old expert. No, this is. Which has the shadow of my Bagua Sec's Bagua fist. Bagua Sec's Feng Tianyu's eyes widened, staring at the monitor screen incredulously. There seems to be my Kongdong Sec's Kongdong palm as well. Ahem, it seems that there is also Xingyi Quan. Surprisingly, the two little guys also know the powerful Kongdong palm. At this moment, everyone including Yang Hongyu looked at the operation of the two little guys, and the entire crowd was dumbfounded at what they saw. Boom 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 boom. Under the two little guys' one-sided crushing, Feng Qian was quickly punched into a pig's head face, and his body was also blue and purple, and his ribs were all broken by the two milky ferocious little guys for an unknown number of roots. With a fluttering sound, unparalleled severe pain came out from Feng Qian's body, and his entire little face became somewhat hideous because of his grimace. Stormy little loli. That's right, this was the unanimous mind of Yang Hongyu at this moment along with the sect masters, except that their minds were all shaken to no small degree. The Taiji sect's favored disciple was unilaterally crushed by two little munchkins. This was enough to explain a lot. For just two little ones to be like this, wouldn't that young man's strength not even be a match for us? At this moment, they realized an extremely serious problem. Yang Hongtian looked at this scene and took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a refined aura. If this person serves as the president of the Wushu Association, he will surely be able to make the Chinese martial arts famous in the world, and will carry my Wushu Association forward. Dear travelers, please pay attention, the HX-354 flight to Mordor will take off in 10 minutes, please travelers board in order. Hear the sound of the airport ringing. Has long been two little guy beat break through how many times the limit of pain. Feng Qian, pig face corners of the mouth at the moment is to reveal a brilliant smile, but at the moment the smile and the pig face under, there is actually for a slight trace of hideousness. Boarding time is up, I won. With the only remaining will to support the body, face injuries and brilliant smile formed a sharp contrast. What an obstinate brat, the same virtue as Shangwan Hongtian. Slightly shaking his head, obviously Yi Xian did not expect this teenager to be much tougher than he had imagined. If it was an ordinary person at this moment, he was afraid that he would have already passed out. I always keep my words, since you have met my conditions, from now on you are my disciple. A slight smile, 2 drops of peach blossom immortal brew, under the divine control sky, will be transformed into the naked eye cannot be detected water, and then in the role of the magnetic field, will be infiltrated into the Feng Qian body. This kind of tactics will be in the Shangguan Hongtian's body before the operation. The technique is obviously more pure than before. Oh, thank you, Master. Then revealed a childlike arc, flopped softly on the ground, until unconscious Feng Qian's little face are still hanging smile. He, POA we performed okay. Aha, that big brother is so resistant to beatings, if the previous few robbers have long been beaten down by us. The two little guys chattering to look at the opposite side of the Feng Qian lying on the ground, if not gasping for breath really think that it is a corpse. Yang Hongyu and others, Prior to this, the two little guys also bravely fought robbers. The two little lowly bravely fight robbers, really is the art of high people bold, the average person who dares to play so bad but will be killed. The abbot of Shaolin, Jishan, looked at Yi Xian on the monitor and said, after all, Feng Qian now worships this young man as a teacher, which is not a good thing for our Wushu Association. Jishan's voice fell, including Yang Hongyu were all pondering. Jishan's words, they certainly understand what it means. Who is Feng Qian? That is the Taiji sect's favorite disciple, but also their martial arts association's young genius. In a sense that guy has already established an indelible connection with their martial arts association. This matter. Let nature take its course for the time being. The beloved disciple worshipped under someone else's door. Originally Yang Hongyu would be angry, but now he can't afford to be angry, because he is very clear, compared to his own fear, is that Yi Xian is more suitable to be Feng Qian's master. Ding bell. Just at this time, Yang Hongyu portable cell phone rang, glanced at the monitor to connect the call. Hello. What did you say? Yang Hongyu couldn't help but scream when he heard the message coming from the opposite side. Okay, I know. Exhaling and hanging up the phone, Yang Hongyu's heart was completely unsettled at this moment. Looking at Yang Hongyu's obvious reaction, Jishuan and the other sect heads inquired, What happened? They knew each other too well. Whenever Yang Hongyu reacted this way, it meant that something great had happened. As expected, after Yang Hongyu digested the news coming from the Martial Arts Association, his eyes all changed as he looked at Yi Xian's eyes in the monitor screen. You guys might not believe it when I say it out. The Imperial Capital War Department's Dragon Marshal personally called the Rice Embassy chief to protect Yi Xian. Boom. Yang Hongyu said this, Jishuan and other sect masters' minds boomed, as if a cannonball exploded in their ears. Obviously all were shocked by this news. What did they hear? The Imperial Capital Dragon Marshal, the highest head of the Chinese War Department, even stepped forward for Yi Xian. Joking? This was something that had never happened before in their knowledge, the highest head of the War Ministry personally intervening. What kind of concept was this? Unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely blow up the entire imperial capital, no, even Huaxia. Really? President Yang, are you sure there's no mistake? This matter can't be joked about. The sect masters said in confirmation. After all, this news was too important and significant to them. If it was true, then they would do anything to make Yi Xian the president of the Martial Arts Association, or maintain a close relationship with their Martial Arts Association. What a joke, with the highest head of the imperial capital's Dragon Marshal War Department as their backer, who would dare to flaunt their power in front of them in the future. The Dragon Marshal was a complete ruthless person. Of course. Yang Hongyu unprecedentedly solemn. Our Martial Arts Association happens to have a person's family working in the Imperial Capital War Department, and is very close to the Dragon Marshal. This information is absolutely reliable. Ji Xian and the others hiss. If that's the case, then Feng Qian worshipping under Yi Xian this time is a brilliant move. Determining that the news was reliable, where did they still hesitate? Feng Qian, the genius disciple of Taiji sect worshipping under that guy, was undoubtedly an extremely important step for their martial arts association and Yi Xian to maintain a close relationship. President Yang, you've taken in a good disciple, ha. In this way, the future of my martial arts association can be expected. Figuring out the joints, the sect masters all looked at Yi Xian in the monitor screen with eyes full of blazing heat. As for Yang Hongyu looking at his obstinate disciple, the corners of his mouth revealed a gratifying arc. This silly kid still doesn't know how much contribution he has invisibly made to the Martial Arts Association. The author has something to say. Chapter 119. Mama is so useless, those ghost stories are all fake. About 2 hours or so. An airplane from the direction of the imperial capital slowly landed in the magic capital airport. This trip is not someone else, it is in the imperial capital airport. Made a big splash. Yi Xian as well as his wife and 2 super cute and adorable twin daughters. Hee, Poop, you tell ghost stories super good at, ghost blowing lamp so scary day. Super interesting. When we get home, Poop will tell us again, okay? The 2 little ones said excitedly. The sight of Mu Hanshue's pretty face was a little bit unnatural. These 2 little ones are really not normally big in guts. What is in that bastard's head? Too scary. What, the 9-layer demon tower, corpse crippling and whatnot? Listening to her to this day, feel the cool breeze blowing. Mama, you won't be scared by POA's ghost stories. Mama is so useless, those ghost stories are all fake. Mu Hanshue. Being mercilessly poked and prodded by the 2 little ones, Mu Hanshue almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. The strength of the pit mother this is. After talking for a while, the 2 little guys are flickering big eyes, adorable look to their own mama. Mama, you say we want to also give gifts to the old foreign master Miles. That's right, this is the first time we've given the old foreign master a birthday. The 2 little ones chattered. The old foreign master was so good to them. Not waiting for Mu Hanshue to reply, the 2 little ones turned to the omnipotent POA. POA, we also want to give the old foreign master a gift. The coy and cute voice, hearing Yi Xian's ears softened, completely unable to adapt to the pampering of his 2 super cute and adorable daughters. Good, my 2 little babies. A big hand one dotingly rubbed the 2 little ones' heads, skillfully holding the 2 little ones in his arms. Hee, Puppy is so nice. Mama mia de mua. 2 little guys intimate with the poop kissing. This really envied the bad airport exit of the other people. Is Mu Hanshue himself heart is sour? This Master 3 really once caught the opportunity to spread dog food. Wow, what a cute little loli. Boing boing, super wanna hold one home, every day mwahaha. Little sister go with Miss Sister. Miss Sister has delicious cherries at home. Ha. Those 2 little lolis poop is so familiar, seems like I've seen it somewhere, super like Prince Charming. Handsome man quickly come to the bowl, this little beauty guarantees not to squeeze you dry. Chattering heated voices came from the side, while Yi Xian, which was holding the 2 little ones, followed by a sour beauty eyes full of envy Mu Hanshue, walked towards the airport next to the London market, where you can buy anything you want to buy. In the Ronda market, there is only what you can't think of that is not available here. South to the north, has been to the rice country, to Hong Kong, look at the feed. $2, the whole field are $2, $2 you cannot buy, cannot eat, lost by, cannot be fooled. Noisy shouting, for a time let Yishian several people feel like in the temple fair, only the atmosphere than the temple fair on some week. This is in the morning time, people are many and very mixed, 3 religions and 9 streams tall and short, fat and thin everything. Follow the signage, soon came to the antique area, here although small but everything. The antique porcelain, calligraphy and painting wine goblets are all over the place. Yishian sweep under, antiques and paintings at a glance. Muhanshu saw the operation of the big pig's hooves, cannot help but think of a scene in the Magic Street Antiques, that time this woeful bad guy out of the 2 times, the first time to pick up the leakage of the Warring States glazed bottles on the turn of the hand to sell a high price of 6 million. The second is more than not likely to be the book of the saint of the authentic Wang Shiji, the Lanting set of preface, just do not know. But this time there is that antiques vendors to be the second one is even more impressive. The speed of elimination is very fast. Yishian is the gift of the 2 little ones Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Longquan seal clay, 500G extreme. The color is vermilion red and bright. Does not solidify in winter, does not seep oil in summer, fragrant, never fades. Appraisal value, 500,000 RMB, note, priced rare item. Mulberry bark paper, 100 sheets intact 100%. Mulberry paper texture fiber fine, clear texture, sheer and firm, 100 folds not damage, light and not bone. Firm value, 1 million, note, priceless treasures. 2 pieces of information flooded into the field of vision one after another, and they were also on a stall. It just so happened that this could not be more appropriate as a birthday gift from the 2 little ones to Grandpa Muhanshue. This boss, what to order? Vendor boss see business door to door, hurriedly and enthusiastically greeted. Of course the most important thing is many years of observing the eyes of this is not a lack of money in the main. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Yishian spent 1,000 RMB to buy the piece of Longquan seal clay and 100 pieces of well-preserved mulberry paper. Take care boss, welcome next time. The vendor boss sold the piece of clay and the pile of paper he picked up in the morning for 1,000 RMB, his heart was happy. Leaving Ronda Market, he drove towards the direction of Kowloon Villa with a kick of the gas. I go, Canal Oldly, I remember that as you picked up in the morning right. TSK this changed hands for $1,000, this money is no different from what you picked up. Yes, Oldly, you have to treat us to a drink today. The surrounding vendors were full of envy and talked enthusiastically. Listening to Oldly's heart was very happy. No problem, tonight we'll definitely let you several drunkards enjoy themselves. The atmosphere in the field is very warm, but things did not end here. Then the arrival of a person is the comedy of the room into a tragedy. See, a handsome young man came to the field, followed the approximate location to the Oldly's stall. Boss, have you seen a black handbag? Inside the bag there is a piece of seal mud and a pile of paper? A pile of paper? A pile of paper? Hearing the words of this young man, Booth Oldly eyes condensed. Around the stall boss is also the eyes of suspicion. The owner came? Panic of the heart to force, the face remains as usual, extremely calm, pretending to slightly frown. Black handbag? This does not. Pretend to contemplate for a moment, the playwright on the body shaking his head. This acting ability to take a movie star are more than enough, do not mix the entertainment industry pity. This is trouble. The youth's brows knit tightly, those 2 things he had spent more than $1 million to buy, originally intended for Chen Lao's birthday celebration. This youth's name was Tong Zishuan, he was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Composers Association, he was the hottest candidate to be promoted to the vice president of the Imperial Capital Composers Association this year, and he also had a status of being the current president of the Composers Association, Feng Roman's only disciple, and at the same time, he was also a descendant that Feng Roman valued extremely highly, and he was also the suitor of Feng Roman's granddaughter, Feng Mengyao. Although there is a difference of 5 or 6 years between them, Tong Zishuan fell in love with Feng Mengyao at first sight, and the first time they met was when he accompanied Feng Roman to Xuanwu University. This time, he had traveled thousands of miles from the imperial capital to strive for the only place to accompany his teacher to Magic City, in order to be able to take advantage of Elder Chen's birthday banquet this time, with the intention of attacking Feng Mengyao and letting her be his girlfriend. 100,000. Thinking of the Longquan sealing clay and mulberry paper that he had gone through a lot of trouble and used a lot of favors to get, if you guys see the black handbag that I mentioned, call me and let me know, it's very important to me. Gulp. 100,000. Hearing said Tong Zishuan's words, Oldly's eyes danced wildly, and the surrounding vendor bosses almost didn't scream. A single message is worth 100,000, that black handbag of mud and a pile of paper exactly what things. Leaving the business card Tong Zixuan is to leave the scene. He certainly will not tell the old Li what they are specifically in the handbag until the Tong Zixuan left. The surrounding vendors clattered all gathered up. Old Li, the situation is not good it seems that the seal mud and a pile of paper is not simple Obviously, under the consideration of the surrounding vendors also reacted, that young man would rather pay 100,000 information fee. You can imagine that the two things of the extraordinary. Ahem, Old Li, you seem to have missed something. Vendor Old Li just wanted to speak. One of the stall boss who has more research on calligraphy and painting, took out his cell phone to shoot the previous shot of the piece of seal mud. At a certain moment the pupil shrinks to think of something, quickly took out his cell phone to check up. This. Printing mud, Longquan printing mud. I said how that printing mud some familiar, surprisingly is the domestic top luxury Longquan printing mud, my day. The stall boss was shocked. This kind of sealing mud is said to be more precious than gold. Old Li, that 500g of Longquan sealing mud, worth at least 200,000 toward the top. Good. Hearing the words of the stall owner who knew more about calligraphy and painting, Old Li's mind roared and the whole person was dumbfounded. For this calligraphy and painting know how bossy believes, plus just that young man nervous look, 10 in all likelihood that sealing mud is Longquan sealing mud, just if so he can lose too much, think carefully, not right, at that time that young man is very wrong, what they actually experienced, and missed what? Chapter 120 Evan Resentment, hired the Sun God Temple wanna kill Yi Xian. Driving to the villa car. What is this seal mud, since the strike must not be simple right? In the way of previous experience, Mu Hanxue knew that this guy's treasure appreciation ability can be better than the average treasure appreciation master, can let him out. Obviously this piece of seal mud is not simple. It's not simple, it's just relatively rare. Looked aside packaged in the exquisite brocade box seal mud, narrated, this is the Longquan seal mud, is the top domestic luxury goods, the manufacturing process is quite complex. Its most obvious effect, even if placed in the water for 3 days, fishing up to you still red as new. And the main raw materials of Longquan printing mud is also extremely elaborate, mainly by the cinnabar, moxa, rhinoceros yellow, pearl powder, musk, castor oil and other blending and become. In particular, its production process is more than 20 kinds of, extremely tedious, than the cloud brocade are not the slightest bit. Listening to Yi Xian's eloquent talk, Mu Hanxue beautiful eyes surprised to look to that sells very good seal mud, obviously did not expect this piece of seal mud to head so big, especially before understand the cloud brocade tedious workmanship, more vibration, in front of the eyes of this piece of seal mud actually can with cloud brocade that kind of existence comparable. Really POA this piece of clay is so powerful, POA knows so much. He, if I give this to old foreigner master, he'll be super happy. The two little ones chattered excitedly, their heads floating with images of giving this piece of clay to old foreigner master. Then Puppy, and, what are those papers? Must be super uncomplicated too. Listening to his sister's words, Meng was also not calm. Flickering big eyes fell on the pile of paper in the well-preserved brocade box. That's for sure, the things that Puppa bought must be super awesome. Mu Hanxue. Seeing the two little ones trusting and worshipping their poop for no reason, Mu Hanxue blankly eyed a certain big pig's hoof, and honestly admitted that she was sour. But before she could think about it in detail, she saw the big pig's hoof dotingly rubbing the two little ones' heads, of course. And this mulberry paper is in a sense a bit more precious than Longquan seal clay. Its production process as many as 72 more craftsmen making mulberry paper, the first mulberry tree branches in the water soak, and then peeled off the surface of the dark epidermis, take out the inner layer of white bark, will be put into a large iron pot full of water to cook, while cooking and stirring, until the bark is cooked soft. This is just the first step, then. Listening to POA's eloquent talk, Tong and Meng stared with wide flashing eyes, full of admiration. POA is so handsome, so charming, knows super much. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Milk Daddy value plus 388 from Tong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Milk Daddy value plus 388 from Meng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Milk Daddy value plus 388 from Tong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Milk Daddy value of plus 388 from Meng. The two little ones' favorability towards Yi Xian obviously increased again, although the magnitude wasn't too great but it was still there. Listening to the voice of the brain system harvesting baby daddy value, a slight smile continued to popularize the knowledge of mulberry paper. Mulberry paper, the entire process down generally more than 20 days, purely handmade, paper uniformity, thickness, add the portion of potion and other essentials basically rely on experience, eyesight, proficiency and other mastery. The entire production process is very hard. Regardless of any period of time, mulberry paper manufacturing workers are extremely scarce, even with a higher than usual double the salary. Mu Hanshui listening in the ear. Beautiful eyes are also slightly disoriented. Honestly, she completely did not expect this guy so erudite. Before the cloud brocade Cheongsam, nowadays Longquan seal mud as well as mulberry paper, so in comparison, this big pig's hooves is more like a hermit family descendant than him. No wonder even Uncle Long is doubly concerned about him, really underestimated him. Looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Hanshua's mind was floating in this guy's various enviable abilities: music, cooking, musical instruments, hands, brewing and so on. In fact, to be honest, the original Mu Hanshue on their future other half of Prince Charming also have expectations, without exception Yi Xian all meet, in addition to that bastard often bullied her while spoiling himself. Just as Yi Xian and his entourage sailed to the Nine Dragons Villa, a luxurious single room in a private hospital far away from the imperial capital. Click. In the ward, the glass in Evan's hand that woke up from the coma was hardened by its grip and shattered. The glass crumbs pierced into the palm of his hand to soak out the slightest trace of blood, along with the tea splashed down on the bedding. Yi Xian. I'll let you die. Evan looked at the online reviews. He knew that his years of great achievements had fallen apart at this moment, all because of that damnable kid. What made him even more furious was that that kid was gaining fame because of him. Under this, Evan's hatred for Yi Xian deepened even more. Damn it! Bastard, ah! The stinging pain in his hand made his heart hate even more. At this moment, if his anger were to turn into substance, the entire private hospital would be reduced to ashes. Ding bell. Just when Evan was furious, a phone call came. The phone display is not someone else, as precisely the president of Valmont. Evan, who was burning with rage, took several deep breaths before barely stabilizing his mind, and answered the phone. When he heard the meaning of President Warmong's call, Evan's face alternated between green and white, and his eyes flickered between his eyes. Phew. Okay, I know President Vaman. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Evan looked at the phone and snorted coldly. How is it possible for me to hold my tongue and not provoke that bastard? That bastard made me lose my reputation. If he doesn't die, how can the anger be extinguished? Between the thoughts, Evan's face gradually being grudges crawling, no longer hesitate to pick up the phone again, dialed a second contact phone. This phone the entire Martial Arts Association can be said to know his own, because this is his chance to know from a friend in the black market. This phone is directly connected to the largest assassin organization in the United States, the Temple of the Sun. As long as the money, the assassination of the heads of state they dare to take. Of course, in that case, an extremely expensive half deposit would be paid, and if it failed, the deposit would not be refunded. Temple of the Sun, may I ask what mission Your Excellency needs to release? The phone was connected, and a hoarse voice came from the opposite side, vaguely chilling people's hearts. Just a person who answered the phone was like this. You can imagine what kind of power this Temple of the Sun god was, and this was the reason why Evan hadn't contacted them for years. $30 million. I want the death of Yi Xian from the magic capital of China. Evan's face was full of grimace, his eyes flashed with resentment, knowing from President Warmong that Yi Xian's back was not simple, so that's why he added an additional $30 million to the reward for the release of the mission. A little later, hung up the phone. Evan, deep sigh of relief from the hospital bed, down through the window looking toward the imperial capital. Starry night. Humph, I do not believe that the Sun God Temple out of the hand, but also cannot kill that bastard boy. Chapter 121, 30 million heavenly bounty, Sun God Temple boiling. Rice country, somewhere deep in the jungle. Here hides an incomparable terrible organization. Even if the government of the United States are at their wits' end, here is the center of a 20-kilometer radius, are monitored 24 hours a day. Once there is a change, will be the fastest organization. Counterattacks will be the offending enemy to kill. From time to time there are patrolling people walking back and forth, these people without exception all loaded guns, eyes between the aura is far from the general soldiers can be compared, and this is only the most peripheral Sun God Temple ordinary men. Even so, if placed in the outside world is also enough to dominate a party. The Sun Temple is the largest killer organization in the United States, is not just a child over the home to talk about playing, can have today's all the way. I do not know how many competitors to kill. At this moment, the Sun Temple Mission Hall. Interface refresh, standing at the top of the list of the red task, change of ownership, replaced by a new task. Mission target, Yi Xian of the Magic City of China Commission, $30 million, limited to 20 people to receive the mission quota. Wow! The moment this news came out, the many killers of the Sun God Temple in the mission hall who were receiving and handing over the mission were in an uproar. A mission of $30 million, this was extremely rare in the history of their Sun God Temple. Remember the last time, or 8 years ago, and the task is to assassinate the king of a principality. That time the Sun God Temple has 50 top killers out, the king eventually died in the hands of a killer named Lion, and that called Lion's Killer a battle to seal the god, become the Sun God Temple incomparable honor god guard. 8 years passed, the year Lion is now a horrible god 3, become the benchmark and idol of countless Sun God Temple. Only, that Yi Xian what virtue and ability, let someone out $30 million to take his life, even if that person is more honorable can be compared to a king of a country? Sign up. I'll take this mission. I'll take it too. The entire mission hall was in chaos. If this order was successful, even if the organization took 10% of the commission, they would be able to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Bread and milk, they all want it. Soon the task hall will have no less than 30 people to sign up, but ultimately in the organization of the staff screening, temporarily retained the top 20 people to accept the task. At the same time in the task hall of the first ranking task column appeared to accept the task of the organization's list of killers. However, with the synchronization of information more and more people were brushed down, replaced by killers with more excellent records. Less than 5 minutes of time, the original enrollment of the killers as much as possible to be replaced by a whole. The Sun Temple is never short of killers, a general success of 10,000 bones withered. The rise of each killer means more killers fall. $30 million reward, with 8 years ago, Lord Lion General, a little interesting. Between the many killers lamenting, a corner of the mission hall, a young man about 27 or 88 years old, playing with a tall glass of red wine as red as blood, a mouthful of tilted his head back to drink, the knot in his throat moved, and then got up and walked towards the mission platform. The first ranked quest, I'll take it. A flat voice rang out, and the surrounding crowd looked over in unison as they looked for the sound, and when they saw the youth, everyone's face changed abruptly. Ghost Vine. It's Lord Ghost Vine. Many of the Sun God Temple's killers in the field recognized the visitor at the first time, Lord Anitu. No, to be precise, it was Divine Guardian Lord Anitu. That's right. Onitsugu was clearly one of the 72 Divine Guards of the Sun God Temple, and had just surpassed the previous Divine 72 in battle 10 days ago, replacing him as the new 72nd ranked Divine Guard. Although it was the last of the Divine Guards, it already showed the terror of its strength. Although it couldn't be compared to those Divine Guards ranked in the top 10, it wasn't comparable to killers like them either. Before Ghost Vine had become a Divine Guard, they had heard of Ghost Vine's great name, which was an extremely ferocious and ruthless person. However, just as Ghost Vine's name had just appeared on the first-ranked column, not more than 3 seconds before and after, another name named Blood Moon appeared under Ghost Vine's name. Crowd of Slayers. Misty Grass? It's Lord Blood Moon. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Blood Moon was no other than the former 72nd ranked Divine Guard and the one who was replaced by Ghost Vine. With a brush sound, the sights of everyone in the mission hall gathered on Ghost Vine in unison. The old and new 72 adults of the Divine Guards were competing against each other, and this competition was far from something they could participate in. Ghost Vine obviously also noticed the task that Blood Moon had taken on. The corner of his mouth lifted up in a sinister smile. That guy Blood Moon, is this a bid to reclaim the glory of the 72 Divine Guards? Ho ho, I'm afraid you don't have that strength. Ghost Vine smiled grimly. If that Blood Moon didn't hinder him it would be fine. If he hindered him he wouldn't mind making that guy disappear from this world. The Sun God Temple does not care about the life and death competition between the killers. After all, did this line of life and death by God's destiny? Moreover, the Sun God Temple has always adhered to the principle of the strongest of the weak. Of course, there are clear restrictions between the Divine Guards may not kill each other. Once discovered, both sides will be under the Temple Extermination Order. As for the Ghost Vine and the Blood Moon, they were just outside of this treaty, so they could each strike without fear. For a moment, kill the Chinese magic capital of Yi Xian, also become the goal of the two competition. Who killed that Yi Xian will be in the Sun God Temple further, even if the breakthrough of one to become a Divine Guard 71 is not impossible. Although it is the difference between a Divine Guard, but the status and honor is like the difference between heaven and earth. Task Hall of the Many Killers, this has been able to predict. In the near future the Chinese magic city will set off against that Yi Xian's bloody storm. And that miserable Yi Xian will also become the victim of the conflict between the old and new Godly Guard 72 adults, but their thoughts at this moment are very wrong, because they simply do not understand what kind of existence that Yi Xian, that is, the target of this bounty mission is. At least, now they do not know. The movements of the Sun God Temple, of course, Yi Xian did not know in the slightest. At the same time as the Sun God Temple was in an uproar, the family driving the car had already arrived at the Nine Dragons No. 1 villa. Squeak squeak. With a perfectly beautiful arc of drifting, the Bugatti Phantom accurately stopped in front of the villa. Woof woof. The beast's roar just fell. Clear dog barking came out. Obviously can hear the dog barking in the excitement. Swish a sound. A black and white Era scurry to the front of the car. The speed is completely far beyond the ordinary Era, and no matter the hair, Paws her spirit is far from ordinary dogs can be compared to quietly in the road of the Dog King went farther and farther away. Little Tianba. He, did you miss us? The two little guys heard little Tianba's call. They also no longer pay attention to the Longquan seal clay and mulberry paper, and surged over towards little Tianba. Not long after, little Tianba chased the two little guys and played on the lawn in front of the villa. At this time, Aunt Chen came out from the villa. Miss, Auntie. A few maids saw the arrival of the aunt. Pretty faces, also a smile. That kind of appearance like a long time to live at home daughter-in-law heard outside the war of her husband's triumphant return, very happy. If Mu Hanxue know the maid's mind, I do not know if they will be hanged up to beat. Chapter 122 Small baby fast to the bowl, let the lady sister good love you yo. An hour later. After a bath out not long, a silhouette is from the villa outside to come. The person is no one else, is exactly Shaoli. The two little guys outside the villa and the little Tianba play. Aunt Chen and the maids are busy with their own aunt is now the company's security minister. Shaoli did not hide. In addition, the master on the Miss Pearl. The future of all this is not the end of them. Miss, Aunt, this period of time, the president of the Junlin Group, Su Ziyu, has been letting people in our company contact. They intend to reach a long-term cooperation with us in all aspects. Oh, Junlin Group? Hearing Shaoli's words, Mu Hanyue was slightly stunned. She had heard of this name before. Its predecessor was the Lingyu Group that had some business conflicts with their Tianjie Group, although in front of the real Tianjie, that Lingyu Group couldn't even be counted as a mole cricket. If there's nothing wrong with the Junlin Group, we'll transfer the previous project with Kai Kunping to them. Mu Hanxue thought for a moment and spoke out. After all, their Mu family didn't want to be active in the eyes of the public, which was also the reason why Tiangue Group, as well as the Mu family's other two major groups, hadn't gone public. Having an ally as a shield was a good model, not harming their interests but also being able to remain hidden, killing two birds with one stone. Good, then I will immediately have someone start preparing for the cooperation with the Junlin Group. Shaoli, who had long been aware of the situation of the Junlin Group, nodded her head and turned around to leave the villa nimbly to carry out the pre-established process. From the beginning to the end, Yi Shen did not say a word, but his eyes were slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Su Ziyu to develop the Junlin Group so well. At the same time, Junlin Group is not idle, is in full swing on Kai Kunping's group to implement the acquisition. The ferocity of the momentum is unprecedented. Acquisition plan unfolds, time passes quietly. In the blink of an eye came to Mu Hanxue grandfather Chen old birthday banquet days. As a domestic well-known treasure expert, peach and plum spread in any corner of China, even Mu Hanxue's father as well as Shangwan Xuanruo and Long Wanli should call him half a teacher. Chen's name, reputation at home and abroad, deservedly the pillars of the country. One after another, celebrities from all walks of life gathered at Wulongxian in order to celebrate Chen Lao, who was currently talking to an old man of a similar age. If Yi Xian was here, he would be able to recognize that this old man was the old man who had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage that he had saved in Guishu village. Hee, old Chen, congratulations. As the president of the Imperial Capital Composers Association, at the same time as a close friend of Mu Hanxue's grandfather, Feng Roman should be there, not only him, the peer's son and granddaughter. Of course the reason why he came to the Magic City there is another thing is that, some days ago his precious granddaughter got into a big trouble, sold his son's collection as scrap, coincidentally by his son to buy back at a sky-high price of $6 million, that day, if not for him and his daughter-in-law to stop, he would really will be his own granddaughter hanged and beaten. Same happy, ha ha ha. Chen Lao sight to Feng Jingting as well as Feng Mengyao, years of not seeing, back then the little bitty Mengyao, now she's all grown into a big girl. I heard that there are a lot of people chasing after her at her school. Hee, that's true, Mengyao is the freshman school flower at Xuanwu University. Speaking here, Feng Roman's eyes were filled with arrogance. Wulongxian has gathered quite a few people at this time. Very quickly a line of 4 people came to Wulongxian. These 4 people were clearly Yi Xian's family. Wow! POA, this place is so beautiful. The lights shone on the antique decorated interiors, causing the 2 little ones to get excited. It's him! Feng Jingting's eyes lurched when he saw the visitor. Feng Mengyao on the side saw the old man's astonished look and searched her eyes to see Yi Xian as well. That was male god. Feng Mengyao, beautiful big eyes full of excitement, obviously did not expect to meet his idol here, while Feng Mengyao was unaware that in a corner of the birthday banquet hall, Tong Zixuan's eyes slightly sunk, looking at Yi Xian's sight full of hostility, because Feng Mengyao had never looked at him that way, not even once. Dad, you know him. Feng Mengyao knew that her dad was very unfavorable to star chasers, which was why she asked suspiciously. Recognize. More than knowing. Glaring fiercely at her own daughter, she hatedly said without any good reason, "It's him, the young man who bought the Warring States glazed bottle that you sold as scrap from the vendor that day. and then was bought by me afterward. What did you say? Feng Mangyao looked like she had heard the most unbelievable words in the world, that Warring States glazed bottle was bought by him from the vendor. At this moment Feng Mangyao suddenly realized something, that the person who bought the Warlord glazed bottle from the vendor that he had sold for 1,000 pieces would be his idol. Thinking of this, Feng Mangyao really had the urge to faint, brushing her face with an abnormal blush, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. If this was known by the male god, how embarrassing would it be? Yeah, Pupa, look, that's the big uncle we ran into in the antique street. That's him, the one who bought Pupa's cup. The two little ones recognized that big uncle the first time. They remembered everything about Poop super clearly. Feng Jingting. Sure enough, was it still recognized? Feng Jingting, who let out a long sigh. After all, can't he hide? Since he ran into it, he could only greet him with a stiff upper lip. Young man, meet again. Feng Jingting dry cough, heart not to mention how embarrassing, without trace ruthlessly glared at the body beside the pit father's daughter. Feng Mangyao received a death stare from her Poop, her face flushed red and she was very embarrassed. After all, everything started because of her. After greeting, the atmosphere is almost frozen for a moment. Feng Jingting breaks the awkward situation to change the topic. By the way, young man, you come here as to participate in the birthday banquet of Chen Old Man. Aha! Nodding his head slightly, Feng Jingting then looked towards Yi Xian suspiciously. Then I wonder what your relationship with Chen Lao is? To know that this time can come to participate in the birthday banquet is not all from all walks of life. Although Yi Xian treasure identification ability is good, but to participate in this kind of specifications of the birthday banquet is still short of some of the fire, at least in his view is so, even if Yi Xian let him eat a big loss. Oh, this Not hiding it, he directly spoke out, Elder Chen is my wife's grandfather. The moment Yi Xian said this, the surrounding people looked over in unison. Chen Lao was his wife's grandfather. This news was not the usual shocking. Chen Lao's granddaughter, wouldn't that young man be Chen Lao's granddaughter-in-law? Feng Mangyao. The male god is actually Grandpa Chen's granddaughter-in-law. Feng Mangyao was really shocked, and when she saw that Mu Hanyua's face and body as well as her temperament were quite a bit higher than her own, she felt devastated. However, this is the first time to meet with the male god, absolutely can't miss it like this. Tada striding away, Feng Mangyao came to Yi Xian with a red face, completely throwing the matter of the male god slapping away the Warring States glazed bottle that she had sold as scrap out of the sky. Gathering all her courage, in her father Feng Jingting's dumbfounded look, she blushed and spoke out, God, I can take a picture with you. That kind of appearance is very good, even if Feng Jingting this course of course the father of all froze, their own however seen daughter this kind of appearance, completely is a star-chasing little fangirl. When Mu Hanxue heard Feng Mangyao's words, she was instinctively alert, directly classifying Feng Mangyao as a danger signal. Of course. Seeing Feng Jingting's beautiful daughter like this, he knew that this little girl was his fan and did not refuse. After taking a few pictures, Feng Mangyao's little face was full of excitement, like a little girl who had gotten her beloved candies. Her little face was all red because of her excitement. Feng Jingting looked at the field incredulously. This forgets the matter of the Warring States glazed bottle. Is this still the daughter with a clear grudge? Damn! Somewhere in the corner of the Tong Zishuan saw his internalized woman, to that Yi Xian so adoring, that hatred in his heart, as if it was a massive wave. Little Yi, Han Shui, this way. After taking the photos, a familiar voice came from not far away. The two little ones heard the familiar voice, their pretty faces revealed happy smiles. Grandma! The two little ones ran towards Chenicho with their little feet, their sweet and cute voices pierced the air and filled every corner of the birthday banquet hall, and the bones of the crowd were inexplicably crispy. These two little munchkins, too cute. Especially Feng Mangyao, beautiful big eyes are full of like, the corners of the mouth are curved with a trace of maternal love. Hearing the two granddaughters' whine cute voice, Chenicho heart not to mention how happy, joyful and happy, a brain will be the two little ones embraced into the arms of the buxom figure, hard to be pressed into a round cake. The round cake, but in this Mua's successive two voices, intimate kisses in the side of Chenicho's face, which let Chenicho heart tip are melted. Wow kaka, my god this little loli is too cute. This is simply a little fairy. If I had a daughter like this, I would not let her suffer a little bit of aggravation even if I worked myself to death. Little munchkin quickly come to the bowl, let Miss Sister love you well yo, calling. A wave of dog food pouring with grandmother, undoubtedly triggered an outbreak of fatherly love and motherly love in the arena. Moreover, many people have an urge to immediately start the plan of making a baby. Mama, this kind of cute little loli, They really want one. Chapter 123. This is the poop to help me pick for the old foreign master. Dog food storm fell into the whole scene. The two little ones didn't know the slightest thing about this, and when Chen Lao saw the two great-grandchildren, he also shifted his attention. Tong Tong, Meng Meng, you guys are here. He, old foreigner master. The sweet and tender voice of the wine Meng Meng came out, invisible dog food in the wave, if not with only a trace of rationality left. It is estimated that the direct feet flaccid fell to the ground, regardless of men and women, old and young. To the two little guys' wine crispy voice, completely no resistance. Oh, good. 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 Chen Lao saw the two great-grandchildren's budding appearance. A loving smile appeared on his face. These two little guys couldn't even think of not letting him dislike them. Wow, the God of Man's two daughters are too cute. I want to have a pair with the God of Man as well. Feng Mengyao looked at the adorable Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Her beautiful big eyes were full of love. As for the matter of pitting the old man, it was completely forgotten by her. Compared to meeting the male god, the matter of pitting the old man was too insignificant. Joking? Not to mention pit the old man, that is, she was the male god that does not have to be responsible for, she is also willing to be happy. Feng Jingting. You give me honest. The black-faced Feng Jingting guarded against Ji Xian like a thief, his impression of that guy collapsing mountain-style collapsing. Bastard! Such a scene really infuriated Tong Zishuan on the side, feeling that his dignity had been provoked like never before. As the most talented existence of the Composition Association, how had he ever received such treatment? Little friend Yi, long time no see. Right at this moment, Feng Roman, the president of the Association of Composers, flashed a moment of surprise between his eyes and greeted with a smile. Old Feng, you know this brat. Chen La glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't have much of a reaction. After all, 3 years ago, it was this brat who impregnated his granddaughter without a word and gave birth to a pair of twins. TSK, I too did not expect it to be him who would be your granddaughter-in-law. Feng Roman was overwhelmed with emotion, secretly saying that this world is really small. Yeah. You are. That old grandpa who was saved by POA in POA's old home. Tong Tong was surprised to see a familiar face and spoke out in surprise, but as soon as this statement was made, the sights of the surrounding crowd all fell on Feng Roman in unison. Saving the highly respected Do-It-Yourself Association chief. Old Feng saved you, did. Chen Lao pondered for a moment, his eyes bloomed a wisp of essence. Some guessed what, he was also one of the few who knew Chen Lao's when his life was in danger, was saved by a young lad, only did not know the name. Not bad, ye little friend is my savior. After a pause in his voice, he felt that it was not enough to continue. If not for this grandson son-in-law of yours, I'm afraid that this old life would have been accounted for in Causeway Bay a month ago. Feng Ruman's voice out, Chen Lao once again looked at and Yi Xian's eyes changed significantly. This little guy medical level is so high, to know that a sudden cerebral hemorrhage with acupuncture issue treatment, this is the medical profession, is simply heaven and earth. With this hand, this kid will be enough to deserve their own granddaughter, and as far as he knows, this kid can not only excellent in the medical profession, music, musical instruments, hands, piano are not the slightest bit weaker than those who are professionals. Of course, this is the daughter to learn to their own, but also he has nothing to do on the internet to search for. While listening to the conversation in the arena, Feng Jingting froze for a moment, then his eyes widened as he looked at Yi Xian. The one who cured his father's sudden cerebral hemorrhage in the first place was actually him. This news was undoubtedly unprecedented for him. That young man who sold himself the Warring States glazed bottle was actually father's lifesaver. There was no denying that Feng Jingting was dumbfounded at this moment. The benefactor who saved his father's life would be the benefactor of their large Feng family. Wow! Feng Mengyao's mouth was wide open, her big eyes filled with disbelief at what she had heard. The God of Man was Grandpa's savior, wouldn't that also be her Feng Mengyao's benefactor? If so, if she could give her body in return, that would be even more. Feng Mengyao, what are you thinking? Do you want to destroy the God of Man's happy family? Besides, do you think you have the confidence to snatch the God of Man from that kind of big beauty? Don't make a fool out of yourself. Tong Zixian, who was originally hostile to Yi Xian, also had his mind as if he was struck by thunder. Save the master, damn it. Why is that bastard? Why him? What should he do if so? At this moment Tong Zixian was clearly in a struggle. No. Mengyao can only be his own, that guy. Even if he saves teacher, what virtue can he make Mengyao so worship? Mengyao can only worship himself. Thinking of this, Tong Zixian took a deep breath of relief, then lifted his feet up and stepped forward. Tong Zixian wishes Chen Lao good fortune like the East Sea's long flowing water, and longevity like the ageless pines of South Mountain. A thin gift, I hope Chen Lao accepts it. Speaking here, the corner of Tong Zixian's mouth surfaced with a touch of mockery looking towards Yixian. He, old Feng, this is that most pleased disciple of yours, right? Seeing the talented Tong Zixian, Chen Lao nodded his head in satisfaction and praised. Not bad, Zixian is the most competitive one amongst several disciples. In a few years, he will be able to serve as the vice president. Feng Rumen heard mention of his favorite disciple. The corner of his mouth could not help but curve up with pride. Tong Zixian's fame and talent is obvious to all, saying that it is the first person of the young generation of the Association of Composers nowadays. No one dares to be unconvinced. Chen Old heard on the side of his grandson Chen Zanyu made a wink. Then Chen Zanyu is to receive the box, and then open it. A turquoise transparent jadeite trigger finger appeared in the field of vision. This is blue field jadeite trigger finger. This trigger finger can be worth a lot of money. No 7 or 800,000 will not want to take. There is no lack of connoisseurs present, and no need for others. Chen Lao himself is the existence of the level of the sea god pin in the treasure connoisseur world. Of course, a glance to see its value. Old Feng, your disciple's gift is not light. The color is so transparent jadeite jade trigger finger. There is a small 1 million right. When Tong Zixian heard Chen Lao's words, a touch of arrogance appeared on his face. Chen Lao's discerning eyes, this trigger finger is auctioned for $950,000. Oh. The word out, the surrounding guests' all eyes fell to that jadeite wrench. 950,000 a jadeite wrench, which has been extremely good. After all, most of them send a gift is only more than 100,000. At most will not be more than 500,000 looks. After all, a birthday gift of more than 100,000 has been very good. Like the child Zixian, such a small million is not really. No doubt this time the child Zixian became the focus of the whole scene. Feng Mengyao saw the child Zixian generous look, a glance at it's obviously not very cold. However, not to be child Zixian dejected woe to Yi Xian, the two little guys at the moment is not calm. Old foreigner master, we also have a gift for you, he. The sweet coy voice unsurprisingly drew the crowd's eyes over. When the crowd's eyes looked over, Tong Tong was already holding a brocade box, directly handing it over to Chen Xianyu. Uncle Xianyu, hurry up and open it up. This is what Pupa has picked out for me for old foreigner master. Moment not forgetting the mission of their own little lover Tong Tong, incidentally mentioned their own poop, listening to Chen Xuanyu some speechless, but deep in his heart is very envious, but unfortunately he is now not even a girlfriend. Cough cough, good. Obviously Chen Xuanyu cousin home this little lowly nephew also does not have much resistance, smoothly took the brocade box, according to Tong Tong words as before generally opened the brocade box, and when the brocade box and the object appeared, the field of many people chi eyes between the blossom of the essence of the aura, that is, Chen Lao are to come to the interest. What? Tong Zixian who also saw the objects in the brocade box, the whole person's eyes suddenly widened. This is Dragon Spring Seal Clay, how is it possible? P.S. Thanks to the Gaolin Big Brother who loves to eat 4 fresh wontons for his rewards, the Atlayat Big Brother for his rewards, the Wudi Boing Boing Milk Tea who loves to eat Huishan Big Bone Soup for his rewards, the Abin Boing Boing Milk Tea for his rewards, and the Yinchi Big Brother who loves to eat 5-colored assorted food for his rewards. Little Lowly loves you guys calling. Author's words. Thank you to the new leader of the Frying Sky Gang Dreamling, Talking Plums, Lu Sheng of the former Mountain Hall, Heavenly Hall Fuji, FAI, user 10230737, Pacific Shrimp, Sang Xiaolin, Waiwenji, Sacred Fire Called Sacred Sun, and Gao Lin, the one who loves to eat 4 fresh wontons. Is it so hard to get a name? Zhou Jinwei, Wuhu Takeoff Ah, Clin from Bingzhou, user 325100469, Frying Heaven Gang Easy Baylor, Yum Once Frivolous, Phantom Years of Dream, user 77368436. Meteorite Abyss, B, Atlayat, user 1772041, Tainan, Lawless Wang Meteor, user 11024674, Jinjiju, who likes Tsubaki, Wudi, who loves to eat Huaishan Big Bone Soups Wudi, Stranger Heavenly Sun, quietly reading books, user 1226668 Bug, Ice Green Ice, Being Input, Kuanpung Valley's Buried Bugs, Easy Supreme God, Skybell Court Sodarn, and Purple Potato Cheesecake Loving Wang Lian, and other greats for their rewards. 10,000 thanks. Chapter 124 Poop said that for us he can be the enemy of the world. Dragon Spring Seal Clay. That's right, this he knew too well, because if not for the change of events 2 days ago, this Dragon Spring Seal Clay would have been his birthday gift. LOL, old foreigner master and Meng Meng also has a gift for you. Said, Meng took another large brocade box from the hands of Pupa, Uncle Xianyu. Look, quickly open it, old foreign master must especially like D, and secretly tell you that this is also Pupa's choice for Meng Oh. Chen Xianyu, ah. Hearing Meng Ming's words, Shen Xianyu couldn't help but have his eyes fluttering. Just now Tong Tong's gift all appeared to be Dragon Spring seal clay. What would Meng Ming's gift be? Between thoughts, Xianyu had already opened the brocade box. Into the eye is certainly a pile of well-preserved, sold very good-looking paper. Put. Mulberry paper, cough cough. How is it possible? Tong Zishuan's eyes stared straight at Meng Meng's gift. His mind was like being struck by thunder. Just now only the Longquan sealing mud maybe because of coincidence, but now together with the mulberry bark paper he was incomparably certain that these two things were clearly lost in the London market next to the Magic City airport. There is no mistake. Because no matter the Longquan seal mud and mulberry paper portion and his auction down about the same, damn, how can this be? Thief, that shameless thief, even took his things as a congratulatory gift to Elder Chen, asshole. At this moment, Tong Zishuan had the urge to collapse, but he couldn't say anything yet. Joking? This was Elder Chen's birthday banquet. If he were to tell his embarrassing story, it would not be poking Yi Xian but making him a clown. After all, no matter what the Longquan seal clay and mulberry bark paper were his, there was no doubt about it. A person who couldn't even keep an eye on what he was auctioning off would only deserve it in the eyes of others, and how would they pay attention to how Yi Xian got these two things? Tong Zishuan here could be said to be mute and unable to speak. The taste was too suffocating. This is mulberry paper. Seeing Meng Meng's gift, Chen Lao's eyes lit up once again. Longquan seal mud plus mulberry paper, no matter which of these two gifts is the top of the list of today's gifts. In terms of value alone, it is not weaker than Tong Zishuan's emerald trigger. As for the degree of preciousness, it is obvious that these two are too much higher than the emerald trigger. Mr. Xiaoye's handiwork, it's too big. Feng Jingting looked at Tong Tong and Meng Meng's successive gifts, Longquan seal mud and mulberry paper, very emotional, said. Around the people listening to Feng Jingting words, is also incomparable envy looking at the field of the two things. If this kind of thing in their hands, they will not take out to give away. Collection of him does not smell? However, where do they know? This kind of domestic top luxury goods in their view of 1,000 gold hard to find, and Yixian seems to be a handover to get, completely with a piece of paper can be seen everywhere is no different. The reason why the collection is because of the rarity of things, but for Yi Xian these antiques as long as he wants, completely with the Rotten Street is no different. After all, to his level of treasure identification even if Mu Hanxua's grandfather Chen Lao also not enough to look at. Dad, are these two things very expensive? Seeing his own old man's rare emotion, Feng Mengyao curiously looked at the field and asked in her opinion is just an ornamental piece of clay and a pile of paper. Little child, what do you know? Viciously glared at his daughter, but still narrated, these two things whether Longquan seal mud or mulberry paper, although not expensive, but absolutely called rare, are the representative of the domestic top luxury goods. Even if I engaged in the antique industry for decades, have seen the number of times these two things is only a handful of times. These two things not to say 100 years rare to see, at least 10 decades rare to see. Feng Jingting spoke eloquently, listening to Feng Mengyao froze, then the eyes looked to their own male god's gaze completely changed, became more worship and admiration. The male god for his daughter to choose these two things than the Tong Zishuan, that guy is at least 10 times better, no, 20 times better. Emerald trigger finger, also too vulgar, also the genius of the association of composers, even half of the elegance of this young lady's male god is not, or my male god is great. Feng Mengyao thought so and so, if this thought was known by Tong Zishuan, I don't know if he would be angry and spit out blood. He, does old foreign master like it? Yes, you talk poop for us to choose the gift you like it. Spoiled voice, as if there is some kind of magic to the two little ones as the center, instantly wave in the whole birthday banquet hall, dazzling in the ears of everyone, but where the sound waves of people are captured, mama, and cheating old man to give birth to a daughter. Oh, like. Love it. What are Tong Tong Meng Meng two little princesses gave away old foreigner master certainly likes it. Full of love, dotingly rubbing the two little ones' heads, Chen Lao gully wrinkled face, at this moment has already smiled into a flower. Obviously these two little ones are hard to let people not so. He, this is all what Papa chose for us. Yeah. The two little guys were vigorously proclaiming POA's great achievements one after another, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know about it. Seeing the two little ones' cute and adorable appearance, Chen Lao smiled, so it seems that in addition to being good at medicine, your Papa also knows about antiques. Of course. That's right, Papa is omnipotent. Tong Tong and Meng Meng whined, their little faces filled with arrogance and pride, as if they themselves were the ones who knew about medicine and antiques. Of course, in their opinion, what is Poop's is theirs, because Poop said that if someone dares to bully them in the future, even if Poop is the enemy of the world, he will punish those bad guys for them. This sentence, they have always remembered it, never forget it in their life. Adorable appearance, listening to Feng Mengyao's eyes are full of little stars. Mama, male god's daughter, this is too lethal, can't do it, so want to have one right away, how to do? Unfortunately, as a Xuanwu University freshman school floweroffer, even a boyfriend have not, really live in vain for more than 10 years, if. Hey, their boyfriend is a male god would be good, then you can every day live no shame and no shame to spread the dog food life, but unfortunately. The male god is ultimately a dream that one can never get in one's lifetime. Just when Feng Mengyao was thinking, Tong Tong seemed to think of something. By the way, the old foreign master, before the poop in the antique street to find a good treasure to come, seems to be called what? By the way, it seems to be called the Warring States glazed bottle. It is by that big uncle $6 million to step over. 6 million ye old foreign master, that's a lot of money. Pupa is super handsome. The two little ones, who were not surprised by their words, gave old foreigner master a truthful report of their previous battle in the antique street. Feng Mengyao, mu minu. Listening to the two little guy words, Feng Mengyao beautiful big eyes stared round, straight to you the two little lowly, Tang's face halo red incomparably, these two little guy have finished law. And here the two little guys words, Feng Jingting brain a black line, really lying also shot, who invites themselves to mess with who? Warring States glazed bottle. Feng Roman heard the words of his best friend's two super cute great-granddaughters, his mind is also a little confused, that is not. Ahem, Yi Xiaoyu and their old Feng family really is not a little destiny, together with their granddaughter as scrap sold at the Warring States glazed bottle. The first time I saw this is when Yi Xian bought it. P.S. Readers big brothers, love you Ada. I love you guys. I love you. I love you. Chapter 125 The Lanting Preface, the real one, full of shock. Feng Roman was overwhelmed with emotion. That Yi Xiaoyu not only saved his life, but also loved their granddaughter's favorite idol, in addition to that, but also bought the grandchildren when the scraps sold the Warring States glazed bottles, coincidentally also by their own son to buy. That's not all, he is also his best friend's granddaughter-in-law. A piece together, had to let Feng Roman lamented the splendor of life, said that nowadays do not dare to shoot a movie like this. Oh. Warring States glazed bottle, $6 million. Shen old man is also slightly surprised, then the line of sight swept to his half-disciple Feng Jingting. His friend's son in the antique industry can have today's less than his nudging. Meng giggled, childish whine Meng nice voice ringing in the ears, by the way, poop in the antique street in addition to 10,000 yuan to buy the Warring States glazed bottles, but also bought a thing, what is it called? Boom. Meng's voice fell, including Chen Lao and other people are slightly shocked heart, 10,000 yuan to buy, turn around and sold to Feng Jingting 6 million, this. The value has doubled a full 600 times. The loss of conscience of this is, that guy conscience does not feel pain. Even Feng Jingting his eyeballs round, eyes are incredulous, cough. What? That Warring States glazed bottle, when Mr. Xiaoyi bought it he only spent 10,000. Owned this wrongdoer. Thinking of this, Feng Jingting face emerges full of bitterness, once again look at their own daughter's eyes are full of resentment, their own this baby daughter this can really pit themselves to the bitter this stain for fear of this life cannot be wiped out from their own body. Feng Mengyao. Cough, Dad you don't look at me like this, how much the male god bought, daughter and I don't know. Feng Mengyao's pretty face was red to the core, but in her heart there was not a single bit of guilt, instead, all that emerged was admiration and worship for the male god. $10,000 to buy, sold to the old man directly is 6 million, male god is too powerful, this money is too easy, not worthy of is their own male god, super awesome, so like, calling. If this thought by her old man Feng Jingting no, I do not know whether it will be in public will be hanged up and beaten, this is no longer elbow to turn out of the rhythm, is completely will be his father to the death of the POA, why don't you give the gift to old foreign master Listening to her sister's words, Tong Tong's whiny voice spoke to Papa, really worrying about Papa. At such a young age, she was so concerned about Papa, and hearing Tong Tong's words, even Mu Hanshui was energized, although the big pig's hooves were full of confidence in that piece of calligraphy, but the possibility that he might be mistaken could not be ruled out. Of course, even if he looked away from the eye is also very normal, after all, even his grandfather this kind of reputation outside the person, also dare not 100% guarantee that every appraisal are absolutely correct. Yes, poop, that piece of writing cost $100,000. Yi Xian had not finished, Meng couldn't help but urge, the reason why so, because they super want to see the appearance of Papo's calligraphy, the old foreign master and their surprised expression, so look forward to de. The words of the two little ones undoubtedly attracted the attention of all people. 100,000 yuan pow of antiques, which if the value of the just to calculate, 100,000 yuan doubled 600 times, that is 60 million, just to know, but all to that degree of calligraphy, none of the calligraphy at that time, that kind of existence in the antique street to the possibility of almost zero, not to mention the decades, that is, hundreds of years cannot be encountered once. In the two little guy urging as well as under the attention of the crowd, Yi Xian took out a scroll, which is not surprisingly is that piece of antique. Undoubtedly this moment this scroll has become the focus. Only one person looked at the field, eyes full of reluctance. This person is precisely Tong Zixuan. Impossible. What gift can that kid give, just? Those two little guys' gifts are their own lost Longquan seal mud and mulberry paper, then the gift that this guy sent when he first met Chen Lao, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Tong Zixuan's heart always had a bad feeling, and this feeling was still very strong. Also at this time, Chen Xianyu and a guest together will be full of age and the scroll of the drawing paper taken out, then carefully unfolded, but just in the scroll just revealed a corner of the font. Chen old smiling face immediately solemn up, the body cannot help but stood up, so solemn gesture is not enough, the old eyes flickered, be careful, be sure not to injure a point a millimeter. Zhengzheng posture, coupled with the nervous tone of Chen Yuxian heart greatly a fog grass, cannot, is cousin husband this calligraphy. Not simple. And, or very uncomplicated kind, from the grandfather's solemn attitude has already explained everything. Chen Lao saw the calligraphy gradually unfolded, but also personally guarded the unfolding of the paper, for fear of touching a star. As the paper unfolds, the dragon flying and phoenix dancing font presents in front of the eyes. Chen Lao's eyes are more and more bright, and when the paper is all unfolded, Chen Lao's face has become red due to excitement. This is... It seems that also small half of this painting is extremely good, otherwise old Chen would not have reacted like this. Decades of friends Feng Roman, too clear Chen old, and when the line of sight toward the upper right corner of the calligraphy looked, Lanting said of preface, 4 words will jump into the eyes. Feng Roman see this old eyes flashed, is it? I can't do it. Obviously Feng Roman thought of something, but then Chen Lao words incomparably true to confirm his guess. The Lanting Collection Preface authentic? Surprisingly. Is the Lanting Collection Preface authentic? Really did not think that the book Saint Wang Shiji's Lanting Collection Preface authentic really still exists in the world. Boom. Chen old this word out, the birthday banquet hall of all the people all confused, the child Zixuan almost unsteady kneeling on the ground. In fact, this information on his impact is too big, not for anything else, just for that is the Lanting Collection Preface. The sage of calligraphy Wang Shiji's most famous masterpiece. The scene was in an uproar. What? Sage of calligraphy Wang Shiji's authentic Lanting Collection Preface, really? Joking, Chen Lao personally send word you say really fake, such a big thing Chen Lao if not 100% certainty categorically will not be so. In that case, this calligraphy. Its value is not against the sky? Cough cough, crouch against the sky, not only this calligraphy and painting how much the price is not appropriate, if it is to describe the words, the only priceless treasure 4 words. The most important thing is, the Lanting Collection Preface authentic this has risen to the level of national treasure. Chattering boiling hot discussion, the birthday banquet hall a noisy, Dao Dao's eyes looked at the calligraphy on the table, the heart set off endless waves of vibration. Feng Jingting crossed his toes, a pair of eyes staring at the calligraphy masterpiece, his mind as if the world's thunderbolt bombarded down. This is really a true copy of the Sage of Calligraphy, Wang Shiji's Lanting Preface, it's too astonishing. Feng Mengyao. Dad, are you sure that this piece of broken paper is an authentic copy of the legendary National Treasure's priceless Lanting Collection Preface? Hearing the old man's words, Feng Mengyao looked at the mediocre calligraphy work other than the good calligraphy. All that was written on her pretty face was skepticism. Shut up. Her daughter's words elicited a fierce glare from Feng Jingting. This is the true copy of the Sage of Calligraphy Wang Shiji's Lanting Collection Preface, no doubt about it, don't denigrate your ancestors' achievements. Seeing the old man's anger, Feng Mengyao shrunk her head. The anger just now was actually much scarier than before when she sold the Warring States glazed bottles as scrap, but she was also sure of one thing because of this, and that was the birthday gift that the god of man gave to Chen Lao was really a genuine copy of the Lanting Collection Preface. This handwriting, the male god is going to ascend to immortality. Chapter 126. Is this the male god, so handsome, so manly, so charming? Little Yi this is. Mu Hanshua's mother, Yi Xian's mother-in-law was clearly shocked at the moment. Are you kidding me? The real Orchid Pavilion preface of the Sage of Calligraphy Wang Shiji, that son-in-law of his own family directly used it as a congratulatory gift for his father. This gift could not be said to be less expensive. This time the father's solemn appraisal, inch-by-inch identification already explains a lot. Just. This son-in-law, what kind of treasure level in the antique street kind of fakes like stars in the antiques, find out this kind of saint of calligraphy authentic. Of course one of the biggest impact belongs to the child Zixuan, looking at the boiling field, especially Chen Lao's reaction, the whole person is not calm, the eyelids jumped more than wildly, the face is full of incredulity and shock, not. How could it be? The Lanting Collection Preface authentic, even. It is the real handwriting of the sage of calligraphy Wang Shiji, how can that guy? Unsurprisingly, the child Zixuan at time difficult to accept this thing, with this kind of existence compared to his jadeite trigger finger even dregs are not as good as, in front of this saint of the book of the real handwriting has already cannot be measured by money, the guy spent 100,000 to buy this piece of writing, is simply too much, not to mention turnover 600 times, or 1,000 times the value of not too much. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. It lasted for about a minute or so before Chen Lao came back to his senses from the vibration. The excitement between his eyes was beyond words. Phew. Deeply breathed a sigh of relief before he retracted his eyes from the authentic copy of Wang Shiji's Lanting Collection Preface, and then looked towards Yi Xian, his grandson-in-law whom he had met for the first time. Little Yi, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. Although this gift he is very like, but this kind of priceless treasure is really too expensive, in addition to its monetary value, in addition to the literary and historical value. Oh, Grandpa, do not excuse. This painting is precious, but in my here with a piece of paper is no different, only in the hands of people like Grandpa this understand him. It is the respect for the saint of the book of the authenticity of the painting. Send out the gift, how can possibly take back, in front of this old man, not only is his own woman's grandfather, but also his own daughter's old foreign grandfather, no matter how this Lanting Collection Preface authentic he will not take back. This. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Lao was stunned, on the side of the mother-in-law Chen Yiqiu was overjoyed. Dad, I think you'll just take it, well at least this is a piece of Xiaoya's heart. This kid came to see you for the first time, send this kind of gift has the heart. On the side, Chen Yiqiu spoke to give the old man a step down, of course she could see that the old man liked this genuine calligraphy saint. Yes Grandpa, a piece of cousin's husband's heart, just accept it. Chen Xuanyu looked deeply at his cousin-in-law who he had also met for the first time, he had rarely seen his grandfather this happy and echoed out. Old Chen, I think you should stop holding it back and accept it. As a good friend for many years Feng Roman also smiled slightly, the vibration in his heart is not small, after all, the sage of calligraphy, Lanting Preface authentic, this is absolutely rare in 1,000 years. The surrounding crowd saw this, also have voiced, Chen Lao once again looked at the Lanting Collection Preface authentic, good, then I will. Take it. He, this is right, congratulations to the old foreign master. The old foreigner master must be happy in his heart, the gift from POA is super expensive. Listening to the words of the two little ones, Chen Lao's mouth corner grinned slightly, obviously his thoughts had been hit by Tong Tong and Meng Meng. For a moment, the eyes of the people in the birthday banquet hall all changed when they looked at Yi Xian, especially that guy who gave away the true masterpiece of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji's Lanting Preface without even blinking. Such a scene really refreshed their perception of a loser. Those super rich second-generation losers, compared to the Yi Xian in front of them, were not at all at the same level. Are you kidding? If the sons of those super rich second generation gave someone the real Lanting Preface, they would definitely be hung up and beaten to death. Tong Zixuan, who was somewhere in the corner, saw all the limelight being stolen by that guy, and his face turned blue, but he didn't give up as he was going to make one last wave of struggle. Chen Old Man personally and grandson Chen Yishan will Wang Shiji Lanting Collection Preface real works of paintings into the scroll, carefully preserved, the link of the offering of treasures before the curtain fell. Chen Yiqiu will be all in the eyes, that is called a mother-in-law to see the son-in-law, the more you see the more you like, so generous son-in-law with a high emotional quotient, any who do not like the future of their own daughters with him in the future want to not be happy. Are difficult. This is the god, so handsome, so man, so charming. The real handwriting of the saint of calligraphy, priceless treasure just like this as a congratulatory gift without even blinking, so like. Little fangirl's eyes from Feng Mengyao's eyes emerge, that kind of appearance to see the Tong Zixuan envy jealous bad, this kind of eyes he has never been treated. Jealousy makes the hostage wall separate, at this moment's Tong Zixian undoubtedly in Feng Mengyao's stimulation, to Yi Xian's hatred soared a few more points. Thinking of this, Tong Zixian no longer hesitated and lifted his foot to step forward. Elder Chen, these days Xian has written a poem, I hope Elder Chen and teacher as well as all of you will point it out. Oh? Hearing Tong Zixuan's words, the attention of the people in the hall shifted to him one after another. This feeling of being in the spotlight made Tong Zixuan enjoy himself, this was the picture he wanted to see. This poem is titled Final Mountain. Enjoying the attention of the crowd, the corners of Tong Zishuan's mouth lifted up in an arc, his heart bursting with vanity and honor, and he began to recite the poem that he had been pumping out for more than a week. Taiyi is close to Tiandu, and the connecting mountains are connected to the sea. White clouds look back to merge, green mist enters to see nothing. The peaks in the field change, the ravines are different. If I want to stay with someone, I'll ask the woodcutter across the water. 5 lines in the child Zishuan no lag in reciting out, listening to Feng Roman stroking his beard nodded with satisfaction. No matter the mood or rhyme is also rhetoric is very appropriate. Chen Lao and others are also a fine taste, our silent nod, have to say that this poem is very good. Worthy of being the most outstanding genius of the Composition Association, awesome. The younger generation is afraid that there is no one like him today. The surrounding crowds have lamented, to have such attainments at such a young age is truly extraordinary. Oh, old Feng Duda, it seems that this disciple of yours is enough to be called the first person of the young generation, in the future as the agreement will be proud of it. Chen Lao nodded his head and looked at Tong Zishuan with appreciation. He had to say that this poem was very good. There is no doubt that the Composition Association will be proud of this, but the first person of the young generation estimated that Zi Xian is deserving of it. Feng Roman said here, the line of sight fell to Yi Xian. He remembered very clearly on line that can be called 1,000 years of poetry long hate song is from his hand, alone based on that poem, Yi Xian's literary attainments far above the child Zishuan, and even he does not see to be able to write that kind of poetry. Oh. Hearing this, Elder Chen looked at Feng Roman curiously, could it be that you have seen a young man with higher literary attainments than your disciple? Chapter 127, Poop's Best but Calligraphy. Seen it? I've more than seen it, this person you also recognize, he. Feng Roman has not yet finished. See, the poop wind was robbed of the 2 little guys. This moment is not calm, flashing big eyes looking at the child Zishuan full of hostility, gas puffing wine cute look people cannot help but laugh. Old foreigner master, we also have POA written ancient text it. Aha, my sister and I just learned it too, let's recite it to Master Lao Wai. The 2 little ones were afraid that others wouldn't know about the ancient texts that POA had taught them, and desperately tried to let outsiders know how great POA was. Ha! Hearing the words of the 2 little ones, Elder Chen's attention then fell on Tong Tong and Meng Meng. While Feng Roman heard the words of the 2 little ones, a wisp of essence emerged from his godly old eyes. Old Chen, why don't we just let the 2 little ones recite it and listen to it? Aren't you trying to say that I've ever seen any young person whose literary attainments are higher than Zi Xian's? Old Feng, what are you? Could it be? Feng Roman also pointed out. Chen Lao obviously realized something, looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Could it be that the young man in Old Feng's mouth is his grandson's son-in-law? Hiss. Thinking that such possibility was extremely high, Chen Lao sucked in a breath of cool air and stabilized his mind. Good, you guys recite it. True day, old foreigner master. He, then you can listen well. The 2 little ones' little faces were filled with happiness when they saw that old foreigner master had asked them to recite the ancient text that POA had taught them. The name of this ancient text is called the 1,000-character essay, and it was written by POA especially for us. Mu Hanxue. These 2 little guys, but this 1,000-character essay? Why haven't they heard of it themselves? Mu Hanxue, who was frowning tightly, her mind couldn't help but recall the time when the 2 little guys recited the song of long hatred written by that big pig's hoof that boiled the internet. Can't it be that? This ancient text and the previous song of long hate in general. Chen Ichio also smiled and looked at his son-in-law. And finally the line of sight fell on the 2 whiny cute and super cute granddaughter. Also at this time, the tender whiny cute and pleasant and good sounding neat voice came out from the mouth of the 2 little ones. Heaven and earth, the universe is flooded. The sun and the moon are full, the stars and hosts are listed in open. Cold comes and goes, fall harvests, and winter storage. Leap year becomes the year, La Lu adjusts the sun. Childish voices emerged, as if there was some sort of magical power lingering in the field of the birthday banquet hall, and listening to Tong Tong and Meng Meng's voices, Chen Lao and Feng Roman all converged their smiles, and replaced them with unprecedented astonishment and solemnity. This is. Especially Feng Roman, with his literary attainments, could he not hear what kind of existence the 2 little ones were reciting? Quatrain rhyming text, surprisingly a rare quatrain rhyming text. At this moment Feng Roman couldn't sit still. The crowd at the scene, many connoisseurs were also staggered, looking at Yi Xian's eyes changed. For words rhyming text, how many years has it been? How many years have they not seen 4 words rhyming text? To know that 4 words rhyming text is very difficult, and it is not generally difficult, this is also why it's so rare. Indeed? Listening to the two little guys' chanting voice, Mu drew a deep sigh of relief, obviously, and she guessed the general. The two little guy is not calm and exposed the big pig's hooves of the literary talent. The 4 words rhyming text, of course she knows, that is one of the many literary style instruments, not much extremely difficult. Feng Mengyao, listening to the two little guys chanting ancient text, even have a kind of want to take over the male god, and then give the two little guys as a stepmother's impulse. If this idea is known by his father Feng Jingting, do not know how it will react. As for the child Zishuan, the whole person directly stupid in place, the brain buzzing, handsome but 3 seconds said is just him. This kind of fall from paradise is not lack of love, layer of hell feeling. How sour, have not tasted, the person can never experience this kind of pain feeling. Clouds rise to rain, and dew is frost. Gold is born in Lishui, jade comes out of Kanong. The sword is called juk, and the pearl is called luminous. Fruits are precious, plums and crabapples. Vegetables are heavy with mustard and ginger. Amidst the confused looks of the crowd, Tong Tong and Meng Meng continued to recite the 4-character rhyming text 1,000-character essay that Baba had specially written for them. The crowd in the birthday banquet hall were all casting shocked looks. They hadn't been able to catch a glimpse of this scene for many years, and this text was even comparable to that of the great world literati in ancient times. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 50 seconds. 80 seconds. Tong Tong and Meng Meng recited for about 3 minutes, a 1,000-character essay. Before it ended, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The crowd's respective breaths could be heard clearly. A few moments later. Snap. Snap. Feng Roman, the president of the Writers' Association, clapped his hands and applauded. Little friend Yi is definitely a literary wizard. Dang, it's not generally impressive. Hee, it's not easy to hear those words from President Feng. Seeing his grandson's son-in-law so talented, Old Chen was now doubly pleased. Old Chen, you don't know much about literature. The status of the 4-character rhyming text has always been at the top level of the genre. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, this grandson's son-in-law of yours has 1,000 words, 4 words for a sentence, a total of 250 sentences, 1,000 words, and none of these 1,000 words are repeated. Feng Roman, who was very sensitive to words, had no difficulty extracting this information in such a short period of time. It was precisely because he was incredibly certain that there was not even a single repetition of the 1,000 words that this was what surprised him the most. It was hard to imagine how high the literary attainments of that Yi Xiaoyu in front of him who had saved him were. Listening to that old grandpa who had been saved by poop praising his poop unstintingly, Tong Tong and Meng Meng's pretty faces smiled into a flower, their hearts filled with pride and honor. Old grandpa, this is nothing. Pupa's best is calligraphy. One wave had yet to subside. Tong Tong once again revealed yet another of POA's abilities, and they even felt that the real calligraphy that old foreigner master had just put away was not as good as POA's. Oh, calligraphy? Chen-La listened to the words of his 2 great-granddaughters, and his eyes looked at his grandson-in-law with a slight change in his gaze once again. In fact, this grandson-in-law gave him too many surprises today. Why, the old foreign master does not believe POA, you write to the old foreign master to see. That's right, POA's writing is the best. Seeing the old foreigner master contemplating, the 2 little ones thought they didn't believe it, and God's help urged POA to show his hand. Why don't you try writing one, little friend Yi? Mentioning calligraphy, Feng Roman also voiced out, he was also curious about this lifesaver's calligraphy. God, come one. Feng Mengyao on the side was also urging in a sweet voice. Listening to Tong Zishuan almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Feng Mengyao's every word was like a knife ruthlessly inserted in his heart. The other people in the birthday banquet hall also echoed when they saw this. They wouldn't have done so without the scene they just witnessed, no matter if it was the real Lanting preface or the 1,000-character essay that the 2 little Lolitas had memorized. All of them were confirming Yi Xian's extraordinary nature. In that case, I'll write one. Amidst the concurring voices of the crowd, Yi Xian no longer insisted on agreeing to do so, while Mu Hanyu rolled her eyes when she heard that big pig's hooves, obviously knowing that that guy was going to be in the limelight again. As a brother-in-law, Chen Xian you nimbly let people prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. The reason why so he is also very want to see this cousin's husband's ink treasure. As for the paper is not something else, it is Meng Meng gave Chen Lao, that is, Tong Zi Xian threw in the Ronda Market mulberry paper. If the writing is not good, Grandpa and Elder Feng don't take offense. Humbly said, while Elder Chen and Feng Rumen guffawed when they heard this. Their intuition told them that this little guy's calligraphy was definitely not bad, otherwise he wouldn't be so breezy. As expected, the next scene confirmed their guesses. P.S. Thank you for the love of 4 fresh wontons of Gao Lin Big Brother urging charm reward, fried sky gang Hongmeng He Gemin Big Brother Boo Boo milk tea reward, love of fried vegetarian pills of white uncle Big Brother Boo Boo milk tea reward, Win Xiao Xiao Ishuihan, Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea Reward, Fried Sky Gang Free Baylor Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea Reward, Love of Wuzhou Lifting Rockavli Hatao Big Brother 5 points of praise reward, The Holy Fire Cult Holy Sun Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea and 4 love letters reward. Author's words. Thanks to Zhou Jinwei, Frang Sky Gang Easy Bell, Frang Sky Gang's new leader Meng Ling, Avatar Star River Guard Captain, Talking Plums, Mei Jin who likes naked rats, user 34476800, Gao Lin who loves Sifu wontons, Master Luo who likes boar sheep, Frang Sky Gang Hongmeng Hegemony, and Uncle Bite who loves fried vegetarian balls, who loves minced meat vermicelli, user 198317727, Tedious, first person in Huaihua, Ren Shifeng who loves minced meat vermicelli. Yuang who loves scallop with scallion, Jifeng who loves crispy mashed vegetables, Li Haida who loves Wazujuyan, Johnny, SSSSSGTFHG, user 109911124, Pickup 7, Emperor Lesser Seat, Holy Fire Religion Saint Sun, Star Stranger Away, and other Big Brother reward. Chapter 128, Poop Never Lets Us Down. Show Banquet, in the middle of the field. Tong Zixuan looked at the crowd surrounding Yi Xian at the table. His heart was not in the right place. In his imagination, the person who made a big splash should be him. If not for that Yi Xian's appearance, all this glory would be his. Damn it! Wind and light was taken away. His own internal woman is also extremely worshipful to him. This moment of Tong Zixuan feels that he is isolated by the world. I don't believe he can write what good calligraphy. Blocking a breath of Tong Zixuan full of disbelief surrounded up. Just before he came near, Chi Transportation Dantian, a generation of calligraphy masters' invisible aura thumped open. Good boy. Mother-in-law Chenicho felt the invisible aura emanating from her son-in-law's body. This kind of aura she had previously felt from Master Feng's body. Can't it be that this kid's calligraphy attainments are comparable to Master Feng's? Also in all parties pondering between, Yi Xian right hand skillfully holding the brush, licked the mouth of the brother-in-law of Chen Xianyu personally grinding ink, brush to the upper right corner of the mulberry paper sprawling written Yen Nugio Redcliffe Waigu a few big words. Good calligraphy. A connoisseur would know if he had it or not, and these few big characters of Yi Xian had completely proved his calligraphy attainments and strength. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he wrote this ancient poem with his pen running in the clouds and flowing water. The great river goes east, the waves are exhausted, and the people of the past 1,000 years are in the wind and water. The west side of the old fortress, people say is, the Three Kingdoms Zhou Lang Red Cliff. Stones pierce through the air, waves beat the shore, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The mountains and rivers are like a picture, how many heroes? Without the slightest pause, a breath. Think back to the year of Gong Jin, Xiao Xiao first married, handsome hair. Feather fan spandex scarf, laughing, boom and scowling. The old country traveled, love should laugh at me, early hair. Life is like a dream, a libation river moon. Simple and clear, without the slightest bit of procrastination, the entire process of watching the crowd in a trance thought that Yi Xian was completing a magnificent work of art. Good words. The rhyme, mood, rhythm, and picture are flawless. Feng Roman was full of praise, snapping his hands between his emotions. Although the lyrics were over, his mind still floated over and over again with the shocking images that Yi Xian's lyrics had brought to him. In the midst of laughter, the boom and the skulls flew away, undoubtedly pushing the whole song to the peak. Giggle, Tong Tong knew that Pupa was the best. Pupa has never let us down. The two little ones listened to one of the lyrics written by POA, their eyes filled with admiration. So did Feng Mengyao on the side. At this moment, she was completely convinced by her male god. This is his own male god, more excellent than the Prince Charming in the heart of the man, so want to get his genes, and then in his own pairing, calling. If it is possible, she cannot wait to immediately will be the male god to carry away, directly home Miaodai give birth to a bunch of little Lolita. In that case, she will definitely be happy to die. Thinking of this, Feng Mengyau's pretty face couldn't help but appear a touch of redness. Secondary, she didn't know what came to her mind. Mu Hanshua's mother-in-law Chen Wanxiu at this moment tsk sound emotion. 3 years ago their daughter actually slept with a small demon. This kind of excellent son-in-law with lanterns cannot be found. Tong Zixuan stumbled on the soles of his feet, and his self-esteem was dealt an unprecedented and devastating blow. Who am I? Who am I? Where am I? This is at the moment the child Zixuan mind surfaced a sentence. Suddenly the child Zixuan thought of the teacher's teachings. There are people outside the sky, the world is never short of genius. In the past, Tong Zixuan was so conceited that he thought he was the most gifted person in the world's literary world, and he was the only candidate to be the president of the Writers' Association in the future, and he still thought so until he came to Chen's birthday banquet. But after experiencing the scene just now, this cognition completely collapsed. His pride all along, in front of that Yi Xian is a joke. It turns out that I was wrong all along. After freezing for a long time, the corners of Tong Zixian's mouth emerged full of bitterness, because he understood the gap between himself and Yi Xian very well. Even if he worked hard for the rest of his life, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to reach that level. When Tong Zixuan was devastated, Feng Roman looked at Yi Xian with a deep smile. Tweedledum wanted to try. Yi young friend is brilliant in writing, when the young generation first person. Feng old man fallacious praise. Smile calmly, face without half fluctuation. Precisely because of this kind of spoiled face, Feng Roman to Yi Xian again is a high regard. Fallacious praise cannot be. Slightly laughs, and then tentative voice. I don't know ye little friend to couplets can have research. Couplets? Hearing Feng Roman's words, Yi Xian was first slightly stunned, slightly knowledgeable. Is that so? Hearing Yi Xian's words, it was obvious that Feng Roman would not believe it. I wonder if Yi Xiaoyu has no interest in fighting with the old immortal in a couplet. Wow. When Feng Roman said this, the birthday banquet is full of a shock. Fight couplets? And it was also initiated by the president of the Composers Association himself? This is definitely the first time in the heavens and the earth. Everyone's eyes brushed together towards Yi Xian. This guy. What virtue and what ability? Old Feng, what are you doing? Chin old man is also stunned, obviously did not expect Feng Roman will suddenly and his grandson son-in-law cut couplets. This old man is young couplets top master, never lost. Have to say that this has the flavor of the big bully small. Fighting couplets? There can be benefits. Hearing Feng Roman's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned and immediately asked out loud. Feng Jingting, Chen Ichio and the others. Favorable? This guy still really dare to say, does he think that the fighting couplet can win over Feng Lao? Oh. Benefits? It's a bit interesting. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Feng Roman's eyes narrowed slightly. Quietly the corners of his mouth curved up into an arc. If you can cut the couplings without losing, the Association of Writers owes you a favor. How? In the future, and if you have something to do, the Association of Writers will help out. Boom. Feng Roman said, around a boiling, the association owes a favor. This bet is a little big. To know the influence of the association is quite large. However, before the crowd could ponder further, Yi Xian clouded over and raised 3 slender fingers. 3 favors. Pft cough cough. Misty grass, this kid can die without pretending. Tong Zixuan listened to Yi Xian's words. He almost didn't choke to death on the tea he just drank. What the hell? Fighting with the teacher over the couplings and still talking about the conditions. It's really interesting. This kid is afraid that he doesn't know the level of the teacher's couplings. Feng Mengyao listened to the words of the male god. Her pretty face was full of excited redness, worthy of being this young lady's male god. This vigor. Go boy god, I believe you can win. Feng Roman, Cough cough. Feng Mengyao, shut up. Feng Jingting brained or a mass of black lines. This pit grandfather's goods, afraid do not know who was their own family right, her grandfather and others fighting coupling, this niece even to others to cheer. Chen Lao laughed at this scene and came over to his granddaughter's side. Little Han Shui, it seems that the granddaughter of the old Feng family is going to become your love rival. Grandpa. Hearing Grandpa's words for the old, Mu Hanyua's pretty face blushed and glared at Elder Chen, then her eyes looked towards that Feng Mengyao who was no different than a confession, not worried in the slightest. Yi Xian he won't. Ha, this is not important. I'm rather curious as to how many moves this grandson-in-law can last in your Grandpa Feng's hands. Chen Lao sat smilingly on his chair, watching the scene with a good sense of humor, but it drew blank stares from Mu Hanxue. Last a few moves, Grandpa means Yi Xian is bound to lose? Otherwise. Listening to his granddaughter's words, he laughed. I don't think so. Mu Hanyue, who knew that big pig's hoof extremely well, looked at her own man with deep meaning. Although I don't know how Yi Xian carpets, but with my understanding of him, he won't do anything without benefits. Next, perhaps there will be something beyond Grandpa's expectation is not certain. Beyond expectation, little cold snow you mean? Your Grandpa Feng has been tricked? Chen Lao was slightly stunned, although he didn't understand his granddaughter-in-law, but he knew this granddaughter too well. Since she said these words, there must be no small basis. Can't it be that old Feng is going to be planted today? Thinking of this, Chen Lao is more interested in a point. If this is really the case, then it will be even more interesting. If Yi Xian can fight the coupling in the hands of the old Feng without losing, and that person is still his own grandson-in-law, it is undoubtedly a great good thing for him. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting young man. In that case, little friendy, I promise. Feng Roman's eyes once again surged a touch of essence, although the young man in front of him is his own life-saving benefactor, but one size fits all. He fights coupling up will not be the slightest bit of retention. Of course, the most important reason is that, until now, he still can't see the depths of this Yi Xiaoyu. Feng Rumen's voice fell, the scene of an uproar, and then stared at the field in dismay. Tong Zixuan is a cold smile, so crazy, see how you later end? The two little guys at the moment is for the poop flag shouting, poop will win, and poop you the best and so on, not the slightest bit stingy export. Koi cute super cute voice is very good to listen to, surrounded in the birthday banquet field, for a long time has not been stopped. P.S. Drunken Bianching Big Brother Hypnotic Note Reward, love to eat Saha Cake Yuang Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea Reward, love to eat meat flavored eggplant Livehua Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea Reward, SSSSSGTFHG Big Brother Send Blade Reward, user 756054441 Hypnotic Note Love Letter Praise Reward, like Pandi Big Brother Hypnotic Note Reward Hanshanching, user 143777939 Big Brother Hypnotic Note Reward. Thank you all for your support. Author's words. Thanks to user 40854118, user 624-982-0735, Jing Jing, user 113955726, user 439764555, Dragon King K, Drunken Bailiwick City, Hui, Illusory Years of Dreams, Wawa number 1, user 11084448, Frying Heavens Gang Property Bell, and Xiang Yang, Yang Hai Aoshwet who loves to eat Ben Kujiet, Yuang who loves to eat Seta Cake, user 624-982-0735, Jifeng who loves crispy mashed dishes, Flirty Nyang Nyang's husband, Loneliness of Bachelors, Lifey, user 10493818, new leader of Frying Heaven Gang Mengling. Divine Neck, My Shaji, Master is not happy, Tucking Plums, Fruitian, user 630-693-0858, Loose Lover, user 237020014, Sincere My Wave We, Frying Sky Gang Scared Me to Tears, Kusun who loves veggie sauce noodles, The Great Zhuang Master of Middle Earth, Tian Yitzi of Shanine Valley, user 10506983, and other big brothers rewarded. Chapter 129 Fighting Pillar Union Operation Not Crazy Devil Not Living. In the birthday banquet field, the atmosphere was warm and quite a bit of tit for tat. Chen Lao looked at the field with interest, looking forward to the next development. Between the attention of the crowd, a voice came out, Elder Feng, it will be Feng Lao out of the upper couplet, if you cannot answer the lower couplet counted as my loss. Wow. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the eyes of the crowd flashed with dismay. If you can't answer it, count me out. Does this guy want to be so crazy? Even Chen Yiqiu was frowning, apparently also felt that her son-in-law's decision was a bit violent. Yi little friend, are you sure? Seeing that Yi Xian didn't have too many fluctuating looks, Feng Rumen didn't reject it. Because of the first contact he didn't know much about Yi Xian's attainments in couplings. A minute or so later, confirming that Yi Xian had asked him to come up with the top couplet, Feng Rumen didn't push back anymore as he also wanted to try out Yi Xian's level. This kid, he's going to lose. Tong Zixuan saw Yi Xian making a big fuss. The flame that had been extinguished in his heart rekindled. This is so arrogant, when he can't answer it then he will only fall harder. He, poop beat that old grandpa we give you mama de yo. Atmosphere rises, the two little guys can't stop cheering for poop, even at the expense of selling their own mama de. That kind of whiny cute lovely appearance, Si Feng Mengyao and others hate to hold the two little lowly, hard to kiss a mouthful of addiction. Little friend Yi, then let's begin. Feng Lao smiled slightly. After many years of loneliness of the masters, he hadn't had an unimpeded fight for a long time. Aha! Without saying much, he dotingly rubbed the two little ones' heads, the cheering and encouragement he had just heard in his ears. After the boiling, with Feng Rumen and Yi Xian's silence, the atmosphere in the arena also quieted down. Obviously all knew what was going to happen next. Listen up little friend Yi, let's start with a simple one. After a pause in his voice, Feng Rumen made a small attempt. Less water sand is present. Feng Lao a 5-word couplet appeared, although simple but cannot be imagined so simple. Less and water just form the word sand, and 5 words to form a mood. As the president of the Imperial Capital Composers Association, how can there be a simple couplet? Oh, looks like your grandpa Feng is serious. This couplet is not as simple as one would think. Chen Lao heard Feng Rumen's top couplet, faintly smiled as his line of sight fell on his grandson's son-in-law. It was obvious that it was time for him to answer the next couplet. If he couldn't even answer this couplet, then the joke would be too big. Yi Xian has no problem. Mu Hanxue had been paying attention to the big pig's hoof's face. From the time Feng Lao came out with the couplet to now, his face hadn't changed in the slightest. Obviously it was all under his control. As expected, just as Mu Hanxue's voice fell, Yi Xiandao answered with the next couplet, it's Earth Embankment Fangchang. Oh. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the crowd in the birthday banquet venue all looked stunned. It is an earth forming the word dike, then Fangchang. This next couplet, it was a bit interesting. The crowd all nodded their heads in tasteful silence. It was obvious that this next couplet was completely justified and could not pick the slightest fault. It's Earth Dike Fangchang? Hearing his grandson's son-in-law's couplet, Chen Lao was stunned for a moment and then looked at Yi Xian with a smile. It seems that this little Ye's attainment in couplets is also quite good. being able to come up with such a couplet in such a short period of time is not simple. A test will tell you the depths. The bright aura between Feng Roman's eyes was 1 point better. The better Yi Xian was, the more he would be able to have a good fight. Little friend Yi really has very good attainments in couplets. Since this is the case, Feng Roman, I won't be polite. The moment Feng Roman said this, Feng Jingting's father and daughter as well as Mu Hanshui and the others were speechless for a moment. This quietly Yi Xian had directly increased by 2 generations. Feng old man, despite the fact that it's just a matter of making a move, I also want to take a look at Feng old man's coupling style. Ha 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 ha, good. Then today, little friend Yi, we'll have a good fight. Seeing how bold Yi Xian was, Feng Roman was also energized. Then little friend Yi, listen up. Look at the river building, look at the river flow, look at the river flow under the river building. The river building is 1,000 years old, the river flow is 1,000 years old. After saying that, Feng Roman's sight was locked on Yi Xian, and the crowd in the birthday banquet hall were also pondering over this top line of Feng Lao. However, before they could think about it in detail, Yi Xian's voice had already peeked out, printing Moonwell, printing Moon Shadow, printing Moon Shadow and printing Moonwell, Moonwell for 10,000 years, Moon Shadow for 10,000 years. Pa! The next couplet had just fallen. Feng Lao directly slapped on his thigh with a snap, not caring about the pain. His face was filled with a flushed red of excitement. Come back to this. Water with worms is turbid, water with fish is fishing, water, 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 rivers and lakes. The crowd has just come back to their senses. The next line has already come out. Under the wood for this, above the wood for the end, wood, 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 pine and cypress. Camperson Sr. Tong Zishuan, this, what? That guy, how is it possible? Listening to the coupling fight between his teacher and that bastard Yi Xian, the whole person felt bad. That guy was able to go over the top with his teacher in the coupling. The impact of this information on him could not be said to be small. What a wood, 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 pine and cypress. Camperson Sen. Good boy, again. The essence between Feng Lao's eyes became more and more victorious, and his speed was also much faster than just now. Red-faced Guan, black-faced Zhang, white-faced Dragon, protecting Mr. Liu on all sides. The top line came out again. Yi Xian was not afraid in the slightest, without half a hint of stagnation. Traitorous heart Chao ambitious Yuin heart Dong Zhua heart to seize the Han River and Mountain. Good. Yi Xian's phrase heart and mind seize the Han River Mountain directly drew applause from the audience. The crowd's interest was also getting higher. They never thought that such an elegant couplet could also carry a sharp edge. Chen Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at his grandson-in-law with deep meaning. This little guy really exceeded his expectations. He. I knew that old grandpa wouldn't be able to defeat Poa. That's right, Popa is Superman, no one is Popa's match. The two little ones chattered, that look of adoration and admiration, living as a fan of Poa's ashes. Tune the piano to tune the new tune to tune the tune to tune the wonderful. Between the boiling of the crowd, Feng Roman once again came up with a top line. The voice fell, less than 3 seconds, planting flowers, and planting while all kinds of fragrance. Ha 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 ha, painful. The bright laughter from Feng Roman's mouth, painfully, too painfully. How many years finally encountered a coupling opponent, then did not hesitate, with a faster speed than just said a coupling again, wind and rain, warm and cold, everywhere looking for. Yi Xian looked calm, ing yin, flowers and leaves, ching ching twilight. The moon is full and the moon is not full, the moon is not full and the moon is not full, year after year, twilight and dusk, the day is seen at the end of the night. 500 Luohans cross the river, and 1,000 Buddha's sons are at the center of the waves on the bank. A beautiful woman is facing the moon, and there are 2 chandeliers on earth and in heaven. The 2 men, an old man and a young man, one out of a reply, articulation gapless, tacit understanding exception, from time to time out of the Feng old cheerful voice, listen to the birthday banquet field all the people are dumbfounded, Foggrass, the Chin old grandson son-in-law is too bullish it, directly with the president of the Association of Chinese Composers, Feng Lao killed the sky and earth, the sun and moonlight, P.S. Bounty cumulative total of 1,252 brothers, the distance from 2,000 bounty is still left 748, the top. The top of the list is the top of the list. The first time I saw the movie, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you. Chapter 130 Killer Attack, Threat to Yi Xian 0.08%. 1 minute. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. In the field Feng old man and Yi Xian 2 people out of a reply is not lively. Feng old man's speed is also faster and faster, and Yi Xian to keep up with its speed without pressure. The crowd at the birthday banquet stared in disbelief. The two-fight coupling lasted 10 minutes, that's right, is 10 minutes of time, the round has been unknown, 30, 50 or more. The crowd was overwhelmed by the depth of Feng Lao's couplet attainments, but they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's speed of reply. Hey, smooth. Too smooth. Chess rivalry, absolute chess rivalry. Feng Lao was full of red light. Good boy, if you win this next couplet, then I, the Association of Composers, will owe you 3 favors. After that, he paused his voice and narrated the last couplet. Qi, Chu, Qin, Yan, Zhao, Wei, and Han, 7 countries are dominant, and they are competing for the Central Plains, and 100 years of wind and rain, when they return to the Qin. This couplet is a bit of a dick, telling the beginning and end of the 7 warring states' struggle for supremacy. This couplet is definitely not the average person can come out of, if not have a strong literary attainment skills, even if you want to think about a year, 5 years, or even 10 years don't want to think about coming out of. Grandpa, what the hell, this is too difficult, deliberately making things difficult for people. Feng Mengyao, as Feng Lao's granddaughter, at this moment, she spat with her mouth open for her male god. Feng Jingting. However, Feng Jingting has not yet had the next reaction. Slightly smiling Yi Xian's voice came out. Sun Lu Chao Yuan Tao Kong Zhang, the 3 kingdoms, dominating the world, 30 years of chaos, the only living Jin family. Oh, good. Looking at his grandson's son-in-law and up to his friend's couplet, Chen Lao face is full of pride. His grandson's son-in-law great popularity of his grandfather's face also have a light. Yes, Pupa won. Well, I knew that Pupa can de. 2 little guys' little face full of excitement and arrogance. Really, Pupa did not let them down it. Pupa is too great, super like de. POA, moi da. Open small feet, a left and a right jumped into the arms of the POA, koi cute intimacy moi kiss on a bite, such a scene really in the bad birthday banquet hall of the crowd. This is... That bastard, won. Tong Zishuan staggered on the soles of his feet and sat down on a chair. His eyes looked at the field unbelievably, his heart lifted up the waves that covered the sky. How is it possible for that guy to win against his teacher? Unacceptable. He was completely unable to accept the scene that happened right now. The teacher and the coupling actually lost to a younger than their own kid. Even worse, that is, the kid is still their own love at first sight girl. Extremely good feelings of people. At this moment, the child Zishuan body and mind by unprecedented blow, the so-called self-esteem was also mercilessly destroyed. Of course, this scene appeared, as Yi Xian's mother-in-law, Mu Hanshua's mother Chenichio, is to see is very happy, this son-in-law, really to their own long face. Undeniably, being the mother-in-law was extremely obedient to the son-in-law. Congratulations to the host to obtain from Tong Tong Milk Daddy value plus 399. Congratulations to the host to obtain from Meng Meng Milk Daddy value plus 399. Congratulations to the host to obtain from Tong Tong Milk Daddy value plus 399. Congratulations to the host for obtaining from Meng Meng Milk Daddy value plus 399. While the crowd was lamenting, Yi Xian was once again harvesting the Milk Daddy values of the 2 little ones, and it was obvious that the quality of the Milk Daddy values had increased quite a bit again. However, before Yi Xian could lament further, the system's prompt came out. Ding! Reminding the host that there is a super strong killer approaching with a 0.08% threat to the host's life. Hearing the system's sudden voice, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Another killer. Under the use of perspective tracking card, very quickly Yi Xian discovered the various parts of the birthday banquet hall, surging about 5 or 6 waiters, and there were also other killers controlling the various dark places of Crouching Dragon Xian, obviously more than one assassination. Daughter-in-law, keep an eye on Tong Tong Meng Meng, I'm going to the restroom. A hidden flash of ruthlessness between his eyes. These killers were really thieves. Oh, then you go. The big pig's hooves were out of the limelight in a row. Mu Hanshue completely didn't notice the hidden ruthless aura that flashed under Yi Xian's eyes. After all, her attention was all on Grandpa's birthday banquet. Tong Tong, Meng Meng, you guys follow Mama here and don't wander off. Okay, POA will be right back. Squatting down, he pinched the pink cheeks of the 2 little ones and said dotingly, his face floating with fatherly love. Then POA, you have to come back quickly, ah. The 2 little ones blinked their big flashing eyes and said to the POA, they were already almost 3 years old, not a 2-year-old child anymore. Good. Rubbing the 2 little ones' heads, he nodded to his wife, then turned around and headed towards the direction of the restroom. The moment Yi Xian turned his head, the killing intent surging between his eyes became 1 point thicker, not for any other reason, just for those killers sweeping away the pleasure of spoiling the 2 little ones for himself. Those people deserve to die. With that, Yi Xian dialed a phone out. Moloch, the Sakura Society killers are coming, not one of them will be left behind. Sakura Society. It's your highness. The opposite party heard the news, their complexion shook, and they answered down with a deep sigh of relief. At the same time, not far from the Wulong Xian restaurant. Did the Sakura Society come? Very good. It's just right to try out today's strength with the lives of these people. With a brush sound, Moloch's figure had already disappeared from the field, and in the next moment, he appeared 3 or 4 meters away like a ghost. More than a minute later, Yi Xian came to the silence to the restroom corridor, a dark place. A Sakura Club Silver Killer Silver 25, the eyes revealed a ferocious aura. Die, kid. Poof. Not yet waiting for the Sakura Club Silver 25 shot, a knife directly from behind it penetrate the heart tip of the knife where there is still hot blood from the heart. What? No. How is it possible? Sakura Club Silver 25's eyes suddenly widened. The stabbing pain in his heart let him know that he had been killed by a single blow. Just how could someone be so powerful? Damn, this kind of existence. At least the top 3 of their Sakura Club's 12 silver did it. Sakura Club, Silver Killer. Old man slaughtered another one. The Silver 25 identity token will be put away. Coldly smiled and flashed towards another direction, sped over. At the very least, before he was far from being able to do so easily, kill Silver 25 in one blow. 3 people, 5 people, 8 people. Soon, more than a dozen of Sakura Club's silver assassins were all taken out by Madeline, of which even Silver 9 of Sakura Club's 12 silvers was taken out by him, even though it took him a lot of effort. At this point, except for the Silver 2 Hatakeyama Satoru who was leading the team this time, all of them were dead. Also in this time, Yi Xian came to the restroom, suddenly brushed a black aura instantly deception, towards Yi Xian neck split, but just in the lightning sparks, ding sound. The other dagger collided with the katana, emitting a crisp metal collision sound. 2 people backed up under one blow. On the opposite side, Hatoyama Zuo was staring at the man who appeared at Yi Xian's side with a face full of moroseness. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Moloch. It's you! Chapter 131. The Sakura Society was once again miserably destroyed by the regiment, the demonic red-faced friend of Moloch. Moloch. That's right, this person he knows. The Sakura Club must kill the person, the organization explicitly stipulates, who can kill the devil Luo. Bring his head will become the Sakura Club's merit, more will get extremely expensive reward. It is rumored that although the devil Luo's hands are good, but there is absolutely no strength to kill the 12 silver medal of the Sakura Club. But now this devil Luo not only killed the Silver 9, and even the other silver medal killers were also killed by its one person alone. Coupled with that move just now, Satoru Hatakeyama was incomparably certain that the strength of this Moloch, whom their organization was bound to kill, was most likely not below him. Sakura Club 12 silver, Silver 2 Hatoyama Seikyo. After seeing the visitor clearly, Moloch's eyes flashed with essence. No wonder this person's strength was so strong. It turned out to be the Sakura Society's Silver 2. Sakura Club's people all deserve to die. After seeing that the person was in air, Devil Luo's killing intent was even more intense. If such a killer died, the blow to the Sakura Club would definitely not be small. Thumb. Devil Luo figure into a black aura instantly attacked Hatoyama Sakai. Ding sound. Hatoyama Sakai katana swung out with the Devil Luo once again hard steel and together. Under the wrath of the Devil Luo, as if transformed into a state of madness under the strike, directly will Hatoyama Satoru knocked back 2 steps away, a strike down, followed by another strike straight to the heart. Moloch, you seek death. Hatakeyama Satoru, as the Silver 2 of Sakura Club, was also fighting out of breath without any reservation. Of course, the most important thing was that the strength of that Moloch had already exceeded his expectation. Dang Lang. The 2 people just like this fierce battle together, 3 strokes, 5 strokes, 10 strokes. Plop. At a certain moment, the 2 people crossed bodies and Hatakeyama's pupils suddenly shrunk, the stinging pain between the neck came, and then the blood sprayed and splashed down on the ground. You? How can you kill me? The moment before he died, Hatakeyama Zui used his last breath to turn around and look at that dagger-wielding Moloch, with shock and disbelief surfacing on his face. Yes, he couldn't believe that the guy who was disdained by the gold medal assassins within the organization as well as their 12 silvers would be so powerful to such an extent. Bastard. Moloch, the Sakura Club and my big brother will not let you go. Consciousness collapsed. One of the 12 silver of the Cherry Blossom Society, Silver 2, finally turned into a corpse. The second attack of the Cherry Blossom Society, Yi Xian didn't even move his finger, directly by the Devil Luo one-person group destroyed. Until Hatakeyama Sakai transformed into a cold corpse, Moloch coldly grunted. Hatakeyama Sakai's big brother, that Sakura Club 12 silver ranked first Hatakeyama Ichiro? Hatoyama Ichiro, 8 years ago, that is, his whole family was destroyed that time. Then the Hatoyama Ichiro has already been a silver 1, now 8 years past. No one knows how strong that guy, and even rumored that it has been promoted to the Sakura Club's gold medal killer. Skillfully disposing off the corpses of more than 10 people in Hatakeyama's party, Moloch returned to Yi Xian's side. Hall Master, all 18 of the Sakura Society's silver guards, including Silver 2, have been ambushed. Temple Master's first mission, of course. Devil Luo did not dare to have the slightest slack, and complete the mission at the same time can also avenge the extermination of the clan. To be honest, he now really kind of like this identity. Good job, but the body is too dragging. It could have been shortened to at least 5 minutes to finish. Seeing Demon Luo's respectful face, he pointed out his shortcomings in a pinpoint manner. Cough cough, the Hall Master's lesson is, next time, Demon Luo will go all out. Listening to the Hall Master directly said in the heart, the Devil Luo old face a red. Obviously just now he holds the strength of the surge. Want to test some, which delayed the time. After talking for a few sentences, Devil Luo thought of something and said to Yi Xian, right Temple Master, this period of time I have taken in a subordinate, named Black Mole, is a third-rate Force Axe Gang's leader of the magic capital, is a usable talent, in the future is also convenient for Temple Master to do some things. Oh? Third-rate Force Axe Gang. Hearing Mo Luo's words, Yi Xian slightly stared at his brows then nodded, good, I know. In addition, Your Highness still has one more thing. After saying this, Devil Luo's face couldn't help but blush slightly for it, stammering for half a day and not saying anything. Oh, what is it? Obviously Yi Xian also noticed the Devil Luo's difference, stammering, this is not like you. Devil Luo, this. Subordinate dare not hide the Temple Master. 8 years ago I have a confidant named Blood Red Clothes, a strength far beyond me. If the Temple Master can recruit it into the Rakshasa Temple, we'll be able to for the Temple Master as well as the Rakshasa Temple to make a great achievement. Demon Luo clenched his teeth. He also heard about the current situation of that confidant only by chance recently, and his heart was worried. Is that so? How could the struggle between Demon Luo's eyes escape Yi Xian's eyes, looking at Demon Luo with deep meaning? But this confidant of yours, I'm afraid it's not that easy to recruit. Cough cough. Hearing this, a touch of embarrassment surfaced on Devil Luo's face. Back to Palace Master, indeed. So, Blood Red Clothes due to a mission killed the Sun God Temple, a Divine Guard's own brother. At the same time that person is also the Sun God Temple's assassin. Now she is being hunted down by the Sun God Highness Extinction Order. The Devil Luo did not dare to have the slightest concealment. One by one will be the red-pink Blood Red Clothes know the status quo set out. After all, nowadays honestly to his connections, in addition to the Hallmaster, he cannot think of anyone else can save the Blood Red Clothes. Puffing sound. After saying this, the Devil Luo directly kneeled on both knees on the ground. Thud sound of the brain door hit the ground hard. If the Hallmaster can save the Red Clothes, the two of us in this life would like to follow the Hallmaster in order to report the grace of the adults. Oh. Seeing that Demon Luo directly and simply knelt down on the ground, obviously he also knew that if Hallmaster agreed to do so, that would undoubtedly bring a giant enemy to the Hallmaster, the Sun God Temple that was in existence that was on par with the Sakura Society. It seems like that girl called Blood Red Dress is very important to you. Originally, Yi Xian thought that in Moloch's life there was only the word revenge, but he didn't realize that there was such a woman who made him so. Back to Palace Master, other than revenge, the only thing left in the rest of Devil Luo's life is red clothes. Demon Luo did not hide, directly and solemnly voiced out a reply. Is that so? Demon Luo's certain look already explained everything, but this is not what Yi Xian is concerned about. What he is concerned about is Demon Luo's that red-pink friend. Strength in Demon Luo is still quite a bit higher, and can in the Sun God Temple's pursuit of the collection under the persistence of the present, the strength of it has already proved that, if this kind of good hand to join their own command, in the future the Rakshasa Temple will certainly be another big helping hand. I promise. Plain voice resounded in the ears of the Devil Luo, as if the earth was thundering. His mind roared and then he was ecstatic. Really? Thank you, Temple Master. With a fluttering sound, Demon Luo once again knelt on the ground, faster and louder than before. Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. For now, you first find the location of that red-pink friend of yours, notify me at that time, and I will personally bring your red-pink friend to the magic capital. Alright, the two little ones should be waiting impatiently if they can't see me for such a long time. After saying that, he turned around and walked in the direction of the birthday banquet field, leaving Mo Luo with a sprightly back. In a few moments, only the Devil Luo, a person in place, froze. Finally a moment back to God over, eyes are very touched, and then tightly clenched fists look at Yi Xian disappeared in the direction of the dark vow. Temple Master, the Devil Luo will not let you down. In this life, the Devil Luo is your blade. Who dares to block your way, that is the Devil Luo's enemy. Northern Bear Country, deep in the western jungle. Blood Redcoat, how dare you? If I don't kill you today, I'm deluding myself with the name of the divine 20th butcher of the Sun God Temple. A man in his 30s, all that surfaced on his face was hideous. Kill for me. The one who beheads blood-red clothes, I'll give him $30 million in the name of God Temple God 20. Boom. The moment the butcher said this, the nearly 100 top killers around them all had crimson fervor in their eyes. $30 million, this was a sum of temptation they couldn't refuse. He, worthy of being the Sun God Temple's Divine Guard 20, this handwriting is big enough. Behead her. Chattering heated voices swirled up from the surroundings, but none of them relaxed to look for blood-red clothes figure. Ah. Right at this moment, a mournful scream rang out, and then a top assassin's head was seen gurgling blood between its necks, and a blood-red silhouette flickered away, sweeping towards the distance. Blood-red clothes, where to go? Marred, $30 million is old man's. A fierce battle unfolded in the dense forest here. The Sun God Temple God Guard ranked 20th, the butcher, stared coldly at the blood-red figure fleeing in the distance. Blood-red clothes, this time it's the Heavenly King's old man who can't save you. Coldly looking at the blood-red sound that flashed frequently in the distance, the speed was extremely fast, and this was also his biggest headache. Immediately, took a deep breath and looked at the time, dialed a phone. Pass my order, all the killers of the Sun God Temple, the siege begins. Blood-red clothes, I will definitely make you beg for your life and die when I catch you. Butcher's voice fell, with the blood-red clothes as the center of a circle of 360 degrees outside a circle of 10 kilometers will be surrounded. This time there are 3,000 Sun God Temple killers to participate in the siege kill. To know the Church of the Sun God Guard 20, its prestige is quite high, not to mention today's 3,000 Sun God Temple killers, that is, 5,000. 8,000 is also in the matter of, against the blood-red clothes of the world siege of the battle thus opened. The author has something to say. Thank you, scrap faggot little brother, Joe Janeway, fried sky gang easy baler, jing jing, love to eat salted water QETOIS Phoenix, love to eat burnt eel dong laming, love the sea moth sun pingon, user 10110467, Zhang Jiang, talkative nobleman, Middle Earth world of the big Zhuangzhou master, Dragon King K, phantom years of dreaming, the big state of the 11431039 bug 1226668 35664036 carat 0 carat comma at 219863778904005 14377939 60162363. User 167967755, a small farmer in the immortal world, Song Weizong who loves to eat oil brine tofu, Zhou Mo of Huai County, user 707155018, and other big brothers rewarded. Chapter 132. Dad, you go home and discuss with mom. Give me a sister, okay? Poop. POA. Just returned to the field, has long been waiting for the Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Two little guys ran over, accompanied by the voice of the Wine Meng intimate brain into the arms of the poop. The voice of the two little ones, no doubt as if the attraction of God like the three instantly became the center of attention in the birthday banquet hall. Wow, the God's two daughters are super awesome, I love it. Feng Mengyao's two eyes are full of little stars, and then looked to her old man. Dad, how about? You go home and discuss with mom. Give me a sister, okay? Pft, cough cough. Hearing his daughter's sudden heartbreaking words, Feng Jingting directly a mouthful of tea all to spray out, but did not wait for him to speak. His daughter's voice once again came out, certainly patted his chest to ensure that, you can rest assured that I will take the younger sister, to ensure that the conditioning and the God of the man's two little ones the same. Feng Jingting. Go, what are you talking nonsense about? Eat your meal. Blared at his daughter, Feng Jingting brain a black line, this thing if it is spread out is not enough for others to laugh at. Originally as well, not with you to say back to me and mom to say go. Tough white eyes of his own old man, muttered. But this sentence listened to Feng Jingting hard to handle, this girl crazy since the mouth of the family but long ago said such a word, said always think of the Mangyao alone after lonely, want to give her a companion, and to their excellent family not to mention the regeneration of a, that is, 10 or 8 also easy to raise up. Hush, you a niece, go back I give your mom. Ahem, discuss. Feng Jingting secretly wiped the sweat, ready to stabilize his daughter, as to tell her mom is not his own decision. However, the ideal is very beautiful, the reality is very cruel. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Feng Jingting said with certainty, that stance was completely no different from the real thing. Hey grandpa, did you hear that? My dad said to go back and discuss with my dad about giving me a sister. You old man, just wait to hold your little granddaughter. The unscrupulous Feng Mengyao, this sweet little cotton padded jacket completely leaked, mercilessly betrayed his old man. As long as your father and your mother are willing, I have no problem. Now I am still physically fit to live for 20 years is not a problem. Feng Jingting, Dad, you also follow the coaxing. The heart threatened his daughter, this niece is really 3 days do not fight on the room, against the sky also. Chen Lao smilingly looked at Feng Roman's family of 3, then the line of sight to the side of Chen Xuanyu. Xuanyu, you are also not too young to start a family. Your father did not give me a sweet little granddaughter, you must give me a great-granddaughter. Chen Yuxuan, Grandpa, this doesn't seem to concern me, right? Undoubtedly lying shot Chen Yuxian at the moment a little bit blind. Who did he invite who messed with, although he is very envious of cousin and cousin husband, but love this thing has to rely on fate is not. On the other hand, one of the Mu family's henchmen quickly came to Chen Icho's side and muttered in a low voice, Madam, according to reliable information the Sakura Society's 12 silver, more than a dozen silver assassins under the leadership of the Silver Two that is, Ambush and the Crouching Dragon Xian. Hearing the words of her men, Chen Icho's eyes condensed, Sakura Society? Find out what to do. This. Not too clear, but it should be for the purpose of carrying out a mission to assassinate a person, only it's not clear who exactly it is, but. Speaking here, that expert of the Mu family frowned. However, what? This matter can't be underestimated. Chen Icho's mind floated one response countermeasure after another. The Sakura Society is even more difficult to deal with than the blood-killing organization. However, their Mu family is not scary. This time, if the Sakura Society dares to look for trouble, the people who came one also don't want to leave. Cough cough, back to the lady, say it out you may not believe, we only know that the Cherry Blossom Society's people have ambushed in the Lying Dragon Shin, but I let the people will be the whole Lying Dragon Shin turned upside down did not find the slightest trace of the Cherry Blossom Society, as if evaporated in general. Think here, this Mu family expert heart cannot say the weird, to know that he is 100% sure that the Cherry Blossom Society killers in this, as for now why no trace is unknown. Evaporation, Cherry Blossom Society's hidden whereabouts level is far from here. And this trip is only a silver medal killer, is it? These people were killed by an unknown force. Chen Ichio thought of some kind of possibility and guessed, although this possibility was very small and wouldn't even exist. Taken out by someone, this. Unlikely. The Mu family's expert frowned, obviously not believing in the lady's words, silently taking out more than a dozen silver assassins of the Sakura Society, also including Silver 2 Hatakayama Sasao. This is something that even our Mu family can't do. The biggest possibility in this case should be that an emergency situation has arisen and suddenly retreated. Listening to the words of the Mu family's experts, Chen Icho's face was solemn. Regardless of which possibility, let all people raise their spirits. Once a change occurs, no matter if it's someone from the Sakura Club or not, directly kill them. Over the years, Chen Icho had grasped quite a bit of the Mu family's power, and with her ability, it was easy to subdue these Mu family's experts. Yes, ma'am. After that henchman finished speaking, he conveyed the lady's meaning. At one time no less than dozens of Mu family experts controlled every corner of Crouching Dragon Shin. However, what they didn't know was that the Sakura Society's silver medal killer that they were guarding against had long since become a soul under the knife of the Devil's Law, and it was impossible for them to see the Sakura Society's people even if they waited for 10,000 years. P.S. Gift reward 13-0 for up Big Brothers. For the love of Power Punch Duck that said, the reward of the Big Brother men can meet the goddess of their dreams. Women can marry Prince Charming yo. I'm sorry. Chapter 133 POA Mama, you guys just join in, do the game yeah. About half an hour later, the birthday banquet ended. The guests who came one after another left their seats to say goodbye and leave. Yuxian's youngest two and the two little ones also got up. Grandpa, Mom, we're leaving first. It's getting late, you guys go back early, be safe on the road. After some contact, Elder Chen was heartily satisfied with this grandson's son-in-law and instructed Yixian. Don't worry, Grandpa. Smiling at Mu Hanshua's grandfather, the family left with a smile. Watching Feng Mengyao, who was still present in the room, with envy in her eyes, she reminded Feng Jingting, the old man beside her, without any reason, Dad, don't forget to go back and tell my mom about having a younger sister. Feng Jingting. Shut up. A hint of panic to look around. See no one pay attention to this side. Feng Jingting this only then breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if it is possible he will really hang the pitiful daughter to beat, this niece is to throw away his old face to be willing to do so. But on the other hand, Yi Xian and his party drove their car to leave Wulong-Shen. He, POA you are super powerful today, the old foreigner master was surprised. Yes that old grandpa who was saved by POA from a cerebral hemorrhage was defeated by all of them. The two little ones chattered, their heads floating over and over again with the great power of Poops just now at the old foreigner master's birthday banquet. Poopa, Tong didn't even get enough to eat at old foreigner master's birthday banquet. Me too, the dishes at the birthday banquet were so few and far between, and Mingming's belly is grumbling. Gurgling. The voices of the two little ones had just fallen when hungry voices rang out from one place. Not me. What are you looking at me for? It's not me either. Then the two little ones' sight sought the sound and looked in a certain direction, eventually landing on Mama's belly. Hee hee, it's Mama's belly, Mama also didn't eat enough like us. Hearing the words of the two little ones, Mu Hanyu-Tang's pretty face flushed cheeks, very embarrassed, too embarrassed, that big pig's hooves must have laughed at their own deaths, good not to compete with the belly. Of course, at this moment Mu Hanyu-Tang's small belly, if you can speak, must cry injustice. How can I blame myself? Seeing the appearance of his wife and daughter, spoiled a smile. Good, then we find a place to eat something, you pay attention to the next. Okay, yeah. Long live Poop. The two little ones shouted excitedly. If it wasn't for the fact that Papa was driving and they couldn't be disturbed, they would have already pounced on Papa to give him a loving kiss. Mu Hanyu-Tang, on the other hand, crossed her eyes at the big pig's hooves that were driving, counting this guy as having a conscience. Not much time, the two little guys were not far away from the brightly lit, looks like a newly opened restaurant attraction, romantic environment, pink balloon arch doorway is very good looking, in the most eye-catching restaurant above the words Rose Western Restaurant. Wow, Papa, there is super pretty day. Papa, can we eat there? It's super crowded and must be super delicious. The romantic and beautiful environment alone had already captured the eyes of the two whiny little ones, completely unable to look away. Not only the two little guys, is Mu Hanyu-Tang are beautiful eyes for a bright, obviously the restaurant owner of the new store opening publicity unprecedentedly large. A few minutes later, the car accurately parked in front of the Rose Western Restaurant, clicked the door to get off. The two little guys will not calmly surround it up, want to see the field so many uncles and aunts are doing. Yi Xian and Mu Hanyu-Tang followed the two little ones to the front, and saw the activities organized by the restaurant's grand opening, and today happened to be the first day of the new store. A large poster with the content of the event was written on it, roughly meaning that if a couple won the first place in this event, all purchases in the restaurant today would be free of charge. Yi Xian and Mu Hanyu-Tang just came to the field. They saw the restaurant's boss's wife walk over with a bright eye. After all, with the two super high face value does not let her not pay attention to it. Handsome, beautiful, we have 19 out of 20 couples already, there is still a pair missing, why don't you guys help me to fill up the number can be good. Mu Hanyu-Tang. Yes. POA Mama, you guys just participate in it, do the game yeah. Smiling two little guys, coy crispy voice to listen to the surrounding couples of girls, one by one, beautiful eyes are full of small stars and like, these two double-celled little guy is simply sucking the powder gods. Couples game, there is no interest. Seeing the 19 couples that were already ready, looking at the stunning beauty beside him. Mu Hanyu-Tang, who was in a good mood, mused, it's fine to be idle, so come on. Really? That's great. The restaurant owner's wife heard the handsome man and woman agree to come, and became even more excited about what was going to happen next, definitely setting the atmosphere of their opening on fire. Then without further hesitation, she picked up the microphone. Good. Dear customers. Just now, a talented couple, no, a young couple joined our team. I will announce the official start of the event. After some warming up, the sights of the surrounding guests were all gazing at Yi Xian and Mu Hanyu-Tang's bodies, and both men and women in the arena were brightened up. Especially, those girls who were with their boyfriends, seeing Yi Xian's face value and feeling his extraordinary temperament, their beautiful big eyes were full of excitement. This handsome guy, so handsome. Asking themselves, this handsome guy's face value dumped their boyfriends by more than 5 streets. Honestly, if they were given the chance to choose again, they would definitely choose this handsome guy instead of their current boyfriend, unless they were blind. Without further ado, let's take a look at the activities that the 20 couples will be challenged to participate in below. Beforehand, the 20 couples participating in the competition are not allowed to easily withdraw from the competition. Intriguing smile curved and raised, and then a press of the button, the silver screen in front of the restaurant lit up, followed by the emergence of the event's rules of the competition. Sit-ups flirting. This is a game between couples, not of the specific rules are as follows. The girl sits on the boy's lap, while the boy leans on the mat to do sit-ups. When sitting up to kiss the girl, the more times the winner. Note, the number of kisses does not count if the kiss is not successful. Wow. This game came out, immediately including Mu Hanyu-Tang, including 20 girls are pretty face red. This restaurant owner in order to publicize even used this kind of means, part 2 black. Wow. Tong Tong and Meng Meng know a lot of words, the words in the screen obviously they all recognize, just because they know this game is also, only wide open flashing eyes incomparable exclamation, head is floated after a while, the poop kissed mama's picture, he, that must be especially sweet. Ooh. This boss is really good at playing. After Yi Xian saw the message, he couldn't help but to look up and down at the beautiful beauty's wife with interest in his sight. The boys around him were also slightly flushed, but of course more excited. No matter if they won or not, they had earned a lot. Oh, good luck to all you handsome ladies. Give you all 3 minutes to move your joints and smooth out your emotions. Remember that tonight's freebie can only be the first place. Oh, come on, boys. 1 minute countdown 59, 58, 57. The boss lady's voice just fell. The big screen began to count down the large numbers. This moment Mu Hanshue honestly a little confused. More is regret. If she knew such a game, killed her will not participate. A minute time quickly. 10. 9. 8. 7. Soon the countdown ended. The boss's wife finally revealed a fox-like cunning arc. Obviously these 20 couples have fallen for her. The following handsome men and women are ready to start. P.S. Thanks to Death Big Brother send Blade reward, Fried Sky Gang Genius Player M Big Brother Catalyst send Blade Point reward, Qinglian Big Brother Catalyst reward, Chowad Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea reward, Love to Eat Black Pepper Meat Sauce of Goo Small Big Brother Catalyst reward, Love to Eat Artificial Rice of Chin Dai Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea reward, User 923333982 Big Brother Catalyst reward. The little author thanks, calling. The author has something to say. Thanks to the Fried Sky Gang Fomilong, love to eat dried shells and radish mushan, like scale grass Yishinshuang, we cannot windy communing, user 2348191, with the drunken moon yearly, the phantom yearly dream, Golden Gate Islands Lang Chuenkuan, Golden Gate Islands Lang Chuenkuan, God of Death, Imperial Sisters rice is not even eaten, household 39314497, Qinglian, Shawnee, wife, and Faye who loves Bailey smoothie, frying heavens gang Dao Zhu, sure go you. Arachnos Dragon of Blood Corpse Palace, user 38610755, Black Sharks of Triad Society, Wushu Xiao who loves black pepper pork sauce, user 737770052, I'll take you to the end of the world, Hongmeng Jagdashui, user 989698181, Pandora who loves to eat you duck neck, Shinbebe who loves to eat hot chicken minced pork, Ghost Servant who loves to eat stewed fish soup, Boredom ZZZZ, Bayanan who loves to eat grass carpium soup, SSSSSGTFHG, Zhou Jinwei, Jinli, user 338173995, Zhang Ning who loves meat stuffed raw bran, and other greats to give rewards. Chapter 134 Such a cute and understanding little lowly, give me a dozen. Rose Western Restaurant. When the boss's voice fell, the 20 beautiful restaurant ladies who had long since taken their respective positions looked at the couple they were responsible for with a 12% spirit. Especially responsible for Yi Xian and Mu Hanshue waiter, face value about 9 points. Looking at the proper Prince Charming god of the boys, she admitted love, but it is a pity that she was late. After all, that handsome man already has a wife and there are 2 super cute daughter. To be honest, if her future boyfriend can be half as good as this handsome guy, she will be satisfied. With the boss lady's voice to start, 20 pairs of couples of boys with green eyes could not wait to start the game, because this is a complete gift for them. The taste of kisses was something they could say they could never get tired of. Mu Hanshue sat on Yi Xian's lap under the watchful eyes of the crowd and the pretty waitress, and her touch was obviously very nice. At the same time, Yi Xian as the other 19 boys in general, a sit up from the mat, and then overbearing kissed Mu Hanshue's lips. Such a scene makes Mu Hanshue pretty face hot, crisp feel in the crowd's eyes like electric current in general. The feeling is very subtle, that kind of feeling can only be understood and cannot be conveyed in words. Wow! Seeing the boy who is no different from Prince Charming kissing his wife, the waitress's eyes are full of envy, really super envy. That kind of feeling, the waitress young lady couldn't wait to push that girl away and sit on the boy's lap herself and let him kiss herself. That must be extra special happiness, super sweet. He, POA kissed mama yay. I wonder how many times POA can kiss mama. The 2 little ones saw the operation of POA mama completely and show love nothing different. A small face surfaced full of happy smiles. They super like to see POA mama like this. As for the onlookers, the number of people stopping down here is also increasing. All are attracted by the game competition in the field. This is newly opened Western restaurant, a little interesting. Hey, in order to publicize the restaurant owner quite an idea. Who do you guys think will win these 20 couples? Shattering sound of hot discussion into the boss's mouth, the corner of the mouth cannot help but appear smile. Obviously this scene is just the result he wants to see, as long as their new store open to make a name for themselves, behind the worry about no guests. At that time, they should not be worried about the guests, but whether they can make every guest to their Western-style restaurant can leave satisfied. Soon, 3 minutes passed. 20 pairs of couples at the moment 19 pairs of couples overthrow only 1 pair still insist, but this time sit-ups have broken 60. Unsurprisingly, Yi Xian has also kissed Mu Hanshue 60 times. As for the remaining pair of couples in the field at the moment, it is not someone else precisely Yi Xian and Mu Hanshue. Misty grass, that dude is still holding on, persistent enough. But that dude's face isn't even disorganized, he definitely hasn't practiced much during the week. That handsome guy, so capable of doing it, it's 62 powerful. Wow, if that handsome guy is my boyfriend, how good it should be. 19 pairs of couples have surrounded up. They are also very curious about what the lucky couple looks like. The surrounding pedestrians have been frequent hot discussion, all eyes brushed, all gathered in the last pair of couples who still insist on Yi Xian and Mu Hanxue, two people. Yes, sure enough, Popo won. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen Poa kissing Mama so many times. Mama must be especially happy, so envious. The two little ones' whiny cute and super cute voice came out, listening to the surrounding pedestrians, and more than 10 couples once again look at Yi Xian's eyes. The color of envy is 1 point more intense. Such a beautiful wife, and so for Poa cheer understanding twin daughters, honestly, they sour. Cheer for Poa, you're the best. Love you, mwahahaha. The two little ones turned into a group of friends and family in seconds, cheering for their own poop. Their whiny, sweet and greasy voices melted the hearts of the crowd. OMG. Hubby, I can't hold on any longer. Go back and let's have such a cute and super adorable daughter too. Okay, I suddenly don't want to be a dink anymore. Holy shit, such a cute and understanding little lowly. Grandma, if it's possible, give me a dozen. TSK, that handsome guy's genes are so strong, with such two beautiful and cute little ones. I want to borrow that handsome guy's seed for a while. It would be even better if I could also give birth to two little guys. It would be good to give birth to one if it's not possible. The boss's wife saw the field that had gradually pulled towards boiling. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. The effort was not unmerited. They had spent so much effort to publicize, and finally came to the moment of harvest. The boss's wife once again looked towards Yi Xian and Mu Hanyu, who were still sitting on their backs. Her eyes were full of happiness and gratitude. Obviously the two of them deserve a lot of credit for having this kind of effect. The effect here is even better than what she expected, not to mention giving Yi Xian a free order, is 5 times 10 times her worth. From a certain point of view, Yi Xian two people but helped their Western restaurant opened a big favor. These two people invariably become their restaurant's noblemen. Treating the nobleman, the boss's wife certainly won't be stingy. Had a turn an idea floats in the mind, then pick up the microphone and stick it next to the mouth. Congratulations to this handsome man and woman to become the winner of the game activity. But given the handsome man's strength is super strong, I on behalf of the Rose Western Restaurant Special will be the game extension. To extend the rewards, all of you can be a notary public. Next, everyone can count together. If this couple supine up full 100, our Western restaurant will be free 2 times a single. If full 150, Western restaurant free 4 times a single. Full 200, free 8 times a single, and so on. Wow. Hear the boss's wife words. The surrounding pedestrians and couples look shocked. Boss's wife, this move is so big. The two little guys heard the sound. Flashing big eyes slightly widened a point. 200 supine. That poop is not to kiss mama 200 times. Good, looking forward to it. P.S. Thanks to the Fried Sky Gang's new Master Dreamling Big Brother rewards. Love to eat Gold Spring Rolls Chow Mein Fei Big Brother rewards. User 105220003 Big Brother Inspiration Capsule rewards and Boo Boo Milk Tea rewards. Love to eat Summer Salad Mangro watching Big Brother Boo Boo Milk Tea and 2 Love Letters rewards. Sang Xiaolan Big Brother rewards. Fried Sky Gang The Extermination of the Teacher's Big Brother rewards. The Big Brother who loves to eat chicken braised in Juho sauce Lu. Song Bobo Milk Tea reward. Boredom is play. The Big Brother to promote the reward. The user 540500822 Big Brother Bobo Milk Tea reward. The light-winded at Flying Snow Big Brother 5 to promote the reward. Thank you all Big Brother support. Author's words. Chapter 135, 316 times Is that guy a ghost animal? The brightly lit, romantically decorated venue. Hearing the boss's wife's words, she who had already been kissed by that big pig so 60 or 70 times, really had the urge to escape from the field, except that the remaining shred of reason told her not to do that, except that it was cheaper for a certain guy. 70. 80. 90. Not long, easily Yi Xian sit up 100, no surprise according to the boss's wife's incentive program will also get their Rose Western Restaurant 2 free opportunities. Of course these are not important, the important thing is that he kissed the absolute beauty wife 100 times, can imagine what this concept, even if the surrounding pedestrians and couples silently counted the number at the same time, subconsciously pursed lips, apparently some stupid desire. Seeing the handsome man in the field successfully break through 100 supine, the boss's wife smiled happily, looking deeply at Mu Hanxue sitting on Yi Xian's lap. That girl must be especially happy. Generally speaking, the boys who have a great supine up have a good waist. But what the boss's wife doesn't know is that 100 supine up is just the beginning. Immediately after, under the attention of the crowd, one after another rhythmic and smooth supine up springs up, Mu Hanxue, which is kissed again and again by that big pig's hoof. 110 times. 130 times. 150 times. 180 times. As the tawdry operation of the supine-up continued, Mu Hanyue was a bit confused because her lips were somewhat numbed by the kisses. As for the surrounding crowds, their eyes grew wider and wider, and the sound of clamor and passionate discussion also gradually rose up. Already 200 times. Yes, I can't believe it, the dude looks thin and thin, did not expect the physical quality is so good. But no wonder that beautiful women are obedient, people have real skills. 200 times, the single exemption has been 8 times, tisk. Wow, Sai, handsome, super powerful, don't do the male god with me to go home, go back, and we slowly study, only for this little beauty to do it by herself, okay Mudzokai, handsome man, is this Loli's calling. The surrounding pedestrians and couples were hotly discussing the two who were still lying on their backs. Tong Tong and Meng Meng listened to the people's feelings and admiration for Pupa, and smiled heartlessly with a cheeky grin. Go Pupa, you're the best, Tong Tong loves you. Them more can love you too. Ali give. Laughing happily while cheering for Pupa, listening to her ears, Muhan Shueqiao Ai Lin rolled in her ears, the same way she was counting the number of times that bastard was on his back. To be precise, she was counting the number of times she had been kissed. Look, it's already 210 times. At this moment, an alarm scream came out from the crowd, and then the line of sight once again gathered towards the field, kiss after kiss. Ultimately break through 250 times, then crushed 300 times, all the way to 316 times, which only stopped. At this moment, sitting on Yi Xian's lap, Mu Hanshua's calves are slightly numb, but she did not pay attention to this, because she knows that today's big loss. 316 times. In the past 5 minutes, she had been kissed 316 times by that big pig's hoof, until now she couldn't believe that scene just now. 316 times, ghost animal, premature life. Is that kid still a human being? 316 times on his back. Ahem, could it be that that kid has been in the military and is the legendary king of soldiers? This. Although young, I think it's very possible. The restaurant owner's wife looked at the recorded numbers on the big screen. Honestly, if not for the fact that she herself also secretly memorized the numbers, really thought that the big screen was broken. 316 times, that beast, even know, it was how good that handsome guy's waist had to be. In addition to that, according to the previous agreement, 200 times has been exempted 8 times, 250 times exempted 16 times, now breaking through 300 times, then the Rose Western restaurant will be exempted 32 times for Yi Xian. Obviously, at this moment, the boss's wife didn't expect that young man to be so fierce. No wonder that girl's face was full of happiness, it turned out to be so. Thinking about this, the boss's wife did not go back on her word, fatally smiling, microphone pasted next to her mouth. Good, congratulations to our team of handsome men and women, the supine-up breaks through 300 times, and will get our Rose West restaurant to be free of the bill for 32 times. At the same time, everyone is also welcome to challenge. Anyone who can surpass this couple will receive 32 free orders. The boss's wife was very shrewd. It looked like she threw in 32 times of free orders, but in reality, this kind of fun challenge would bring unexpected profits to their Western restaurant for a long time to come. Welcome handsome men and women to our Rose Western restaurant. I wish you a happy meal. The boss's wife was full of smiles and politely. The reason why, on the one hand, is that the two people from the publicity helped them a lot. Of course, the most important point is that the boss's wife see very clearly, even if you do more than 300 sit-ups, that handsome man is still not red in the face and heart is not jumping. Obviously that's far from his limit. People have already been merciful. Oh no, it is under the waist to be merciful. Otherwise, people can break through 350, 400, or even higher, then they will be free and the price will be doubled. No, is more than doubled also more horrible, speed upward soar, maybe 64 times, maybe 128 times, or 256 times as well as 512. Only when Yi Xian entered the restaurant with his daughter-in-law and daughter, did the boss's wife take a deep sigh of relief and start the formal opening matters. Just at this time, the waitress who just counted for Yi Xian, holding his cell phone with a pretty face full of excitement, came to the boss's wife's side. Who? Boss's wife, something big is going to happen in our store. After saying that, without waiting for the boss's wife to be puzzled, that young lady handed her cell phone to the boss's wife's eyes. Look. That handsome guy just now, is the great singer Yi Xian? I said how I felt so familiar when I first saw him. The boss's wife's gaze followed the employee's work and also landed on his cell phone, and she suddenly saw the photos and information about Yi Xian, and without warning her mind boomed. That person who showed mercy to their Western restaurant's waist was the great singer Yi Xian. Quickly, inform down. Make sure to entertain Yi Xian well. The quick-witted boss's wife realized the great business opportunity at the first time. If they got it right, their Rose Western restaurant was going to be on fire. Looking at the figure of the employees rushing into the restaurant, the boss's wife dialed the boss's phone at the first time. Hey, old Sheen, hurry up and come out from the back kitchen, something big has happened. Big star Yi Xian came to our store and won a free order for our event. If we utilize this opportunity well, our store is going to be rich. The excited boss's wife hurriedly asked the steward boss of their Western restaurant to come out and make sure to publicize their restaurant with full force today. Immediately after that, she called an employee, quickly go and prepare, find me all the equipment for the boss to sing. If we can let the big star sing a song in our Western restaurant, then the taste and value of our restaurant will increase exponentially, and we can't make any forks today. After today, I'll let the boss double the salary for all of you. What? Really, thanks. Thank you, boss lady, promise to complete the task. Money can make the devil to push the mill. That staff young lady's eyes are full of money symbols, do not dare to have the slightest negligence. Will the boss ladies will as well as the big star Yi Xian came to their Western restaurant to tell all the companions, quietly Yi Xian's high time once again to pull open the curtain. Chapter 136 No wonder Papa wants to sing to us, originally is a new song to give us Entered the Western restaurant, in the waiter sister's leadership down to a window card seat, through the window can be outside the starry night scene at the bottom of the eye, obviously this is an extremely good card seat. At the same time, not far from Yi Xian's table, a white-skinned beautiful temperament good anchor is racking the cell phone to open the outdoor live broadcast. This anchor is not someone else as Lin Xiyu. She is also by chance a chance from the internet to see this couple theme restaurant is good, then the first time to kill here to give the fans of the live broadcast a glimpse. See, this is the Rose Western Restaurant singles set menu, everyone else is so envious of one pair. Lin Xiyu was eating Western food while interacting with her fans. After opening the live broadcast for an hour, the fans broke 50,000. Today's fans were quite active, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Goddess Xiyu, look behind you, isn't that Yi Xian male god? Yeah, I was just about to say that too. Just between the pleasant atmosphere, a wave of pop-ups surged out of the live broadcast room, and Lin Xiyu, who was paying attention to the screen, obviously noticed the flying pop-ups and turned her head towards the direction the fans were talking about. As expected, the eyes were the first to gather at the card table not far away, and they clearly saw the idol god Yi Xian as well as the god's beautiful wife and a pair of coy and cute twin daughters. It's really the male god. As soon as Lin Xiyu's astonished voice came out, the more than 50,000 fans active in her live broadcast room directly went into a boiling frenzy. However, just when Lin Xiyu just wanted to go up and greet her, the table next to Yi Xian's 3 or 5 single dog cute girls, one of them apparently also recognized Yi Xian's identity, covering her small mouth screamed out, Male god, big star Yi Xian, my god, I'm not dreaming right. The cute girl's voice came out, then brushed the line of sight gathered over, and finally without exception all fell on Yi Xian's body, first a stun then eyes for a bright. Although Yi Xian did not set foot in the singing world, but it is more than those singing world today's small fresh meat flow star fire too much. Misty grass? It's really him. Yi Xian, the name of a man, the shadow of a tree, when in the singing diva Ning Shuang air concert a battle to seal the existence of the gods, after that it is more frequently burst out of the new song, each of which is the singing world crowd competing for imitation. God, will you sing a song for us? I didn't get tickets for the previous 2 concerts. A sweet voice came from somewhere in the restaurant, followed by many couples and guests whose eyes lit up with anticipation and hope. God, sing a song. Quietly, a neat excited voice followed, especially the restaurant's cute girls, including the girls of those couples, one by one, their little faces reddened, as if they were being that. It was very beautiful. At this juncture, the restaurant owner and the owner's wife who took all this in their eyes looked at each other smilingly stepped forward. Mr. Yi, you being able to visit our little store makes us fluffy. I'm also super fond of your songs, especially that one, will you be my wife? Introduce yourself, I'm the owner of this restaurant. With an excited mood, the restaurant owner briefly introduced himself to get acquainted, and then entered the main topic. Mr. Yi, why don't you sing a song for us fans? It's not in vain for us to meet our idol. Poop, just sing a song, we also super wanna hear, you have not sung to us for several days. Well, the right Yi Xian has not yet spoken, the 2 little guys have not been calm, God help, this is to hear in the boss and the boss that the mother's heart is very happy. Look to the 2 little guys' eyes are full of good feelings, especially that coy crispy voice let a person has no resistance at all. Oh, good. Then Papa will sing one for you. Favoringly touching the 2 little ones' heads, he got up and walked towards the small stage that had long been set up in the Western restaurant. It was obvious that the owner and the owner's wife had put a lot of effort into the restaurant's decoration. Hearing the voice of the male god idol, the restaurant's cute girls' Dao beautiful eyes are more expectant for a few minutes. Lin Xiyu's beautiful eyes lashed out, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also flew up a wave. The male idol is going to sing, which makes them also very excited. came to the small stage, right hand a flip from the system mall to exchange the accompaniment of 2 songs, and then handed over to the restaurant owner. Boss, put the accompaniment in the USB flash drive. Oh, good. Hearing the words of the great singer Yi Xian, the boss did not pay too much attention and carefully received the USB drive and went to connect to the computer. Yi Xian on the stage was not idle either, picking up the microphone handed by the boss's nymphette. This next new song, I intend to give it to the 2 super cute little princesses in our family. I hope they can be happy forever. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the restaurant owner's wife trembled as if a current through the body. As for this time just to insert the computer USB flash drive, boss, the hand of the USB flash drive almost did not fall on the ground, confused and very excited to look at the hand of the USB flash drive. Is it? This is the accompaniment of the new song. All of a sudden, the restaurant boss felt the hands of the U-disc weight more than 1,000 pounds, a great responsibility, more careful to insert the U-disc into the computer, for fear of hurting the U-disc a trace so that the key time to fall off the chain. The name of this song is Love. Poopy has a new song for us. No wonder POA wants to sing to us. Originally there is a new song to give us. Super look forward today. Hearing worship and admiration omnipotent POA's words, the 2 little guys' hearts smiling sweet can't not be able to do. This guy. He's going to spoil those 2 little ones again, really. Mu Hanshue saw the big pig's hooves out of the limelight, to which she cannot say anything. Who let this is for their daughter to sing it? The male god is going to sing a new song. Hearing the male god song coming from the direction of the stage, the entire Rose Western Restaurant's field undoubtedly boiled over. Even Lin Shiyu's live broadcast room was in fan spike mode at the moment because of Yi Xian, their idol's words. 51,000. 55,000. 58,000. The number of fans whooshed up, quickly breaking the 60,000 mark. Just one word from Yi Xian and the number of fans went up by 10,000, which had never happened before. Also at this time, the restaurant owner in the Get Yi Xian eyes gesture, deep sigh of relief snapped on the computer, pressed the enter button, followed by a pleasant melody prelude dazzling and open, at the same time 10 points of milk daddy value from the system mall to exchange the god-level voice of the realm of the card. Everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. Finally, at a certain moment the song with the accompaniment from the speakers spread. Who? Cheerful voice, gradually unfolded, in the sound of the realm of the following led the crowd's thoughts fluttering up. String your heart, string my heart. String a lucky grass, string a concentric circle. Let's all look forward to the call of the future. Take advantage of youth to be a companion. Don't let your youth grow up to be lonely. Plant my lucky grass in your dream field. The beautiful and energetic voices instantly filled every corner of the restaurant with the small stage as the centerpiece. Playing the accompaniment of the restaurant owner listening to the song, face surfaced a silly smile, magical voice, and melody to listen to his own body and mind for one of the relaxation, and coupled with the stage at the moment half an idle sign language in action. I have to say that at this time of the male god is really very handsome, honestly want him to be a woman, desperately want to marry him, but it is a pity that he was born as a male body. But if this idea of his was the boss's wife. No, we'll not let him kneel on the keyboard for a day and a night, we'll not let him kneel on the keyboard for a day and a night. We'll not let him kneel on the keyboard for a day and a night, and also have to type out the words, Your Honor, I'm wrong. Chapter 137, I want to carry the male god away, what should I do? Mu Hanshue. Watching his own family's big pig's hooves high moment, it was obvious that he also didn't expect that guy to sing such a loving song to the 2 little ones. Listening to the melody of the poop singing, the 2 little guys loved it, their little faces were smiling, their eyes were smiling into a crescent moon. The song that Pupa sang was so loving, super favorite. Lin Shiyu stared with a pair of beautiful eyes, staring straight at her male god without blinking, who was super handsome at this time. The surrounding couples and singles, listening to the light music in their ears, were in a very relaxed mood. Also at this time, the climax of a song quietly broke out. Call loudly to the sky to say I love you. Say I miss you to that wandering white cloud. Let that sky hear. Let that white cloud see. No one can erase the promise we made. I want to take you to see the sea with me and say I love you. Give you the brightest stars and say I miss you. Emotional outburst, this moment of the song Love completely by Yi Xian gave another mood, completely while Yi Xian is the 2 little ones of the father's love interpretation of the best, and at the moment singing this song at the same time, Yi Xian's pair of eyes have not left the body of Tong Tong and Meng Meng, spoiled daughter madman at the moment manifests itself. Wow, so sweet. Pupa Meng Meng love you yo, giggle. The 2 little ones loved Pupa to death, all Pupa so spoiled and really good, calling. Ah. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, what should I do? I want to carry him away. If it's possible to be the male god's daughter is also good, not being overwhelmed by the charm of the male god, but really like this feeling. The same 9-year compulsory education, why does the male god stand out so obviously? Showing love dies fast, male god you look at it, but hey, let the dog food come more fierce, gaga. Shameless upstairs, dare to curse my male god don't need to pay attention to them, die faster is right. Don't show off the upstairs guys, leave the orange for the next one. Lin Shiyu's fans in the live broadcast room were in an uproar, completely unable to control their excited hearts as well as their trembling hands. I don't know when, the couples and singles in the field had already swayed their steps along with Yi Xian's song. Yi Xian's singing voice was already superb, plus with the support of the Divine Sound Realization card, the effect was even more 1 point. Who? The magical melody captured the crowd, and time passed quietly at this moment. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. A love interpretation undoubtedly gave the scene as well as the live broadcast everyone a feast for the ears. This moment home from work, a day of labor, as well as done to listen to last night's homework plus the student party, are from the physical and mental fatigue from the liberation, once again full of spirit and fighting spirit. The beauty of music lies in this, it can silently heal a person's frustrated and troubled mind. Snap. The song ended in a long silence. The atmosphere lasted about 10 seconds, the scene resounded with thunderous applause and cheers. Lin Shiyu's fans in the live broadcast room was also at this moment skyrocketed by 100,000, towards 200,000 fan value whooshing soaring. However, before the crowd had time to bloom with excitement and thrill, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curved up with a deep meaning arc, since he sang a song you would not just sing one song, this song just now, give it to my super cute daughter, the next song I'm going to give it to my gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and generous wife. The name of this song is called Forget Time. Plain voice from the stereo, the Western-style restaurant in the field of couples and singles froze for a moment, and then apparently realized what the eyes surging all of the consternation, but then the consternation is transformed into a full of excitement. The field is also a clamor. Mu Hanxue heard that Big Pig's hooves words, is also slightly stunned, this. There is also their own. Cannot help, the corner of the mouth uncontrollably curved up a touch of happiness arc, cannot help but think of before this Big Pig's hooves for their own singing love is not a must and do my wife okay, now again to sing for themselves? The restaurant owner and the owner's wife glanced at each other, both of them could see the surprise in each other's eyes, that's right, it was a surprise. Originally, they expected that they could get Yi Xian to sing one song and that would be good enough, but now that such a great singer who has been recognized as a god in the battlefield is going to sing a second song, the effect will be far more than just 1+1. Then, the restaurant owner played the accompaniment of the song Forget Time from the USB flash drive, and a completely different pre-song accompaniment from that song came out from the stereo. Along with the melodious sound, Yi Xian's low and slightly sullen voice sounded, and his handsome face was particularly mesmerizing under the refraction of the light. Silently walked how far? Lifted up his head, suddenly, only to find. Has been backward to the original point. Stubbornly adhere to the confrontation time. Only when I close my eyes can I see those once warm and vivid images. The magical voice with Yi Xian's handsome face value, this moment not surprisingly all the girls in the Western restaurant, including Lin Xiyu, regardless of the main couple or single girls are captured by this moment of Yi Xian's heart. Mu Hanxue beautiful eyes ripples rise, pretty face Xiafei cheeks, that bastard. The melancholic expression is quite handsome. I do not know why, see here Mu Hanxue heart deep bottom actually has a trace of joy, very strange and also very wonderful. The restaurant owner saw half of the idol's song, mouth grinning to the root of the ear. Oh, good, Yi Xian God is really our restaurant's big nobleman nah, customer source completely do not have to worry about it. And this time Lin Xiyu live fans broke into 300,000, all the way to the God Buddha Mo Dang, song at this moment is also with the emotional brewing ushered in the climax moment. P.S. Thanks to the God of Death Big Brother 2 love letters reward, like White Eel Jade Void Taoist Big Man urging more charm reward. Chapter 138. Gradually forgetting can't catch up with tomorrow. Just grip hard enough to miss. Tomorrow there will be no more your smiling face. Gradually forgetting the time. I just need to follow the route of memory. Listening to Yi Xian's heartfelt singing, his eyes full of deep emotion, it was impossible for Mu Hanxue to say that she wasn't moved. The restaurant owner and the boss's wife saw this, the smile on their faces became even brighter by 1 point, Yi Xian big singer is too much. Especially the girls in the field, looking at the idol god's new song online, eyes full of excitement and excitement, this time the god is really handsome, super handsome kind. After the song ended, there was no doubt that Yi Xian who returned to the card seat became the center of attention of the entire restaurant. Hee hee, POA you're awesome D. That's right, don't look at whose poop it is. The two little guys praised with divine assistance, not missing any opportunity to proclaim the poop's feats. Mu Hanshua, on the other hand, blankly eyed her own man. This guy just knows to show off and womanize. To put it bluntly, he just owes a lesson. When the night comes, see if you don't let this bastard pay the water bill ruthlessly. Mr. Yi, take your time, welcome to come back next time. After the meal, the restaurant owner and the owner's wife attitude respectfully and warmly bid farewell, as for the free 32 times, but also by the owner's brains to give Yixian a restaurant-specific black card. Hold this card in the future in their restaurant, all consumption all free of charge. Of course, this is completely in the know Yixian's identity. This kind of flow big star, not to mention free of charge, is every time to come to give him 100,000 800,000 is not excessive. The two little guys smiling, eyes full of arrogance, pulling the big hand of the poop towards the card direction. The heart is very happy, not to mention how happy. Mu Hanshua, the same complex color. The mind over and over again surfaced in the restaurant scene. At the same time, Magic City, Feng Mengyao's home. A beautiful hot bath, casually set a piece of kawaii pajamas, cat into the room. This kind of fragrant scene, if the boys of Xuanwu University to see, may want to set off what kind of storm. Lying on the pink color system fragrant bed, a pair of headlights directly be pressed into a round cake, but on the headlights of the repression Feng Mengyao did not pay the slightest attention to, but also did not have the intention of its liberation, because at the moment she has more important things to do, and this thing is not something else. It will be the idol of the god of men and their grandfather. Wonderful fighting carpets joint video sent to the microblogging. Up, the god of this awesome scene, if not by more people to see, too bad. Short-sleeved pajamas revealing a section of white arm supporting countless boys' coveted body, jade-like onion finger slapdash sent a microblogging. God idol Yixian versus Association Chairman Feng Roman, super wonderful. After typing a string of captions, then uploading the video treasured in her cell phone and clicking publish, the next moment Feng Mengyao's this microblog appeared online. Although Feng Mengyao is not a star, but usually also sunshine a lot of photo albums, coupled with the pursuit of her boys enough to row from Xuanwu to the Magic City University, compared to those traffic stars hundreds of thousands of millions cannot be compared to Feng Mengyao's number of fans have more than 70 to 80,000. After all, in this age of the face, beautiful women will always be the focus of public attention. Some netizens who followed Feng Mengyao and were active on Weibo quickly reacted. Goddess Mengyao tweeted again. Hey, my goodness, this time, the goddess revelation is not small, man, God Yi is bullish. Marred, even the president of the Composition Association couldn't win against the male god. This talent is going against the rhythm of the heavens. TSK, I want to have half of the god's talent. No, 1% of the talent is not as bad as moving bricks at the construction site today. Heaven does not give birth to my email god, the pillar is as long as the night. Boiling. That's right, Feng Mengyao's video caused fans to buzz once it was uploaded. Joking? Yixian's performance was too heavenly, especially the two of them acting out the couplets, simply. Heartlessness. In less than 10 minutes, the amount of retweets broke 1,000, the number of views broke 10,000, as for the comments is more than 3,000. Moreover, the data of the three with the network brewing began a blowout growth, which is the most conspicuous is the number of views. 20 minutes, the number of views broke 50,000. 30 minutes, the number of views broke 100,000. 40 minutes, the number of views broke 200,000. An hour later, the number of views directly soared past 500,000, and then soared at an even faster rate. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. 900,000. 1.5 hours later, the number of views directly broke 1 million, with a dominating posture directly dominated the real-time hot search list, was seen by more people. Magic City University, nearby hotel. Lin Xiaoya and Feng Xiaoqian, a big battle just ended, embracing together to warm up. Together with the brush microblogging, Feng Xiaoqian's small face is full of satisfaction and happiness. Lin Xiaoya heart doubly proud, mad, the boss to give the drug is good, lasting power directly extend double, more than 40 minutes TSK, cool. Not long ago, the soft Feng Xiaoqian drowsy, really was tossed bad, but aside with nothing like Lin Xiaoya, just refresh the microblogging, here ran a next door Xuanwu University school flower, but also Lin Xiaoya attention to one of the beautiful bloggers, singing idol Yixian versus the god of songs idol Yixian? Could it be that Misty Grass, the Xuanwu University Literature Department schoolgirl, is a fan of the boss? After a few moments of bellyaching, he clicked on the video. However, without seeing it, he was shocked. Misty Grass. A nearly screaming voice rang out. The original drowsy Feng Xiaoqian is also a jolt, apparently frightened, but when hearing the words of the male god beside himself, Tang's pretty face Xiafei double cheeks, you want to die, ah, so fierce. Angry eyes staring at Lin Xiaoya, and Lin Xiaoya saw his own woman's appearance, suppressed the impulse to put it on the ground, cough cough. No, look at the boss, it's so awesome. As he spoke, he placed his cell phone in front of Feng Xiaoqian's eyes. Looking at the river building, looking at the river flow, looking at the river flow under the looking at the river building for 1,000 years, the river flow for 1,000 years. Indian moonwell, Indian moon shadow, and Indian moonwell for 10,000 years, moon shadow for 10,000 years. Wind and rain, warmth and cold, seeking everywhere. Warblers and swallows, flowers and leaves, secretary twilight. 500 luohans crossing the river, 1,000 Buddha's sons in the center of the waves on the bank. A beautiful woman is looking at the moon, and there are 2 chandeliers on earth and in heaven. Crap! Seeing the video of the coupling pair fight, Feng Xiaoqian cannot help but also burst out foul language. This sentence listening to Lin Xiaoya eyes flashing chicken move cannot. As if a volcano eruption of power surged to the heart, turn off the phone turned over and up, in the Feng Xiaoqian screaming exclamation of surprise, the war directly fierce and up. Chapter 139 Anti-You Fantastic, so powerful. Magic City, Kowloon 1 Villa. Chichu Qinyan Zhaowei Han, the 7 countries to claim heroes, dear in the Central Plains, 100 years of wind and rain, when returned to the Qin unity. Sun Lu Chao Yuan Tao, the first time in the world. Sun, Lu, Chao, Yuan, Tao, Kong and Zhang, the 3 kingdoms, dominating the world, 30 years of turmoil, the only living Jin family. Several maids gathered together, looking at the video in the cell phone, the beautiful eyes flashed with all the incredulity and worship fascination color. Wow, this is Auntie, so powerful. Yes, that one is the president of the Association of Composers and Writers. The auntie is not even the slightest bit defeated. He, that's right, don't look at whose aunt. Look at you, you're talking as if he's just your own, but he's still my uncle. Carpets, yeah, auntie great. The chattering and heated voices were heard in Aunt Shen's ears. Glancing at the video, a few maids were watching. The corners of her mouth revealed a shallow smile. Her aunt's excellence far exceeded her imagination. No wonder Miss Fancy Auntie 3 years ago, the original. Auntie has always been so good. Aunt Shen thought so and so. Of course she did not believe that Miss would not know the excellence of Master Aunt. Could not help but the corners of her mouth bitter emotion. Miss really hid from all of them so bitter. Auntie, this kind of literary and martial arts talent, in addition to the family history, even the old master cannot say anything. Aunt Chen, as the maid who came to the Mu family together with Chenichou, is also Chenichou's good friend who was always talking to her, and she has seen countless young talents, and undeniably none of them can surpass the present-day auntie. Boom! ZZ. Accompanied by the sound of wild beasts roaring, an emergency brake accurately stopped in front of the villa. Aunt Chen and a few maids were stunned, and then a few maids' beautiful eyes gushed with joy. Not surprisingly, it is the aunt, and the young lady came back. Auntie! Miss! Seeing Master and Miss get off the car, the guards of the Mu family experts respectfully voiced out, since under the guidance of Yi Xian's strength increased by a large margin, more than a dozen experts on Yi Xian is even more adoration and admiration, usually even more do not dare to have the slightest slackness. Auntie, Miss, you guys are back. Aunt Shen greeted with a smile, afraid that Auntie didn't know that the video of him fighting with the president of the Association of Composers in a couplet fight was now on fire. However, before Yi Xian and Mu Hanyue could reply, several maids just swarmed around. Auntie, you're fantastic, so awesome. Aha, super awesome. Several maids' ambiguous, full, crisp and pleasant voice came, listening to Mu Hanyue. Phoenix eyes slightly knit, but did not say anything. But no, even the president of the Cooperative Association is not a rival, yeah. The maids of the gods help Twitter, originally wanted to show off the poop record of Tong Tong and Meng Meng, eyes full of surprise. How do you guys know da? It was no wonder the 2 little ones were like this. After all, it had only just happened over 2 hours ago. Seeing the curiosity of the 2 little ones, Aunt Chen smiled faintly. You guys don't know yet, right? The video of your poop fighting with the president of the Association of Writers and Composers, Feng Roman, about the carpentry has caught fire on the internet with the number of views exceeding 2.5 million. As she spoke, Aunt Chen flipped open her cell phone to play the video of the big fire. Yi Xian. Mu Hanxue. What the hell? It's somehow on fire. After learning about the blogger of the microblog, it was all clear, Feng Mengyao, so everything was her doing. I'm going to take a bath first, tossing and turning all day. White eyes Yi Xian, obviously again in the grudge this big pig's hooves out of the limelight, cannot help but think of the daytime of the womanizer, silver teeth clenched cackling, tonight will revitalize the wife's outline, so that he completely and utterly subjugated their own. When Mu Hanxue took the ice silk pajamas into the bathroom, Yi Xian's eyes flickered with a deep meaningful gaze, while Tong Tong and Meng Meng were curious babies looking at their own poop hopefully. POA, can we start now? He, today is Mama's birthday, yeah, I guess even Mama herself has forgotten it. Today we are going to give Mama a big surprise. Listening to the words of the two little ones, several maids looked towards the young lady who went to take a bath, their eyes filled with envy. In order to give the young lady a surprise, the aunt had started to let people decorate the villa a week ago, and Aunt Chan, who had seen everything in her eyes were full of relief. To be honest, the more contact she had, the more she felt happy for the young lady, happy that she could find a man who spoiled her and loved her like this in her life. The pattering sound came vaguely from the upstairs bathroom, although the villa soundproofing is good, but still can hear the faintest imperceptible hint. According to the plan, Auntie Chin, you each go and get busy, I'll go prepare the cake and tonight's meal. Wow, it's been a long time since I've eaten a dish made by Pupa's own hands. Although Grandma Chen's cooking is also super delicious, it's still good to have Pupa's cooking. The two said little guys chirped and spat. Once they heard that Pupa was cooking, they gulped their saliva, their eyes were glowing with green aura, that looked like a wolf dog that had been starving for many days. Woof woof. Hearing the words of the two little masters, the little Tianba, who was showing his first signs of sharpness on the side, also barked twice, obviously also enjoying the meals made by his masters. Then, in the shocked gazes of Aunt Chen and the others, he incomparably skillfully began the tawdry operation of the pastry god. The operation of flowing clouds and flowing water. Watching Aunt Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Auntie would still be able to make cakes? However, when she thought of her husband's cooking skills, she was not too surprised, and then 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. When a layer of cake from bottom to top, from big to small, presented in front of Auntie Chen and others, especially a few maids' eyes flashing all the little stars. Looking at the cake in front of them, which was like a magnificent work of art, they began to count: 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. 9 layers. Looking at the 9-layer cake, then they are still higher than a large section of the cake. This shock can be said to be unprecedented. His Aunt Chen is also one of the stunned, even if she followed Chenicho decades, have rarely seen 9-layer cake. The most recent one is 10 years ago, that time it is the princess of Rue country married the neighboring country's duke. The wedding of the century, more than 90% of the representatives of the countries are all gathered. After all, the international status of Switzerland is significant. The same 9-layer cake in front of her, Aunt Chen felt that it was even higher than the wedding cake of that princess 10 years ago. Wow, a 9-layer cake, Nis is too happy. Yeah, Auntie is really super good at everything. Based on this level of pastry alone, it's an absolute master-level existence. The hot discussion voice came out from the maid's mouth, then Yixin once again showed even smoother cooking skills than before. After all, time is limited. The only way to better prepare the surprise is to speed up. At this moment, Mu Hanxue in the bathroom is carefully washing the bath, not to miss any place. Head is floating in the evening scene will be that big pig's hooves to revitalize the wife's platform of the picture. Do not know that the big pig's hooves in her mouth is for her to prepare a lifelong unforgettable birthday dinner. Until many years later, whenever she thinks of tonight's birthday dinner, she cannot help but reveal the happiness of the sweet smile. Of course, this is the latter part of the story. This is, of course, an afterthought. Chapter 140, the sky full of fireworks and colorful rose petals, for the birthday of the wife of the world. An hour later. Blow-dry hair Mu Hanxue down from upstairs, according to the prior plan, has been waiting for a long time. The two little guys did open the small feet surrounded up. Mama, the whitewashing is over. We have a surprise for you, close your eyes. Cooperating with the divine assistance of the poop, today is Mama's birthday. Mama must especially like the preparation of the poop. Surprise? Hearing the words of the two little ones, Mu Hanxue was stunned. The sun came out of the west. These two little ones know to give her a surprise as a mother. Of course, she didn't think that today is her birthday, although today is the day of Grandpa's birthday banquet, but that's because Grandpa has something to do in a while. That's why the birthday banquet will be advanced. Her and Grandpa's birthday is not the same day. Close your eyes well. The voice of koi pastry came out, listening to the center of Mu Hanxue's ear tip a soft, well, hemp closed is not good. In the two little guy to kill people's pampering cute, finally Mu Hanxue no longer insist, doting rubbed the two little guy's head. Good. Mama, close your eyes is not okay. I would like to see what kind of gift you two little guys can give Mama. Just like this, in the tong tong and mang mang laughing, for hemp lead the way out of the villa to the lawn. At this moment, by the weak light, Mama was facing the villa. Giggle, while Mama open your eyes. The sweet voice into the ears, Mu Hanxue then opened the beauty of the world's eyes, into the eyes of the villa is still the same as usual, but not to wait for her eyes slightly knit up. Brush sound, under her gaze, the entire villa was decorated with a bright color lights, love and heart-shaped lights composed of patterns in the night under the background of the beautiful, and in the full color lights, villa at the same time outside the bright and large screen, which is playing a picture and a picture of Mu Hanyue happy to record a variety of expressions. A piece of red rose petals fell from the villa's sky, a touch of rose fragrance filled from the villa lawn field. Then, 3 pieces of, 5 pieces of, 10 pieces of. In an instant, dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces of rose petals rustling from the villa over the floating down, and the most important thing is that these rose petals are not just red, there are pink, white, orange, purple, gold. Colorful rose petals, dreamy romantic floating down. Mu Hanhua absolute world of the face is full of surprise and touched, that guy. And looking at this scene of Aunt Chen's mouth lifted up a gratifying arc, a few maids looked at the rose petals floating down in the sky, beautiful big eyes full of envy and emotion. Miss, this is also too happy. Auntie so super spoiled, miss really good, is not a throw to consider the feelings of these single dogs. Oh, auntie too spoiled, completely no resistance swelling how to do. Unfortunately, the person who is spoiled is not them. If they are less live 5 years, no, 10 years or even 20 years they are willing to. However, there is only one master, and only belongs to their young lady. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day. The maids lamented. Right in the middle of this, Ning Schwanger pushed a trolley out of the villa, while in the surroundings were carefully clustered around Auntie Chan and the maids. The most striking of all was the nearly 2-meter 9-layer cake, like a work of art exposed in the air, which was embellished with outlined rose petals as well as ivy, symbolizing happiness and eternal youth. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Birthday song came out from the mouth of singing diva Ning Schwanger. The pleasant sound unsurprisingly rippled through every space of the villa's lawn. It was very pleasant to listen to. Looking at the decoration of the villa and the colorful rose petals raining in the sky, Ning Schwanger admitted that she was sour. This kind of picture honestly she dared not dream of imagining. His girlfriend's man, this is too much favor girlfriend. It is not known that their own future man will have a few points of the girlfriend's man. Don't say 7 or 8 points, that is, there are 5 points or even 3 points, she feels contented. Frost, you. How come you're here, and birthday? Looking at the 9 layers of nearly 2 meters of large cake, the visual impact, even Mu Hanyue was seeing it for the first time, and for a while she failed to react. Tong Tong and Meng Meng saw Mama's dumbfounded appearance and smiled. Mama, you won't forget that today is your birthday. Right, all of this was prepared by Poao, and there's this magic trick. Boom. The words of the 2 little ones were heard in Mu Hanyue's ears. Her mind roared. Her beautiful eyes once again looked at the big screen to play a picture. This is all prepared by that big pig's hoof. Today is her birthday. Inexplicably touched surged to the heart, the teardrops of the eyes of the indisputable filling. How many years since the reception of the Tiangue group since she has never had a serious birthday? Time is really fast. Their own has grown a year old. Just did not think that their own birthday that bastard even remembered, but also counted on that guy has a conscience. Swoosh. Just at this time, a firework rises into the air. Obviously Yixian's operation closure did not end. Snapping sound, gorgeous fireworks in the air bloomed, bright and dazzling. However, after ascending into the air, fireworks did not go out, but in the air bloomed into a sentence, baby happy birthday. Love your husband. Fireworks bloom, and this is only the beginning. This was just the beginning. 3, 5, 10 fireworks followed. With the 9 Dragons Villa as the center, the surrounding as much as possible by the air fireworks illuminated like daytime, a rough estimate of the fireworks here at least hundreds of more. Hiss. My goodness, Auntie's handiwork is big enough. Responsible for guarding the Mu family experts, looking around the sky of fireworks, and plus the field of colorful rose petals floating down. Mother, the aunt really know how to play. No wonder the stubborn young lady were packed obedient. Tisk, aunt or aunt is not at all they can compare. Wow, say, good. So beautiful, Mama is so happy, super spoiled poopty. Listening to the 2 little ones, Mu Hanshua's face pranced and swooned red, but her heart was sweeter than honey. Aunt Chen looked at this scene, smile. Everything is in the unspoken. With a cell phone will record everything in the scene. Also let the lady happy. As for a few maids, hands together, eyes full of little stars looking at the sky of fireworks in colorful rose petals. If someone is so to them, they even if the whole world is the enemy will also be married to that boy. Boing boing. P.S. Thank you like the Borship Luo Master Big Brother urging. Shift Charm Reward, Sabuano's King Lebu Big Brothers Shift Charm Reward, Ocean Sauce Ovo Big Brothers Boo Boo Milk Tea Reward, and Taiyaman Crisp Loving Ding How Big Brothers Sending Blade Reward.